Far East. The victims included 1 Russian national and 14 foreign workers. Authorities are investigating the cause of the blaze and possible safety violations at the under-construction facility. A Russian court has upheld a 2.5-year prison sentence for Indian national and Disney project manager Jugal Date Rao after cannabis-laced gummies were found in his luggage. Date Rao told the court that the gummies had been prescribed in the US to help manage complications following brain surgery. The U.S. Justice Department has charged more than 80 alleged members of a violent Puerto Rican gang accused of trafficking fentanyl, cocaine and other drugs. Authorities allege the group generated nearly $50 million in proceeds and was linked to shootings, killings, kidnappings and assaults. Italy is extending fuel tax cuts as soaring energy prices add to inflationary pressure. The government has extended a diesel tax reduction until September 5, but motorists say the relief is too limited, with pump prices still above €2 a litre. Oil market experts are also warning of further pressure on household energy bills this autumn. Here is more on the story.
Italy is extending its diesel tax cuts as the government tries to limit the impact of soaring fuel and energy prices. A cabinet meeting approved a 17-cent reduction in diesel taxes, along with additional relief for truck drivers and farmers.
Il taglio delle accise non è a mio parere una misura utile per combattere il caro carburante. Le cause dei rincari sono tante, dalla semplice speculazione ai problemi geopolitici planetari, per cui diventa molto difficile gestire un momento del genere.
The government first began cutting diesel taxes in March and has extended the measures several times. But with petrol and diesel still costing more than €2 a litre, motorists say the impact of the cuts remain limited.
Ed è più una misura sicuramente di bandiera per placare un po' l'allarme che c'è nell'opinione pubblica per il caro prezzi, che non per avere un effetto reale sulle dinamiche anche di inflazione e di percezione del caro vita tra la popolazione. La benzina resta sopra i €2 al litro, il gasolio anche resta abbondantemente sopra i €2 al litro, quindi sono misure dall'efficacia molto relativa, più legate forse alla contingenza del ritorno dalle ferie con la fine del mese di agosto.
Massini says the latest cuts come as Italians return home from their summer holidays, but warns the pressure on prices is not limited to fuel. Wholesale gas and electricity costs are also feeding into the wider inflation picture.
Gli effetti sull'inflazione si devono ancora pienamente manifestare, anche perché oltre al problema dei prezzi dei carburanti c'è quello del gas e dell'energia elettrica, i cui effetti si stanno manifestando adesso sui mercati all'ingrosso, quindi sulla borsa elettrica, sulle borse del gas, ma ancora non sono arrivati pienamente sulle bollette di famiglie e imprese, perché per una latenza che riguarda proprio i meccanismi di formazione del prezzo al consumo di gas ed energia elettrica. Quindi in autunno sicuramente vedremo anche un rincaro dei prezzi sia dell'energia elettrica che del gas.
The continuing energy shock comes amid the ongoing US-Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most critical route for global oil supplies. The disruption has kept up the pressure on energy markets and raised concerns over the cost of living.
Siamo arrivati appunto a un prezzo troppo alto e si debba fare qualcosa di più incisivo, assolutamente.
For Rome's motorists, the tax cuts offer some relief, but experts warn that broader energy costs could put further pressure on the Italian households in the months ahead.
India's push for indigenous defense technology gets a boost as Samtel HAL Display Systems inaugurates its new facility in Gurugram. Now, the facility, inaugurated by HAL Chairman and Managing Director Ravi K, will focus on advancing indigenous defense avionics. HDS is a joint venture between Samtel and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and has developed multi-function displays for fighter aircraft.
This is a major push for India's indigenous defense avionics capability as Samtel HAL Display Systems inaugurates its new facility in Gurugram. The facility was inaugurated by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited Chairman and Managing Director Ravi K.
We've been working with the Samtel for quite some time. So we decided that we should work together towards the project what we are doing for all the platforms for the displays what they have done. And you have already seen the capability what they have displayed there. So going forward, we want to move ahead with all the other displays whatever for our new product which is coming up.
Samtel HAL Display Systems is a joint venture between Samtel and HAL. The company has the distinction of being India's first public-private partnership in the defense avionics sector to indigenously design, qualify and produce a multifunction display for induction on a fighter aircraft. The new facility will further strengthen the long-standing Samtel HAL partnership with a focus on building critical avionics capabilities within India. The inauguration was followed by a walkthrough of the facility and a showcase of products developed for the defense sector. The facility also hosted a media briefing with Samtel leadership and a senior HAL representative highlighting the partnership's role in India's growing defense manufacturing ecosystem.
We will be doing about 200 crores turnover in the JV this year. This is by far the highest turnover for this JV and also one of the best performing JV for HAL. And this will grow further with these projects that I'm talking. Potential of order book is very large. This is how we see the number going up maybe to about 400 or 500 crores maybe in 3 to 4 years time frame, doubling from here. I think this is where we are.
This year the 200 crores we are targeting this, and the new programs are coming from the HL. Definitely the JV has the capability or it is pitching to these programs, and HL is definitely the supporting to our indigenous product to reduce the import content, and it is a great achievement by this JV to substituting the import product. So far in this line the foreign partners are the only available, foreign vendors are available, and Samtel is now replacing all those things as the indigenous product.
From design and qualification to production, the Samtel HAL partnership represents the push to develop high-end defense systems in India, reducing dependence on imported technology and strengthening indigenous capability.
All right, viewers, let's go across to a big breaking news development that we are getting, and this is again from Donald Trump. Now, President Donald Trump has signed an executive order on August 27, 2026, directing the U.S. government to rename Lake Ontario as Lake America. This is Donald Trump back to theatrics. He is calling Lake Ontario as Lake America. He calls everything America. And following through on recent threats amid an escalating trade war with Canada that has included high tariffs on Canadian goods. Now the order instructs the Secretary of Interior and the Board on Geographic Names to update the Geographic Names information system within 30 days and requires all federal maps, documents and communications to use the new name, with Trump citing the lake's economic importance and claiming most of its volume lies in U.S. territory. However, the change applies only to official U.S. federal usage and does not compel Canada, international bodies or others to adopt it, drawing immediate rejection from Canadian officials and New York's governor also. So New York's governor also has reacted to this rejection, definitely from Canada, supposed to come, and also from the mayor in this case, from the governor of New York in this case. And this is Donald Trump back again, renaming everything to America. He did that with the Strait of Hormuz, also calling it an American territory, and now he names Canada's Lake Ontario as Lake America, and he also called Canada as the 51st state of America also, and this is amidst the ongoing trade war between Canada and America. And yes, we have a response from Canada also. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has firmly rejected US President Donald Trump's executive order renaming Lake Ontario as Lake America, emphasizing that the lake's historic name derives from the Wendat indigenous word Ontario, meaning the lake is beautiful, the lake is big, and has been in use for more than 400 years, predating both Canadian Confederation and the US Declaration of Independence. Now, in a social media statement amid ongoing trade tensions, Carney noted that while America may be changing its trading relationships, foreign policies, monuments, and even hydronyms, Canadians also know that naming reality means calling it Lake Ontario, then, now, and always. So a very strong response also, back-to-back response, one response after the other from the Canadian Prime Minister, that is Mark Carney, who has firmly rejected this drama by Donald Trump and rejected the US President Donald Trump's executive order renaming Lake Ontario as Lake America. He emphasized that the lake's historic name derives from the Wendat indigenous word that is Ontario, meaning the lake is beautiful, the lake is big, and has been in use for more than 400 years, predating both Canadian Confederation and the US Declaration of Independence. The Bosnian Serb warlord Ratko Mladic has died at the age of 84. Mladic, who was sentenced to life in prison for genocide and war crimes, died at a UN prison hospital in Hague. Now, he was the commander of Bosnian Serb forces during the 90s war and was held responsible for some of the conflict's worst atrocities, including the 1995 Srebrenica genocide. Watch this report.
Ratko Mladic, the former Bosnian Serb army commander convicted of genocide and war crimes, has died in custody at age of 84. Mladic died at UN prison hospital in Hague. According to the Serbian media reports and family member, UN court officials have not immediately confirmed the death. Mladic was sentenced to life in prison in 2017 for his role in atrocities of the Bosnian War. He had been in custody since 2011 after years on the run. He commanded Bosnian Serb forces during the war that left more than 100,000 people dead and over 1 million displaced. In 1995, his forces killed more than 8,000 Muslim men and boys, the worst single atrocity of the Bosnian War and the only post-World War II case recognized as genocide in Europe.
Prvo mi je žao što je umro, što još nije patio, što još nije čekao i sanjao oči djecu našu, što mu nisu dolazili na san, ko što su mu dolazili, što se je žalio. I žao mi je što je još umro. Trebao je još živjeti u patnji, u svome grču, u svome herojstvu. A drugo, umro je tamo gdje je i zaslužio.
Munira Suvesic, who lost 2 sons and her husband in the massacre, reacted on the death of Mladic.
Danas je umro jedan veliki ratni zločinac, zločinac Balkana, koji će biti zapamćen da je od 10. do 19. jula pod njegovom naredbom zajedno sa njegovim koljačima ubijeno 10.701 osoba. Od toga 570 žena, 1042 maloljetne djece. Prošlo je 31 godina. Mi majke još uvijek nosimo bol u svojim dušama.
Mladic's forces also besieged Sarajevo, where civilians were targeted by snipers, while detention camps were established for non-Serb civilians and enemy soldiers. On the contrary, some residents in the Belgrade expressed sorrow over his death.
Za mene je heroj i time sam sve rekao.
Ima se. Mislim, baš mi je žao, eto. Pa moje mišljenje je da smo se mi borili za srpski narod, ma gde se nalazi.
Borio se za Srbiju, ne za Srbiju, borio se za Republiku Srpsku i narod koji je u Republici Srpskoj.
Despite the life sentence, Mladic remained defiant during his trial and continued to be viewed as a patriot by some Serb nationalists until the end.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more for you after the break. And the largest news team in Nepal from Republic, 8 reporters covering from the worst-hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates of the Nepal flash floods.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. A major overnight Russian barrage has left parts of Ukraine dealing with fires, destruction and casualties. Explosions were reported around Kyiv on Thursday, with damage across several regions. Now, Ukrainian officials say 2 people were killed and at least 14 injured, while Moscow says its strikes targeted military-related infrastructure. Here is more on the story.
A night of Russian strikes has left several parts of Ukraine dealing with fires, damaged buildings and casualties. In the Kyiv region, emergency crews battled a major warehouse fire in Borispil district. An overnight attack involving drones and ballistic weapons as helicopters were deployed to drop water as firefighters worked to contain the flames. Residents were also seen clearing debris with a burnt-out car among the wreckage.
Я приїхала на роботу на 8 годин. Це було хвилин там 10, хай 9, може трошки раніше, я не дивилася. Я почула, що десь реве. Я так розумію, що це був шахет. І він прилетів прямо людям. Почала спочатку машина горіти, потім дом. Слава Богу, ніхто не постраждав. Дитину забрали, витягнули, 15 років дівчинці. У нас магазин теж пострадав все. І всі вилетіли сюди. Почали з'їжджатися водії. Спочатку, поки до того, як рятувальники приїхали, водії на проїжджій частині почали витягувати вогнегасники і тушити самі по собі.
In Kharkiv, a Russian drone strike hit a shopping center. Regional authorities say 1 person was killed and 5 others were injured. Firefighters and emergency workers were seen operating inside and around the damaged structure, while paramedics treated those affected.
Впродовж ночі ворог масово атакував Одещину. Внаслідок влучань у кількох місцях спалахнула пожежа. Вогонь охопив дах гаражу та суху траву, а також господарчі споруди на території автозаправної станції. За іншими локаціями пошкоджено скління, фасад та дах 16-поверхового житлового будинку, приватний будинок з гаражем, будівлю навчального закладу та поруч розташовані автомобілі.
The overnight strikes also caused major damage across Odessa. Ukraine's state emergency service says 3 people were injured, while a residential building, private homes, an educational facility and vehicles were damaged. Ukraine's Air Force says it shot down 233 targets. Meanwhile, Sumy was also hit as regional authorities say 1 person was killed and 4 others were injured after a strike hit a residential area. Moscow says the strikes were focused on military-related infrastructure. The latest attacks underline the continuing intensity of Russia's long-range strikes across Ukraine as emergency services work through the damage left behind.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, the death toll figures in Nepal floods climb to nearly 400. MEA confirms as many as 290 Indians remain untraceable. 84 Indians rescued so far.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Okay? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presenting to you the headlines of the hour. Death toll figures in Nepal. Floods climbed to nearly 400. MEA confirms as many as 290 Indians remain untraceable. 84 Indians rescued so far. Tibetan government in exile blames the rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind the flash floods, says the Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest newsroom in Nepal from Republic, about 8 reporters covering the worst hit flood areas in Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. At least 3 Pakistani drones pushed back after it intruded Indian territory in North Shera Rajouri. Counter-drone measures activated. Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. Now, there are flash floods that are taking place all across Nepal. Of course, India is sending a lot of relief material and also making sure rescue operations are underway. But the bigger breaking news that we're getting in is that according to Indian Army sources, several Pakistani drone intruders have entered the Indian territory last evening. There's at least 3 that entered the Rumli Dhara area of the Nowshera sector in Rajouri. Now, the Indian Army has promptly activated its counter-drone measures upon detecting this intrusion, and successfully it has pushed back the pushed it back into the Pakistani territory. So, a lot of drones were spotted over Nowshera. This is in Rajouri area, but for now, these have been pushed back by the Indian Army. So, successful detection and successful pushing back of the drones has taken place and unfolded so far. Viewers, more breaking news now. This is from the India-Canada that they are looking to further deepen the economic ties with the Canadian Finance Minister, Francois Philippe Champagne. He's called the two economies in both India and Canada as uniquely complementary. In fact, speaking alongside Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who is in Toronto right now, Champagne has said that Canada can support India's energy and food security, while India can offer a scale of talent and technology. So there's a bilateral meeting that's upheld and going on in Canada. Nirmala Sitharaman is visiting Canada at this hour. And let's listen into what Nirmala Sitharaman has to say on the matter.
Opportunities. When I listen to the ministers, now you can see why Canada and India are so complementary. I use the word, I mean, they're profound. When I say uniquely complementary, that's really what you should take away from the conversation we had and what we're presenting today, because when you see the growth potential, when you see the trajectory, when you see the scale, when you see what the minister has achieved in the Indian economy, the 4th largest economy in the world. I mean, this is extraordinary what India has been building with a very large population, 1.4 billion. So you understand why this morning I have a big smile, because when I think about diversification and I'm next to the Minister of Finance of India, I can tell you things are going well.
Coming in, viewers, the Nepali army has rescued approximately 883 people amid the devastating flash floods that are happening right now. Now, this rescue mission in particular was considered in Rasuwa district, which has included 350 workers and locals who have been trapped inside the tunnel of the upper Trishuli hydropower project. Now, we will also be showing you visuals of the hydropower project where these rescue operations were conducted. Death toll has risen to 389, and these are confirmed deaths that have taken place in these flash floods. The Nepali police has also confirmed on the matter. Right now, operations are being conducted, and amidst the challenging situation, there is strong, flood current, there is adverse weather, but army is still successfully extraditing those who are stranded in the tunnel while also evacuating 833 people so far. Viewers, on your television screen are visuals from Timur, Malgaon, Thulo Haku and also Haku Basi. These are places of Nepal where rescue efforts have been ongoing. Hundreds of people are believed to be inside the tunnel, and so far the rescue operation has now conducted amidst the adverse conditions, the flooding conditions inside the Trishuli hydropower project where these rescue operations have been conducted. Viewers, Nepal continues to battle the devastating flood and flash flood crisis, with the death toll now mounting to hundreds still unaccounted for. The disaster has also left a large number of Indian nationals uncontactable. There's a massive rescue and relief operation that's been conducted, and India has now ramped up also its assistance on the humanitarian aid. There's medicines that have been supplied, there's food supplies that have been sent to Nepal. Now the MEA is also working to trace stranded Indians and reunite them with their families. Here's everything that we know in this report. Take a look.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Nepal remains in the grip of a major flood crisis, with rescue teams racing to reach people cut off by raging rivers and damaged roads.
We were at the Trishuli army base where there was massive rescue operation going on. You can see the visuals, the helicopters are still flying by. People are being rescued. Here you can see the buildings have been completely destroyed. There is massive destruction that can be witnessed. This place, this entire area has been completely destroyed. You can see the leftover sediments, the high flood marks still left. You can see right over there, buildings have destroyed, trucks stuck under the mud. We can see how massive this entire flash flood must have been. The sediments give us that evidence.
The death toll continues to rise while families are still waiting for news of those who remain missing. The crisis has also sparked a massive search for Indian nationals stranded across flood-hit areas.
ये नदी का वो हिस्सा है जहां से बहाव तेज होकर आगे जाता है और चितवन में ही करीब 64 लोगों की डेड बॉडी जो है अभी तक रिकवर की गई है। आंकड़े और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ सकते हैं और बड़े-बड़े पेड़ यहां पर और उसी के साथ-साथ दूसरे मलबे अभी तक यहां पर मौजूद हैं। इसी के साथ अगर आप देखें तो ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है जो तिब्बत की तरफ से आता है।
The MEA says multiple groups have sought evacuation while efforts are underway to establish contact with those still unaccountable.
Let me update you on the Indian nationals who are stranded or who are not contactable at this point in time. As per information currently available, there are 288 Indian nationals who remain uncontactable. These include 73 Indian nationals who are working on Trishuli 1 power project. Our embassy in Kathmandu is in touch with the project head to get more details about these people. As you well understand, that communication lines in that area, they are totally disrupted and therefore it has been difficult to get in touch with people on ground.
India has activated its diplomatic and rescue missionary with a 24/7 control room and helplines working to assist Indians and their families.
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इसमें जो भी डिज़ास्टर होता है बाहर उसमें HDR का सामान जो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस के लिए भेजती है। नेपाल से हमारा काफ़ी फ्रेंडली रिलेशन है। कल तुरंत ही एक प्लेन HDR का सामान लेके उड़ी थी, आज सुबह एक प्लेन लेके गई है। तो 2 प्लेन का कार्गो का सामान जिसमें कि कई ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस के सामान है, दवाइयाँ इत्यादि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने प्रोवाइड किया नेपाल को, उसको भेज दिया गया है।
Rescue operations are also being carried out with the help of the Indian Army and Air Force as authorities work to evacuate stranded people from the worst hit areas.
भारतीय सेना हमेशा तैयार रहती है। सेवा भाव उनका करते हैं, बताते हैं सेवा भाव से ही मां भारती की सेवा और प्यारे न्यारे तिरंगे की रक्षा निश्चित रूप से भारतीय सेना का हमेशा जो कदम होता है, पहला कदम होता है।
India is also rushing humanitarian assistance to Nepal. A second flight has taken off carrying 37.5 tons of disaster relief material, medicines and food packets.
2 aircraft with humanitarian assistance have been sent to Kathmandu. A C-130J aircraft took off yesterday at around 8:30 p.m. carrying 10 tons of relief material including temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, medicines, etc. And then this morning a C-17 aircraft departed with 37.5 tons of supplies, comprising 28.5 tons of relief items such as tents, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, dewatering pumps, kitchen sets, gen sets, etc. 8 tons of medicine and 1 ton of food items. In total, across the two departures by air.
On the ground, the scale of the devastation is clear. Homes and roads submerged.
यहाँ पे काफी सारे लाश पड़े हुए थे। सुबह हमने पुलिस को तहकीकात करके उनके पहचान के लिए दिया है, तो दिन में यहाँ से लाश उठाई गई। मैं नहीं था तब यहाँ पे इतने सारे मलबा आके बैठा है। ये लकड़ियाँ और ढेर सारे लाशें थे। यहाँ के 3-4 लाश थे। कल हमने कम से कम 5 लाश को पुलिस के सामने दर्शाया था।
Communication links disrupted and communities cut off by swollen rivers.
ये गौतम बुद्ध सेतु है और कुशीनगर और बगहा के बीच ये पुल है, जो बगहा यहाँ से 20 किलोमीटर दूर। और मेरे पीछे आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं गंडक का उफान, ये रौद्र रूप यहाँ दिखने लगा है। अगले 24 घंटे भारी हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है, ये जो आप मलबा देखिए, ये मलबा जो बहकर आया है, ये वही नेपाल से बहकर आया है। इसमें मैं आपको दिखा सकता हूँ, मुझे नज़र आ रहे हैं कई मवेशियों के शव हैं, गाय, कुछ भैंस हैं यहाँ पर।
From the Gandak River to the flood-hit areas of Nepal, the focus remains on rescue, relief and reconnecting families with their loved ones.
कल सुबह में फ़ोन आया था मेरे पापा का, बोल रहे थे यहाँ पे शायद बाढ़ आने वाला है, कुछ खतरा है, ऐसे न्यूज़ मिला है, तो हम लोग भाग रहे हैं। तब तक उनका कट गया कॉल, तो फिर हम लोग ट्राई किए तो लगा नहीं। फिर बाद में इंटरनेशनल कॉल जब ट्राई किए कुछ देर बाद, तो लगा, तो पता चला कि सब लोग तो सुरक्षित जगह पे हैं। बड़ी मम्मी और राहुल नहीं मिल रहे हैं, मिसिंग है। राहुल मेरा भाई है।
With weather and terrain making the operation challenging, authorities on both sides of the border are working to reach those still stranded.
Right now our focus is as to how we can extend a helping hand to our Indian nationals who are stranded there, and at the same time offer humanitarian support to the government of Nepal.
The rescue mission continues as families wait for answers and India steps up support for flood-hit Nepal.
Viewers, the devastating flash flood in Nepal has now triggered a fierce battle over the narrative. An avalanche-triggered deluge tore through the Lende tribute near the new Nepal-China border. It swept away homes, roads, bridges and vehicles within minutes. Now, but the rescue teams are, of course, racing against time to find hundreds that are still missing, including Chinese and Indian nationals. A new question is emerging. What exactly triggered this catastrophe? Because while satellite imagery and geological assessments point towards a glacial collapse on the Chinese side, Beijing's state-run media is pushing a very different version. It's blaming the mudslide originating from Nepal. More in this report.
This was the devastation in a matter of minutes. An avalanche-triggered flash flood tore through parts of Nepal after the Lende tributary surged near the Nepal-China border. Homes were swept away, roads vanished, vehicles were tossed aside. But this devastating flash flood in Nepal has now triggered a second battle, a battle over the narrative. As rescue teams scramble to locate hundreds of missing people, including Chinese and Indian nationals, Beijing's state media is pushing a very different version of events. Chinese state-run outlets are pointing the finger at Nepal, claiming the mudslide originated on the Nepali side. But satellite imagery, geological assessments, and experts are pointing towards a glacial collapse on the Chinese side of the border as the trigger. More than 300 people have reportedly been killed, with several others still missing. But Beijing's state media has now gone into overdrive. Chinese state-run media is pushing the claim that the mudslide originated on the Nepali side. Heavy construction activity in the Himalayan region has repeatedly triggered environmental concerns. The Tibetan government in exile has accused Beijing of carrying out destructive activities in the Himalayas. It has also pointed to repeated warnings attributed to the Dalai Lama over environmental damage and the impact of the large-scale activity in Tibet. Furthermore, China's Medog hydropower project has raised concerns in India. The monster dam that China is building just next to the border with India. The 60,000 megawatt Medog Dam is a zone that is prone to earthquakes, and such a massive dam has therefore been referred to as a water bomb by experts. And now China itself is warning of another potential disaster. China's Ministry of Water Resources says a significant barrier lake has formed near the confluence of two rivers in Nepal. The estimated water volume, 2 million cubic meters. Another 3 million cubic meters of water could flow into the lake over the next 3 days. The question is no longer simply what caused this flood. The bigger question is, how much is Beijing willing to reveal about what is happening on the other side of the Himalayan border?
Viewers, Republic has also reached out to the locals in the affected areas. Take a look at this exclusive report filed by Tika Bahadur Karki from Gendakot and also Nawalpur in Nepal.
अभी नेपाल में जो त्रिशुली नदी है इसमें 9 नारेड़ी जमा होता है, 9 नदी जमा होती है। यहाँ से कम 200 किलोमीटर दूर रसुआ जो गढ़िए 200-250 किलोमीटर दूर है लगभग अंदाज में। रसुआ जो है चाइना और नेपाल का जो बॉर्डर था, वहाँ पे जितने भी मतलब चेकिंग के गाड़ियाँ थी और ऑफिस था और हाइड्रो पावर था, वो सारे बहा के यही रास्ते से लेकर आई है नदी। और यहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे लाश पड़े हुए थे। सुबह हमने पुलिस को तहकीकात करके उनके पहचान के लिए दिया है, तो दिन में यहाँ से लाश उठाई गई, मैं नहीं था तब यहाँ पे इतने सारे मलबा आके बैठा है। ये लकड़ियाँ और ढेर सारे लाशें थे, यहाँ के 3-4 लाश थे। कल हमने कम से कम 5 लाश को पुलिस के सामने दर्शाया था कि यहाँ पे भी लाश आया है। ऐसे जगह जगह से, बहुत जगह से लाश आने की मतलब ये समाचार आया हुआ है। तो ये जगह है गैंडाकोट, इस एरिया गैंडाकोट नौलपुर बोलते हैं, नौलपरासी एरिया। उस पार जो है नारायणगढ़ है, उस पार नारायणगढ़ है, यहाँ से नारायणगढ़ शुरू होता है। तो यह नदी है, फैला हुआ है, नीचे से काफ़ी फैला हुआ है। वो तो जगह जगह में जो है लाशें ले जाके ठहराया हुआ है नदी ने। तो लाशें ढूंढ करके पब्लिक ने पुलिस को हस्तांतरण कर रहे हैं। तो वही सिलसिला में हम भी सुबह दिन में थे, तो अभी हम अपने घर में काम से गए थे, तो अभी मालूम पड़ा कि यहाँ से लाश जा चुकी है। अभी पुलिस चौकी में पुलिस ने अभी जहाँ हॉस्पिटल में या कहीं ठहराएंगे और वहाँ पे पहचान वाले को हस्तांतरण करेंगे। तो यही नदी है जो इसमें 9 नदी मिलती है, जिसमें भोटे कोशी और त्रिशुली में जो घटना हुआ, वहाँ पे जो सैलाब आया, वो कुछ लैंडस्लाइड होने से नदी 5 दिन से बंद था। वो 5 दिन से बंद होने के कारण इतना भर गया कि वो जैसा छोटा वैसा कम से कम 150 मीटर 200 मीटर ऊपर से नदी के अपने एरिया कवर करके जब उफान पर आई, काफ़ी उफान पर, तो सारे बहा के लगे गई। 3-4 गांव लेके गया, 3-4 शहर लेके गया, 2 पुलिस चौकी लेके गया, 1 आर्मी कैंप लेके गया और 6-7 हाइड्रो पावर लेके गया। कम से कम आपका 20 बड़े बड़े पुल लेके गया। तो इधर ही इस एरिया में कहीं पे दफनाया हुआ है वो जो जगह है, कहीं टायर मिल रहे हैं, कहीं गाड़ी मिल रही है, कहीं तो कुछ मिल रहा था। तो मैं अभी दूर नहीं जा सकता दिखाने के लिए। कल मैं इसका फुल अपडेट दूंगा पूरा, मतलब घूम के। आज थोड़ा सा आपके लिए इतना ही जानकारी देना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ से काफ़ी दूर तक लाशें पड़ी हुई थी, पुलिस ने उसको कवर कर चुके हैं। तो धन्यवाद। आज मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये नदी जो है इतनी उफान पर होती है, ये डायरेक्ट गंडक नदी बोलते हैं इसको। इंडिया में जाने के बाद गंडक नदी यहाँ पे देवघाट से जब इधर आती है, ये नारायणी नदी बोला जाता है, नवा नारायणी। ये वहाँ से काफ़ी नदी मिलती है। जब आती है नेपाल के मिडिल पार्ट की नदी है ये, मुस्ताङ से और त्रिशुली से और इधर से आती है ये सेती पोखरा से। ये नदी बहुत बड़ी होती है जब टाइम पे। कभी इसका फाटक होता है कि ये आपका भैंसालोटन, नेपाल भारत का बॉर्डर जो भैंसालोटन है वहाँ पे 36 फाटक है। वो फाटक खुलता है जब इंडिया में ये नदी जाती है। तो ये नदी इतने भयानक भयावह रूप से आती है, उसका कोई हिसाब नहीं। देखिए ये नदी का नज़ारा है। ये एक भी लकड़ी यहाँ पे नहीं थी, एक भी लकड़ी कल परसों एक भी लकड़ी नहीं थी सुबह तक। ये शाम को 3 बजे यहाँ पे आई है। 3 बजे के बाद जब मछलियाँ तड़पना शुरू हुआ और लकड़ियाँ आनी शुरू हुई तो लाशें भी मिलना शुरू हुआ। यहाँ से काफ़ी नीचे कम से कम 50 किलोमीटर दूर तक पूरे लाशें मिल रहा था। कम से कम भी 50,000 से ज़्यादा मरने की आशंका है, लेकिन लोग का कोई ठिकाना नहीं है कि कितना है, क्योंकि शहर और गांव एक ही साथ बहा, कुछ मालूम ही नहीं पड़ा, इतना हुआ।
Viewers, you're watching live this morning, and in this edition we're heading into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in the Tibet. Now this is after the flash floods, and also says the Dalai Lama had warned repeatedly of this flash flood.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन बहुत अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है, इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। हर साल गंडक में आता है और हम लोगों ने पूरे वहां के लोगों को, आम जनता को भी बता दिया है कि सतर्क रहना है, घबराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है अभी तक जो दिख रहा है। वैसे पानी और मौसम का कोई नहीं जानता है कल क्या होगा, लेकिन अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। हम लोगों ने अलग से टीम बना के मुख्यालय से भी वहां भेज दिया है वाल्मीकि नगर। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे।
हमने प्रेस रिलीज भी जो है दिया है, सोशल मीडिया पे भी हमने अपनी बात को रखा है और बिहार में भी जो है कई जगह जल स्तर जो है, चाहे गंगा नदी हो या गंडक, इसका जल स्तर जो है बढ़ता जा रहा है। हम लोग सरकार से यही आग्रह करते हैं कि सारी तैयारी जो है पूरी कर ली जाए, ताकि जब बाढ़ फ्लड की जो सिचुएशन हो तो आम लोगों को, ग्रामीणों को कोई दिक्कत ना हो। और उसको लेकर के हम सब लोग जो है डेली जो है हम लोग फीडबैक भी ले रहे हैं कि कहाँ कौन कौन नदियों का जो है जल स्तर जो है बढ़ता जा रहा है। लेकिन नेपाल में जो तबाही आई है, जिस तरह का दृश्य हम लोगों ने देखा है, उसको देखते हुए हम लोगों को अलर्ट रहने की जरूरत है।
बाढ़ से हम स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जो भी है, हम बाढ़ से बचाव के लिए हम काफ़ी कुछ कर रहे हैं। 8 तरह का मेडिसिन की व्यवस्था हमने की है। जो भी गर्भवती महिलाएं हैं, बाढ़ हो जाए, या फिर शिशु हैं, या फिर आपके जो भी विकलांग हैं या फिर गंभीर रोग से ग्रसित हैं, उनके लिए हमने स्थान चिन्हित कर लिया है कहाँ उनका इलाज कराना है। फिर हमने आपके चिकित्सा दल हो, चिकित्सक हो, नर्स हो, एनएम पैरामेडिकल हो, सबका व्यवस्था किया है। और अगर बाढ़ के क्षेत्र में महामारी
Viewers, welcome back to Live This Morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. Right now in Nepal, there are these massive flash floods that have taken place, which have destroyed homes, cities, and also villages. Approximately 883 people have been reported as dead, and we are continuing to track it with the largest possible team, that news team that has arrived on the region. Right now, we're slipping into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, because we're continuing to track this piece of news for you. The largest news team in Nepal from Republic, 8 reporters covering the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. All of this on your television screen after a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent. They also allege that this data was used to train machine learning.
Dead toll figures in Nepal floods climb to nearly 400. Ministry of External Affairs confirms as many as 290 Indians remain untraceable. 84 Indians rescued so far. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind the flash floods, say Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic. 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. At least 3 Pakistani drones pushed back after they intruded Indian territory, Nowshera Rajouri. Counter-drone measures activated. Viewers, welcome to Live This Morning with me, Karun Seth, on Republic TV. We're actively tracking the flash floods in Nepal, and new footage emerging from Nepal reveals the terrifying speed of the catastrophic flash floods triggered by a glacial collapse, with videos captured more than 50 kilometers downstream showing homes collapsing within moments, buses being washed away and people frantically running for their lives as a surging wall of water and debris raced through towns. Now, the devastating torrent unleashed high in the Himalayas left a trail of destruction across villages and infrastructure, contributing to a death toll of at least 389 people, with over 1,400 still missing. There you on your screen, viewers, you've got the visuals of the flash flood. Look at the torrents there, the catastrophic flash floods, which were triggered by a glacial collapse. You know, downstream showing homes collapsing, buses being washed away. Look at the force of that visual. Look at the force of that water on your screens, viewers. There you see houses there in the way being washed away. Look at that gushing force of the water there. The torrents of muddy water and debris destroying bridges, roads, buildings are inundated or swept away. Entire settlements there.
पुरै अब के हाम्रो कम्पनी मान्छे भेट्यो नि कम्पनीले भेट्यो नि अब ठुक्क भाषा ए छिट्टो जाऊ छिट्टो ए तल भागो
There you see, look at the entire stretch there, inundated, disappearing after the flood waters hit them. And look at the force of that water. Look closely, viewers. What were once roads connecting communities have now turned into channels of fast-moving water and sludge. You can see buildings there, homes washed away, structures simply being swallowed by the flood waters and debris there. Dramatic visuals there. Look at the water moving in, moved from the riverbanks. You see there the entire homes there, settlements destroyed. Look at the devastation. Now, it's not just limited to homes, viewers. Roads, bridges, power infrastructure, communication networks, everything hit there. Look at the aerial visuals there. It gives us the clearest sense of the scale of the destruction. You can see vast stretches of land there covered now in brown-grey sediment. Entire sections of that landscape appear to have been just covered and washed away, destroyed by the force of water. You look at, on one side, you've got the greens, on the other side, in between, you've got that huge water wave which is coming in, taking everything in its stride as it moves forward. Now, viewers, coming on the heels of Canada-US trade tariff war, India and Canada are now looking to deepen economic cooperation. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is in Toronto for the first India-Canada economic and financial dialogue. Now, the two sides are focusing on trade, investment, energy, food security and critical minerals. Now, India and Canada have already pledged to extend cooperation, including on the CPEC framework. Have a look.
As US and Canada remain locked in a trade and tariff battle, India and Canada are moving to strengthen their own economic partnership. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is in Toronto for the first India-Canada economic and financial dialogue. The high-level engagement marks an important step in the reset of bilateral ties. Sitharaman says global uncertainties and changing geopolitical realities make closer economic cooperation between the two countries even more important. The talks are focused on three broad areas: macroeconomic developments and investment, cooperation in the financial sector, and wider international and multilateral cooperation.
The world is going through a profound transformation. There's just a lot of uncertainty everywhere. And the geopolitical and economic realities are constantly evolving. So in this background, closer economic cooperation has become increasingly important to build resilient, sustainable and inclusive economies, both in Canada and in India. And therefore, in building this strong relationship, our principals, the Prime Minister of India and the Prime Minister of Canada, have set a very ambitious goal for us.
Cross-border payments, fintech, capital markets, financial stability and remittances are also on the table, with both sides looking to facilitate greater flows of trade and investment. Critical minerals are another key area as both countries look to reduce supply chain risks and build more reliable sources for more important commodities. The engagement comes after a reset in India-Canada relations following the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney.
The first one is a macroeconomic development which we have to assess for ourselves, and domestic policy priorities for both countries, each for its own. The second one is practical avenues for cooperation in the financial sector, including cross-border payments, financial stability, fintech and capital markets. The third area we explored opportunities for wider international and multilateral cooperation on issues of shared interests. This included areas such as critical minerals, cooperation on issues of shared interests.
With global trade tensions rising, India and Canada are now looking to turn their economic complementarities into a deeper and more predictable partnership.
Now, viewers, in an increasingly complex business environment, the role of a boardroom goes far beyond business strategy. From governance and ethics to technology, sustainability and stakeholder expectations, today's directors are being called upon to navigate challenges that can shape not just individual companies, but the larger economy. The Directors Conclave 2026 by the Institute of Directors, held on the 22nd of August, brought together some of the country's leading corporate voices and boardroom leaders to deliberate on the evolving role of directors. The main point of discussion being what it takes to build organizations that are resilient, responsible, and future-ready. A meeting of minds, ideas, and leadership perspectives, the conclave put the spotlight on the changing face of corporate governance in India. Here's a look at the key conversations and insights from the IRD Directors Conclave 2026.
This program is all about a journey of over 36 years. This is a legacy of 36 years. This is the forum where the people from all across, from all walks of life, from number of countries, they come and participate to debate and deliberate on corporate governance issues, on sustainability issues, or anything to do with the boardroom, the effectiveness.
Good governance is not merely about doing what the rules require. It's about making decisions that preserve trust even in situations where the rule book may not provide a complete answer. Governance is not created only inside a company. It is strengthened when all participants in the ecosystem take responsibility for the quality of the system.
You should really see, how that capacities are built. Number one, the directors are really people of integrity. The second, their competence and skills. And you simply can't just have the common sense and do it. You need skills, and it's a complex enterprise. So therefore, we need skilled people into that, people well trained into that.
India is such a vibrant country. There is so much happening, and but still so much to do, so much to learn. We are also expecting the boardrooms to be future ready with the new evolution of the new technologies, the emerging technologies, the way AI is going to shape in our strategy and also in the business functioning, and how that we can embed AI in every activity of our business. So now we are really on a very transitional phase.
Now, viewers, Bosnian Serb warlord Ratko Mladic has died at the age of 84. Now, Mladic, who was sentenced to life imprisonment for genocide and war crimes, died at a United Nations prison hospital in The Hague. He was the commander of the Bosnian Serb forces during the 1990s war and was held responsible for some of the conflict's worst atrocities, including the 1995 Srebrenica genocide.
Ratko Mladic, the former Bosnian Serb army commander convicted of genocide and war crimes, has died in custody at age of 84. Mladic died at UN prison hospital in Hague, according to the Serbian media reports, and family member. UN court officials have not immediately confirmed the death. Mladic was sentenced to life in prison in 2017 for his role in atrocities of the Bosnian War. He had been in custody since 2011 after years on the run. He commanded Bosnian Serb forces during the war that left more than 100,000 people dead and over 1 million displaced. In 1995, his forces killed more than 8,000 Muslim men and boys, the worst single atrocity of the Bosnian War and the only post-World War II case recognized as genocide in Europe.
Prvo mi je žao što je umro, što još nije patio, što još nije čekao i sanjao oči, djecu našu, što mu nisu dolazili na san, ko što su mu dolazili, što se je žalio. I žao mi je što je još umro. Trebao je još živjeti u patnji, u svome grču, u svome herojstvu, a drugo, umro je tamo gdje je i zaslužio.
Munira Suvesik, who lost 2 sons and her husband in the massacre, reacted on the death of Mladic.
Danas je umro jedan veliki ratni zločinac, zločinac Balkana, koji će biti zapamćen da je od 10. do 19. jula pod njegovom naredbom zajedno sa njegovim koljačima ubijeno 10.701 osoba. Od toga 570 žena, 1042 maloljetne djece. Prošlo je 31 godina. Mi majke još uvijek nosimo bol u svojim dušama.
Mladic's forces also besieged Sarajevo, where civilians were targeted by snipers, while detention camps were established for non-Serb civilians and enemy soldiers. On the contrary, some residents in the Belgrade expressed sorrow over his death.
Za mene je heroj i time sam sve rekao.
Mislim, baš mi je žao, eto. Pa moje mišljenje je da smo se mi borili za srpski narod, ma gde se nalazi.
Borio se za Srbiju, ne za Srbiju, borio se za Republiku Srpsku i narod koji je u Republici Srpskoj.
Despite the life sentence, Mladic remained defiant during his trial and continued to be viewed as a patriot by some Serb nationalists until the end.
All right, viewers, time to move to international news. Let's look at facts and happenings around the world that are making waves and headlines today. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz still remains close to a standstill, with hundreds of vessels and oil tankers stranded amid Iranian attacks on ships. A tanker was reportedly hit by an unknown projectile between Oman and Iran, while Qatar and Pakistan step up diplomatic efforts to reopen the vital waterway and de-escalate tensions. A Russian serviceman was killed and his wife injured after their car exploded in a suburb of St. Petersburg. Russian authorities are investigating the blast, which is the latest in a series of explosions targeting military personnel and others linked to the Ukrainian conflict. At least 15 workers have been killed in a fire at the Amur chemical complex in Russia's Far East. The victims included 1 Russian national and 14 foreign workers. Authorities are investigating the cause of the blaze and possible safety violations at the under-construction facility. A Russian court has upheld a 2.5-year prison sentence for Indian national and Disney project manager Jugal Dattario after cannabis-laced gummies were found in his luggage. Dattario told the court that the gummies had been prescribed in the US to help manage complications following brain surgery. The US Justice Department has charged more than 80 alleged members of a violent Puerto Rican gang accused of trafficking fentanyl, cocaine and other drugs. Authorities allege the group generated nearly $50 million in proceeds and was linked to shootings, killings, kidnappings and assault. Viewers, we'll pause for a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Lots more coming up on the other side. Coming up, India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send 1 more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है। इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है। और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद।
Karnataka Minister B. Nagendra, who holds a planning and statistics portfolio, currently is likely to resign viewers soon amid ongoing corruption allegations linked to the Valmiki Corporation scam. Now, sources are indicating that the Congress High Command will instruct Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar to seek his resignation today following discussions between the CM and party leaders yesterday. Now, this move comes as the ruling party seeks to diffuse intensifying opposition pressure, particularly from the BJP and JDS here over the multi-crore irregularities case. Now, remember, viewers, so far we had saw news coming in from sources stating that B. Nagendra had himself verbally spoken to DK Shivkumar, offered to step down to spare the party embarrassment. But Nagendra's local office was calling this completely untrue. At the same time, we hear news that the High Command is considering his removal now, asking him to seek before the September 1st Padyatra. Abhishek is joining us live from Karnataka on this. Abhishek, what's the update? Because we've been getting conflicting news. I mean, earlier we got news again last couple of days that he was willing to offer to step down, but DK Shivkumar's office was denying that. Now we hear that it's the Congress High Command which is discussing this. What's the latest update?
Well, the Chief Minister DK Shivkumar had visited Delhi the last day, and he had a talk with Rahul Gandhi along with various other senior persons from the party, from the AICC. And it is believed that the High Command has instructed CM DK Shivkumar to seek the resignation of B. Nagendra to avoid any embarrassment in the next couple of days, because BJP and JDS have jointly planned a Padayatra demanding the resignation of B. Nagendra, who is the Minister of Statistics at current government. It is also, we should also remember that when Chief Minister was Siddaramaiah, back then the Valmiki scam had happened and Nagendra had resigned from his position. He had been arrested by the police. He had also underwent the trial and he had also been sent to the Parappan Agrahara jail for a couple of months, and after which he was released and he was taken into the new cabinet of DK Shivkumar. And this was definitely a backlash from the very party members and also the opposition parties, because BJP, JDS along with various other congressmen felt that Nagendra has various other cases pending against him, and there is also an allegation that 187 crores were directed to various other accounts by Nagendra's oral directions, and keeping such a person within the cabinet, it doesn't hold a respectable position for DK Shivkumar's government, and this is why they demanded the resignation of B. Nagendra. However, when we tried to strike a conversation with Nagendra on telephone, he mentioned the fact that all the rumors are far from true and he is not going to resign, and there is no such demand from the Chief Minister as well. But the sources at this point of time claim a different news, because it is directed to Chief Minister DK Shivkumar that the resignation be sought before September 1st to avoid any embarrassment in the next couple of days, and we will have to see what unfolds in the next couple of days. Over to you.
All right, thanks Abhishek. We'll keep tracking this and see what happens there from Karnataka. Time to pause for a short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back soon with a lot more coming up on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is the Nepal floods, the Nepal flash floods. Now, sadly, the number of casualties have risen even further. We'll get you all the details, minute-to-minute updates from Nepal, because we have the largest team deployed in Nepal to bring you all the updates. Now, let's go to the big breaking news development that we have for you. Nepal floods. Death toll rises to 460. The death toll has risen to 460 and over 460 bodies recovered in search operations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big breaking news development that we are getting. Now, in the latest update, the death toll has now climbed to beyond 400, leaving thousands missing after devastating flood hits Nepal, and 460 have died. More than 1,400 are still missing in Nepal, and the search operations are on. Search is on. The Nepali army has rescued more than 800 people, and they have rescued people who were trapped in tunnels, including people who were trapped in tunnels of plants which were destroyed after the deadly floods. Now, viewers, Australia has also sent humanitarian help to Nepal. Nepal has also deployed more than 4,000 security personnel, and 18 police personnel have been missing during the rescue operations. Now, these are the latest visuals, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see from Nepal on your television screens, this is the mud wall swept, and visuals coming in from Nepal, and we can understand the gravity of the situation and how difficult it is to conduct search operations, rescue operations during such situations, especially when you look at the kind of flood that it was, the flash floods, because it's not just water, it has mud, it has pebbles and debris, and also boulders, stones, and that is why all of this destruction has happened. Visuals coming in from Nepal. This is the Nepal flash flood story on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. The death toll, sadly, has now risen. Dead bodies are being pulled out, and you can see the rescue operation, because it was mud, especially rocks, boulders and stones and pebbles and all the debris that got accumulated from that flash floods, and that led to destruction of buildings and villages being swept away. Now, this is the aerial shot, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, and below you can see that there are residences and villages that are also being swept away because of the current and the tide, as you can see, of the river, which is huge, and you can completely understand the speed in which the river is flowing, the pace at which it is flowing, unprecedented, never before imagined, never seen before kind of scenario which is happening in Nepal right now on your television screen. And this is the aftermath of the destruction. This is helicopter view, and after these are the rescue operations. As you can see, many have been rescued by the Nepalese army, and also the rescue teams have landed in Nepal from various countries, especially India, because India
was one of the first responders in the Nepal flash floods. We are one of the first responders in the Nepal flash floods, and you can see the devastation. And right now, Nepal needs help, and you can completely understand why. The kind of floods and the kind of destruction which has happened, it is unprecedented, never seen before, never. One can imagine that this would have happened in that location, and especially when it comes to the border regions with Tibet, with the Nepal and Tibet border, and the border outpost has also been swept away. That's what we are being told. And India continues its rescue operation that is happening right now, because many Indians are also missing after the Nepal floods. 84 of the Indians have been rescued, more than 290 are still missing, and the death toll has risen to beyond 469, and the 290 Indians are still missing. Sadly, 290 Indians are still missing. And also, those who were en route to the Kailash Mansarovar, they are also missing because of the sudden Nepal flash floods. Hundreds of those who remain unaccounted for more than 24 hours later. Many are missing. The search operation is on, the rescue operation is on, and this is one of the most devastating floods. Look at these visuals. You can understand the situation very well. Hundreds of those who remain unaccounted for more than 24 hours, and many Indians among those who are missing right now. 1,400 still missing. More than 290 Indians are among the missing who were impacted, who were affected because of this flash floods. Let's go across. We also have the biggest team deployed in Nepal to cover the aftermath.
जल्द से जल्द मिले, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो ये तस्वीर हम देख रहे हैं, जो मंजर मैं अपनी आंखों से देख रही हूँ, वो वाकई में डरा देने वाला है, खौफजदा कर देने वाला है, क्योंकि इस मलबे में दबी हुई जिंदगियों को बचाने की कोशिश तो प्रशासन की है, लेकिन ये कोशिश कहाँ तक सफल हो पाएगी। इस वक्त मैं बिल्कुल नेगेटिव साउंड नहीं करना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन आप सोचिए कि बीते 72 घंटों से आया वो जलजला जो बीती रोज आया, उसने 24 घंटे बीती रात का मंजर भी हमने आपको दिखाया, और अब सुबह की तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। जिंदगी को तलाशने की जद्दोजहद यहाँ पर जरूर जारी है, लेकिन इस जद्दोजहद में आप सोचिए कि जिंदगी की उम्मीद कितनी बची है। और अगर बात की जाए जो आंकड़े आए हैं उसकी, तो रसुआ में जो ये बाढ़ आई है, जान गंवाने वालों की संख्या 500 के करीब बताई जा रही है। 470 का जो है ऑफिशियल आंकड़ा आ गया है। गृह मंत्रालय की आपदा की तैयारी की अगर बात की जाए तो वो पूरी है, और सुबह 7-7:30 बजे तक के जो आंकड़े आए हैं उसमें 1000 के आसपास लोग जो हैं वो ऑफिशियली लापता बताए गए हैं। जो शव बरामद किए गए हैं वो 470 हैं, और इसमें से सबसे ज्यादा अगर नुकसान कहीं हुआ है तो चितवन में 178 यानी 180 के करीब शव जो हैं वो बरामद किए गए हैं। और लगातार तमाम देशों की तरफ से मदद पहुंचाई जा रही है। भारत ऐसा पहला देश है जिसकी तरफ से भरपूर मदद, राशन पानी और तमाम आपदा प्रबंधन के जो भी मदद पहुंचाई जा सकती थी, अमेरिका की तरफ से भी अब मदद का ऐलान किया गया है। इसके अलावा 7 बैंक हैं जिनमें जो 27 कर्मचारी हैं उनसे कोई संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा है। आप देखिए, एक और हेलीकॉप्टर आपको हवा में गश्त करता हुआ नजर आएगा। तो ये लगातार तस्वीरें हैं। ये तो अभी तक देखिए, अगर बड़ी ब्रेकिंग आ रही है, बड़ी खबर है, 469 लोगों की मौत की खबर है, यानी शव जो बरामद किए गए हैं 469 बताए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी भी हजारों की संख्या में लोग हैं जो वो लापता बताए जा रहे हैं, जिसका रजिस्ट्रेशन भी लोग करवा रहे हैं और इसके बारे में जानकारी जुटाने की कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं। आप सोचिए उन परिजनों पर, उन लोगों पर क्या बीत रही है जो अभी भी अपने अपनों की तलाश में हैं, उनकी जिंदगी की उम्मीद में हैं। अभी भी वो सोच रहे हैं कि उनके लोग जो लापता हुए हैं वो कहीं पर भी होंगे, कहीं पर भी होंगे तो वो उन्हें मिल जाएंगे, कहीं पर भी वो होंगे तो वो उन तक पहुंच जाएंगे। ऐसे लोगों की तलाश में जुटे हुए परिजनों को भी हमने देखा, जिनकी आंखों में आंसू थे, गला रुंधा हुआ था, रोंगटे खड़े कर देने वाली वो तस्वीर, वो बातचीत भी हमने आपको दिखाई। किस तरीके से एक महिला जिनके घर के 5 फर्द जो हैं वो गायब हैं। और ऐसे ही पीछे मैं आपको दिखाऊंगी कुछ लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर हैं, वो भी इस गांव के ही बताए जा रहे हैं। उमेश, अगर आप पीछे की तस्वीरें जो है वो दिखा पाए, जो आखिरी हद है जहाँ तक लोग आ सकते हैं, वो आपको दिखाएंगे हम पीछे की तस्वीरें। तो वो लोग वहां पर आप देखेंगे, उन लोगों को देखकर आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि वो इससे आगे आना तो चाह रहे हैं लेकिन बेबस हैं। कुदरत के इस प्रकोप के आगे सब बेबस हैं। कुछ नहीं किया जा सकता है। आप देखिए कि जब कुदरत कहर बरपाती है तो इंसान कितना बौना हो जाता है। ये जो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, तस्वीरें उसकी बानगी हैं। यहाँ पर लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है, लेकिन ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कितना कारगर हो रहा है ये कह पाना अभी बहुत मुश्किल है। इस कीचड़ में, इस मलबे में दबी हुई चीजें इस ओर इशारा करती हैं कि लोग भी हो सकते हैं। ये कहना अपने आप में भयावह है कि आप देखिए कि जो सैलाब आया और वो यहाँ अब तबाही के ये निशान छोड़ गया है, वो जलजला, वो पानी, वो तो यहाँ से निकल गया, वो कहर तो यहाँ से निकल गया, लेकिन जो कहर नेपाल की इस धरती पर इस हिस्से में बरपा है वो कब तक यहाँ से क्लियर हो पाएंगे अभी कुछ भी नहीं कहा जा सकता है। अभी नहीं कहा जा सकता है कि ये मलबा यहाँ से कब और कैसे और कितने दिनों में, कितने महीनों में हटाया जा सकेगा, हालात सामान्य हो पाएंगे। अभी कुछ भी कहना यहाँ पर बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी। और आप देखिए कि अगर 3 से 4 फीट तक ये मलबा है, 5-5, 6-6 फीट तक अगर ये मलबा है और अगर ये पूरा फ्लोर एक डूब चुका है तो जाहिर है कि 12 से 15 फीट का ये मलबा यहाँ पर होगा। और वो लोग जिन्हें पल भर भी नहीं मिला सोचने के लिए, 30 सेकंड भी नहीं मिले सोचने के लिए कि शायद अगर वो इस बाजार से, अपने घर से, अपनी दुकान से, अपने आशियाने से बाहर होते तो वो बच सकते थे, उनको बचाया जा सकता था। लेकिन तस्वीरें भयावह है, तस्वीरें डरावनी हैं, डरा देने वाली। इन तस्वीरों के साथ लगातार अपडेट भी हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर बड़ी खबर आ रही है, चितवन में 178 लोगों की मौत की खबर है। तो ये बड़ी खबर रिपब्लिक भारत आप तक पहुंचा रहा है, जहां 178 लोग मारे जा चुके हैं, 178 लोगों के शव बरामद किए जा चुके हैं नेपाल के चितवन में। और नवलपरासी की अगर बात की जाए तो 110 लोगों की मौत की खबर वहां पर है। गोरखा में 44 लोगों के शव बरामद किए जा चुके हैं। नुवाकोट में 37 लोगों की मौत की पुष्टि हो चुकी है। अभी ये वो आंकड़ा है जिन लोगों की मौत की पुष्टि हुई है। आप ये देखिए कि 178 लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ चितवन में मारे जा चुके हैं। लेकिन रिपब्लिक भारत जो तस्वीरें आप तक पहुंचा रहा है, जो हालात इस वक्त मैं विटनेस कर रही हूं, जिन तस्वीरों को मैं देख रही हूं, ये आंकड़ा और लगातार ये जो आंकड़ा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये कहना दुर्भाग्यवश होगा, ये कहना डरावना होगा। ये आंकड़ा बहुत बढ़ सकता है, ये आंकड़ा हजारों को पार कर सकता है। क्योंकि आप सोचिए कि अगर 10 से 15 फीट का ये मलबा है और अभी तक यहाँ से ना तो कोई शव बरामद किया गया है, ना किसी शख्स को जिंदा निकाला गया है, तो हालात क्या रहे होंगे। और इसी पर एक विस्तृत रिपोर्ट आपको दिखाते हैं।
All right, so these are the live visuals coming in from Nepal, ladies and gentlemen, and our correspondent defines the situation, the aftermath, the destruction, and she explains how below that sludge, that mud, people might be stuck. All right, viewers, now we have also satellite images for you to describe the situation, the exact situation which has happened, what unfolded in Nepal, in the border region especially. We'll have the map for you, we'll play that map for you, we'll show you the map. And see, this is the pre-flooding imagery that we have accessed for you. Now, this was the kind of situation before the flash floods hit Nepal. You can completely understand that the river, there were clear way for the river to flow. There was no obstruction. Everything seemed particularly fine, everything seemed nice because there was no flash floods at that time, and this is the normal course of the river, and you can completely understand. And these are the residential areas or the development that has happened on the river banks, and this is one of the bridge also. And now you can see this is another image that we have of pre-flooding, and this shows that the area is pretty much clear. And on the other side, I'll go on the other side, you can see clearly the inundation which has happened, and because the river banks are particularly damaged, you can see a vast difference on the pre-flooding imagery and the post-flooding imagery, where multiple locations have been affected. This is of Bidur also. We also have for you Kolputar. Kolputar also has been hit. Dhading, Kolputar, Rasuwa, everything, all the locations were hit very badly. This is before the flooding and this is after the flooding. 2 images for you so that you can understand the situation, what unfolded. But especially the region which were were very close to the Tibet border were severely impacted. And this is the Nepal-Tibet border, and these are the visuals of that location. Clearly see that this is the normal course of the river. Everything seems to be fine, but after the flash floods hit, everything was swept away. Huge damage, and it's a huge ecological damage also because of the rampant construction of the Chinese construction in the Tibet border region, especially because they're constructing dams, and many hydel power projects were also swept away. We have also Sapru Besi, imagery from Sapru Besi also for you. You can clearly see that the area is not wide when you note the area of the river, and especially the constructions on the banks of the river also as per the imagery. And now you can see completely the inundation which has happened because of the flash floods, and how this has severely affected, and everything becomes brown in this location because of the accumulation of mud, of sludge, of the stones and the debris. And now let's go across to more videos and more images that we have for you, because you can clearly understand the pre-flooding imagery and the post-flooding imagery. From these images you can completely understand the kind of devastation that has happened. And now, all right, now look at these visuals. This was before and after. And after, it's complete devastation, complete destruction. This is before, and this is before, and you can completely understand the project is completely stands strong. It was all right before, but this is a Nepal-Tibet border, and you can understand the devastation after the flash floods happened. Completely wiped up, and imagine the kind of structure that was damaged, destructed, and buildings were swept away, and villages were swept away. So you can understand the kind of destruction, unprecedented, never seen before, never they would have imagined that this might have happened. And because of all of the construction also that is particularly happening right now in the Nepal-Tibet border. And we have more breaking news updates for you. We'll bring you more images, but right now we have another big breaking news development for you. Let's go across to that breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, that we are getting, because we are getting minute-to-minute updates for you. China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, ladies and gentlemen. This is yet another threat that China is warning against, because there's a high possibility, and this is China issuing 72-hour warning to Nepal. This is China's Ministry of Water Resources said that a significant barrier lake has formed near the confluence of the Chochen Khola and Purepsu Sangpo rivers in Nepal, with its water volume estimated at 2 million cubic meters as of Thursday morning, and the lake already overflowing. So this is what happens when you do construction, when you exploit the nature, and then there are these lakes, the glacial lakes that get formed because of this. And this confluence was formed near the Chochen Khola and Purepsu Sangpo rivers in Nepal. This is the Nepal-Tibet border region, and now Nepal is getting a warning from China that there might be another flash floods. All right, let's go across to that. Let's go across to more visuals that we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now you can completely understand the situation here. Gyarong County, and this is exactly where the accumulation. Now this is the lake that we are talking about. These are the glacial lakes which were also formed because of the sudden flash floods which happened, and because of the flash floods, and this is the devastation also. You can completely understand. This is the Nepal border with Tibet, which was severely impacted, damaged, and we are getting you multiple visuals also. And you can see this was the course of the river, and also where there is accumulation. I'll just show you in a short while, because this is the damage of the flash floods. There, the Gyarong County, that's the accumulation and the glacial lake which was formed because of the sudden flash floods. And why this happens? This happens because of the exploitation of Mother Nature when you do construction, because these are permafrost mountains and you shouldn't do much of construction. And the Tibetan government in exile had already warned the Chinese government that they should avoid. And now we will show you more visuals. Look at these visuals, and you can understand no building can survive these flash floods. Forget about the tall buildings or buses or trucks. Nobody will survive this, and so the death toll might rise, and we pray it doesn't. But even a big boulder, a big rock cannot survive the magnitude, the volume, the pace, and the intensity of these flash floods which devastated the border region, especially in Nepal. All the devastation which happened majorly happened in Nepal. Nepal, and it is basically in the Nepal-Tibet border. And these are exclusive visuals, latest updates that we are getting for you. And you can see this is the aftermath, exact moment of mayhem where river banks were submerged. And this is the one of the first visuals that we showed you earlier. Also, the buildings which collapsed, like they were not strong enough to survive any such calamity, because you can understand the flow, the pace, and this is the devastation. These are hydropower projects which got swept away. All of them got swept away because there were around 10 to 15 power projects that got swept away, and they suffered huge damage. 10 of them were ready, 5 of them were under construction, and this is the devastation caught on camera. Look at this vehicle. It will be swept away by these flash floods. Imagine if somebody gets stuck in these floods, in these flash floods. Nobody can survive these flash floods. So this becomes pretty clear. And these are more visuals that we are showing you. These are rescue operations. Rescue operations are also happening right now as we speak. And we have one of the largest teams which have been deployed of a republic in Nepal on ground zero, where we are bringing you minute-to-minute updates of what exactly happening.
According to the preliminary assessment, this entire trouble began yesterday near the Nepal-China border. Initially, authorities reported that there was a 4.4 magnitude earthquake, but as per the USGS, the US Geological Survey later analyzed this seismic data and the satellite images, and they said that this was not an earthquake. This signal was linked to a glacier collapse, which caused a massive debris flow. In simple terms, if I have to explain this, there was ice, there was snow and rocks that came crashing down from the Himalayan slopes, and they entered, pardon my pronunciation, the Lande river. There was a huge amount of debris that blocked the entire river, and that created this effectively a natural temporary sort of dam.
नेपाल में आई बाढ़ के बीच में भीषण तबाही का मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है। इस वक्त हम नेपाल के चितवन में मौजूद हैं, और चितवन में अगर आप देखें तो ये नदी का वो हिस्सा है जहां से बहाव तेज होकर आगे जाता है, और चितवन में ही करीब 64 लोगों की डेड बॉडी जो है अभी तक रिकवर की गई है। आंकड़े और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ सकते हैं। और नदी का प्रवाह जो है वो किस तरीके का रहा है, अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो देख सकते हैं कि ये जो पुल के पास का जो हिस्सा है, पानी का बहाव कितने तेज है वहां पर अगर आप देखें तो देखिए कि कैसे नदी का जो पानी है वो पुल के पिलर्स पर लग रहा है। और इससे आप इस बात का अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि कैसे जब ये तबाही आई होगी तो क्या कुछ मंजर यहाँ पर रहा होगा। यहाँ पर भी उसके कुछ निशान जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अगर आप देखें तो बड़े बड़े पेड़ यहाँ पर, और उसी के साथ साथ दूसरे मलबे अभी तक यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसी के साथ अगर आप देखें तो ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है जो तिब्बत की तरफ से आता है, और इसी हिस्से से ये पानी आगे बढ़ता हुआ काठमांडू और उसके बाद फिर दूसरे नेपाल के जिलों में जाता है। और अगर यहाँ पर देखें तो अभी भी यहाँ पर तबाही का वो मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है, जहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में जो इस तबाही के दौरान पेड़ या फिर दूसरे चीज़ें आई थी वो यहाँ पर किनारे में देखने को मिल रही हैं। और ऐसे ही कई हिस्से हैं, अगर आप हम चितवन की बात करें या फिर उसके आसपास के ज़िलों की बात करें या फिर ये नदी जो है आगे जहाँ तक बढ़ती है वहाँ की बात करें, ऐसे या इससे ज़्यादा तबाही के मंजर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और इसी वजह से नेपाल में कई लोगों ने अपनी जान गंवाई है। इसी के साथ साथ कई लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो लापता हैं, उसमें कई भारतीय भी शामिल हैं।
The Republic also reached out to the locals in the affected area. Now take a look at this exclusive report filed by Tika Bahadur Karki from Gaindakot, Nawalpur, Nepal.
अभी नेपाल में जो त्रिशुली नदी है, इसमें 9 नारेड़ी जमा होता है, 9 नदी जमा होती है। यहाँ से कम 200 किलोमीटर दूर रसुआ जो गढ़ी है, 200-250 किलोमीटर दूर है लगभग अंदाज में। रसुआ जो है चाइना और नेपाल का जो बॉर्डर था, वहाँ पे जितने भी मतलब चेकिंग के गाड़ियाँ थी और ऑफिस था और हाइड्रो पावर था, वो सारे बहा के यही रास्ते से लेकर आई है नदी। और यहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे लाश पड़े हुए थे। सुबह हमने पुलिस को तहकीकात करके उनके पहचान के लिए दिया है, तो दिन में यहाँ से लाश उठाई गई। मैं नहीं था तब यहाँ पे इतने सारे मलबा आके बैठा है। ये लकड़ियाँ और ढेर सारे लाशें थे, यहाँ के 3-4 लाश थे। कल हमने कम से कम 5 लाश को पुलिस के सामने दर्शाया था कि यहाँ पे भी लाश आया है। ऐसे जगह जगह से, बहुत जगह से लाश आने की मतलब ये समाचार आया हुआ है। तो ये जगह है गैंडाकोट इस एरिया गंडाकोट नौलपुर बोलते हैं, नौलपरासी एरिया, उस पार जो है नारायणगढ़ है, उस पार नारायणगढ़ है, यहाँ से नारायणगढ़ शुरू होता है। तो यह नदी है, फैला हुआ है, नीचे से काफी फैला हुआ है। वो तो जगह जगह में जो है लाशें ले जाके ठहराया हुआ है नदी ने। तो लाशें ढूंढ ढूंढ करके पब्लिक ने पुलिस को हस्तांतरण कर रहे हैं। तो वही सिलसिला में हम भी सुबह दिन में थे, तो अभी हम अपने घर में काम से गए थे, तो अभी मालूम पड़ा कि यहाँ से लाश जा चुकी है। अभी पुलिस चौकी में पुलिस ने अभी जहाँ हॉस्पिटल में या कहीं ठहराएंगे और वहाँ पे पहचान वाले को हस्तांतरण करेंगे। तो यही नदी है जो इसमें 9 नदी मिलती है, जिसमें भोटे कोशी और त्रिशूली में जो घटना हुआ, वहाँ पे जो सैलाब मेन सैलाब आया, वो कुछ लैंडस्लाइड होने से नदी 5 दिन से बंद था। वो 5 दिन से बंद होने के कारण इतना भर गया कि वो जैसा छोटा वैसा कम से कम 150 मीटर 200 मीटर ऊपर से नदी के अपने एरिया कवर करके जब उफान पर आई, काफी उफान पर, तो सारे बहा के लगे गई। 3-4 गांव लेके गया, 3-4 शहर लेके गया, 2 पुलिस चौकी लेके गया, 1 आर्मी कैंप लेके गया और 6-7 हाइड्रो पावर लेके गया। कम से कम आपका 20 बड़े बड़े पुल लेके गया। तो इधर ही इस एरिया में कहीं पे दफनाया हुआ है वो जो जगह है, कहीं टायर मिल रहे हैं, कहीं गाड़ी मिल रही है, कहीं तो कुछ मिल रहा था। तो मैं अभी दूर नहीं जा सकता दिखाने के लिए। कल मैं इसका फुल अपडेट दूंगा, पूरा मतलब घूम के। आज थोड़ा सा आपके लिए इतना ही जानकारी देना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ से काफी दूर तक लाशें पड़ी हुई थी, पुलिस ने उसको कवर कर चुके हैं। तो धन्यवाद। आज मैं इतना ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये नदी जो है इतनी उफान पर होती है, ये डायरेक्ट गंडक नदी बोलते हैं इसको, इंडिया में जाने के बाद गंडक नदी यहाँ पे देवघाट से जब इधर आती है, ये नारायणी नदी बोला जाता है, नवनारायणी, ये वहाँ से काफी नदी मिलती है जब आती है।
All right, we will bring you more ground reports and more updates from Nepal, but time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, this is the Tibetan government in exile, which blames China. The Chinese construction rampant in river confluence. Tibet says, which is behind the flash floods, says Dalai Lama had warned repeatedly.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे, बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग रंग बना रहे। रंग रंग रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। रंग रंग रंगीन रे, रंग बना रहे, बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
प्योर मसाला।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
All right, viewers, coming up next, India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief materials today.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Best हरा बोर्ड दिखाना.
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
ट्रायल लूंगा.
श्योर.
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है.
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है. High density wood fiber structure. Advanced German adhesive bonding. Solid defense.
ट्रायल में पास.
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा. हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस. सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent. They also allege that this data was used to train machine learning and generative AI models. That means the dispute isn't only about how much time children spend scrolling.
Morning viewers, welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Karun Seth, on Republic TV. We start with the headlines for today.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Death toll figures breach 450 in Nepal. Nearly 469 confirmed dead. More than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind the flash floods, said Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic. 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. China warns of fresh flood threats in Nepal. Issues 72-hour warning. Barrier Lake near China-Nepal border overflowing. Now, Now, viewers, nearly 300 Indian nationals remain unaccounted for after the devastating 26th August flash floods in Nepal's Rasuwa district, with the Ministry of External Affairs reporting around 255 to 290 still uncontactable amid ongoing searches. Among them are 103 residents from Tamil Nadu who had travelled for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, while groups from other states, including Maharashtra, figure among the missing, though exact state-wise tallies continue to be updated. So far, 84 Indian nationals have been rescued, including 63 workers from the Trishuli hydropower project and 21 pilgrims from Tamil Nadu, as Indian authorities coordinate closely with Nepal and China, operating a 24/7 control room and facilitating further evacuations for those stranded. Now, search and rescue operations are actively underway, viewers. We see that there are still about close to 89 who are still missing. We've got state-wise tallies which are coming soon, while we don't have the exact statewide numbers. But we know for sure that there are people from Maharashtra, there are people from Tamil Nadu, there are people from other Indian states as well that are still uncontactable. And while search and rescue operations are underway on war footing, there's a 24/7 control room that's been set up that we hear by the Indian government, which is closely working with their counterparts across China and Nepal in getting the trapped back to India. Now, we've got some who've been rescued, but at least 300 are still missing. Among them, what we know is 103 are from the state of Tamil Nadu. We know there are some, over 100, from Maharashtra as well, which are still missing. And the search and rescue teams are trying to rescue those as well. We've got Sharda joining us live for more details on this. Sharda, we get some state numbers there coming in from Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. Do we have other state numbers as well of the others that are missing, and of these that are missing from Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra? What is the last update on them?
Well, Karan, as you mentioned, over 300 Indians are missing and they're not contactable, while only 25 from Tamil Nadu of the 1 or 3 members who are in Nepal who went for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been contactable and traced. Well, the state government of Tamil Nadu is now organized for a team of 4 ministers, including Adavarjana Rajmohan Vinod, and also the state of NRI minister, Mr. Tenaris, has also gone to Delhi right now to make sure that the rescue operations are conducted. They will be meeting the Ministry of External Affairs, S. Jaishankar, today as well, and after that they'll be deciding how to reach out to especially the people from Tamil Nadu who have been there on the trip, because most of them who's gone from Tamil Nadu are on a pilgrimage trip organized by the travel organizations from Trichy, Tanjavur, Coimbatore, including the Isha Yoga, which had 80 people just 2 days back for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and none of them are being able to being contacted, is what the travel organizations have informed. So now the state government will be helping the people of Tamil Nadu there from Delhi, trying to get the rescue operations done, with 4 ministers representing the state there to get this faster. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Maharashtra also has a lot of numbers, but of the 300 Indians, only 41 have been traced as of now, and the rest are yet to be tracked.
All right, Sharda, we'll keep tracking the search and rescue numbers there. Hopefully, we get more of Indians back, and we hope our search and rescue teams, as well as those of the Nepalese government, get success there. All right, viewers, we've got exclusive videos now of the moment the actual flash floods hit the valley. You've got those visuals right on your screens next for you. Now, look at your screen, viewers. That's the flow of water. You see, initially you see the calm before the actual flood hit there. You see on your screen, viewers, look closely. You can see the water flowing there, the huge gush of water. These are like mud banks, viewers. This huge surge literally coming with the sheer force, swallowing everything in its way. You look at that flow of water there, viewers. Now, what we're discussing now, this is the moment of mayhem, viewers. This is the moment when the flash floods, the water actually hit, and which caused the exact destruction.
Oh my god यार ओए ओए सब यता यता ओए 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 यता भागो ओए ओए मान्छे कता यार Oh my god यार Oh my god यार कत्रो आऊ है ओए त्यो बुढो मान्छे यार खोला कत्रो आयो है त्यो बुढो मान्छे भ्याएन यार आमा मामा मामा ओए ओ माय गॉड यार ओए ओए कत्रो आयो ओए भेटे यार ओए 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 यार ओ माय गॉड यार घरको मान्छे गयो सबैले हान्दियो उयो एकजना गयो नि ऊ मान्छे उयो दुख्थ्यो नि हात आवाज आयो भ्याएन ओ माय गॉड मान्छे गयो नि त्यहाँ त्यो भाइले आएको बुढो कहाँबाट आयो यो के हो यो यार के दशा भयो ओइ यो यस्तो त यार यो त लाइफमा फर्स्ट टाइम यार के हो यो यस्तो यार यो त कलियुग आयो त यो के भयो यार यस्तो यार हेर तेरो सबै भेट्छ त्यो बुकुर बारीको बुकुर सबै लाग्छ है सबै लगिसक्यो हेर्न बारीको घर हेर्न त्यो ढालिसक्यो है माथिको मान्छेहरू भागिन्छ के आयो त यो
There you look at your screen, viewers. Look at the sheer volume of water coming through. It's moving like a river turned into a battering ram. And this is what makes a flash flood so terrifying, viewers. There's no gradual rise. There's no time to react. One moment you can see the landscape, the next it is disappearing beneath a violent torrent of water, mud, debris. The force is extraordinary. Look at the screen, viewers. This water is not just flooding the land, it's reshaping the land in front of your eyes. Roads, vehicles, structures, everything becomes part of the debris being carried downstream. This is nature at its most unforgiving. A wall of water sweeping through everything in its path, leaving destruction behind within seconds. Watch that surge. It doesn't flow around those structures. It just crashes into them, engulfs them, tears them apart. Massive wall of muddy water coming rushing in. And you hear the onlookers there. You hear the panic in their voices, where they're suddenly caught by surprise there. No advanced warnings. They're just suddenly caught there with looking at the water simply. It's not just water simply rising, it's water charging through the valley with unimaginable force. Look at the sheer violent force of that water, visibly swallowing whatever is in its path. And these are the latest visuals, viewers, showing the scale of devastation left behind by the floods. Now, reporter Adarsh has filed a report from Chitwan, where the areas along the river have been severely impacted. Let's have a look from the ground situation in terms of what's happening in Nepal.
नेपाल में आई बाढ़ के बीच में भीषण तबाही का मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है। इस वक्त हम नेपाल के चितवान में मौजूद हैं और चितवान में अगर आप देखें तो ये नदी का वो हिस्सा है जहां से बहाव तेज होकर आगे जाता है और चितवन में ही करीब 64 लोगों की डेड बॉडी जो है अभी तक रिकवर की गई है। आंकड़े और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ सकते हैं और नदी का प्रवाह जो है वो किस तरीके का रहा है, अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो देख सकते हैं कि ये जो पुल के पास का जो हिस्सा है, पानी का बहाव कितने तेज है वहां पर अगर आप देखें तो देखिए कि कैसे नदी का जो पानी है वो पुल के पिलर्स पर लग रहा है और इससे आप इस बात का अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि कैसे जब ये तबाही आई होगी तो क्या कुछ मंजर यहाँ पर रहा होगा। यहाँ पर भी उसके कुछ निशान जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अगर आप देखें तो बड़े बड़े पेड़ यहाँ पर और उसी के साथ साथ दूसरे मलबे अभी तक यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसी के साथ अगर आप देखें तो ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है जो तिब्बत की तरफ से आता है और इसी हिस्से से ये पानी आगे बढ़ता हुआ काठमांडू और उसके बाद फिर दूसरे नेपाल के जिलों में जाता है। और अगर यहाँ पर देखें तो अभी भी यहाँ पर तबाही का वो मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है जहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में जो इस तबाही के दौरान पेड़ या फिर दूसरे चीज़ें आई थी वो यहाँ पर किनारे में देखने को मिल रही हैं। और ऐसे ही कई हिस्से हैं, अगर हम चितवन की बात करें या फिर उसके आसपास के ज़िलों की बात करें या फिर ये नदी जो है आगे जहाँ तक बढ़ती है वहाँ की बात करें, ऐसे या इससे ज़्यादा तबाही के मंजर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और इसी वजह से नेपाल में कई लोगों ने अपनी जान गंवाई है। इसी के साथ साथ कई लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो लापता हैं, उसमें कई भारतीय भी शामिल हैं।
मेरी मौजूदगी है, इसे अगर आप डेड पॉइंट कहें तो गलत नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इस वक्त यहां से उधर जाना या यहां से इस पॉइंट से इधर जाना बहुत मुश्किल है। हम यहाँ पर मौजूद जरूर हैं लेकिन रेस्क्यू टीम्स हमें लगातार चेतावनी दे रही हैं कि आप यहाँ से हट जाइए। लेकिन इस वक्त का मंजर जो है वो मैं आपको दिखा देना चाहती हूँ। डेड पॉइंट में अगर आप देखेंगे तो आपको कुछ भी जीवित यहाँ नजर नहीं आएगा। ये दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, ये किसी आशियाने का दरवाजा रहा होगा। पीछे वो बैंक आप देख रहे हैं, उस बैंक को आप देखिए जहां से कितने लोगों की उम्मीद बंधी होगी। कभी यहाँ से लोन्स लिए जाते होंगे, यहाँ पर किसान आते होंगे, कृषि विकास बैंक है, लेकिन अब पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। वो किसी घर की टंकी रही होगी जो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुकी है, इस मलबे में दब चुकी है। इस बैंक का नीचे वाला फ्लोर पूरी तरह से दब चुका है। ये घरों की इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं जो खंडहर हो चुकी हैं, जर्जर हो चुकी हैं। और ये ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली आप देख रहे हैं, ये ट्रक है जो पूरी तरह से इस कीचड़ में डूबा हुआ है। और उमेश आपको दिखाएंगे तस्वीरें मेरे पीछे चल रहे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की। हालांकि आप देखिए कि यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी है लेकिन वहां जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है ये आपको अंदाजा होगा जब मैं आपको यहाँ से अगर चल के दिखाऊं कि मैं कहां तक पहुंच पा रही हूं, तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए, रेस्क्यू वर्कर्स के लिए यहां से आगे बढ़ना कितना मुश्किल है। तो यहां से आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश हम जरूर करेंगे लेकिन कहां तक जा पाएंगे ये फिलहाल मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगी, क्योंकि देखिए यहाँ दलदल है, ये आप देख सकते हैं। अगर आप मेरे जूतों को देखेंगे तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना, मैं कितनी भी कोशिश कर लूं, मेरे जूते जो ये आप देखिए, ये कीचड़ में सने हुए जूते आप जरूर देख पाएंगे और इसी से आप ये अंदाजा लगा पाएंगे कि यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना खतरे से खाली नहीं है। ये जो गाद है, ये जो स्मज है, ये कितना गहरा हो सकता है किसी को अंदाजा नहीं है। आप सोचिए कि अगर ये पूरी की पूरी इमारत इसमें विलीन हो चुकी है, खत्म हो चुकी है, दिखाई नहीं दे रही है। वहां पीछे आप देखिए लगातार जेसीबी की मदद से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी रेस्क्यू में भी रेस्क्यू टीम्स को ना तो यहाँ से कोई शव बरामद हुए हैं, ना ही जिंदा लोग यहाँ से रेस्क्यू किए गए हैं, क्योंकि रेस्क्यू टीम्स का कहना है कि 100 मीटर के आगे वो खुद नहीं जा पाए हैं। तो आप इससे अंदाजा लगाइए कि यहाँ पर त्रासदी का आलम क्या है और इसके आगे जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है। घरों के घर बर्बाद हो गए हैं, जर्जर हो गए हैं। मेरे पीछे ये इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं, ये कभी आशियाने हुआ करते होंगे, ये कभी गुलजार रहा, बाजार हुआ होगा। जो आज पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। पूरे नीचे जो गैराज बने हुए हैं वो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो गए हैं। यहाँ से आप देखिए लोगों को उतरने के लिए कैसी जगहों का रास्ता जो है वो लेना पड़ रहा है। ये रास्ते भी खतरे से खाली नहीं है, क्योंकि नीचे से तो आप नहीं आ सकते हैं। ग्राउंड पर पहुंचकर अगर आप सोचे कि आप इस जमीन से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे तो ये रास्ते पूरी तरह से यहाँ खत्म हो चुके हैं, आप नहीं आगे बढ़ सकते। और इस दलदल में समाई हुई जिंदगियां आप देखिए कि अगर मेरा जूता पूरा इसमें धंस रहा है तो इसमें अगर लोग होंगे, मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि मैं किस तरीके से बयान करूं कि जब ये जलजला आया होगा, जब ये सैलाब आया होगा, तो वो लोगों पर क्या बीती होगी जो यहाँ पर मौजूद रहे होंगे, जिन्हें लगा होगा कि शायद 1 मिनट पहले वो यहाँ से निकल गए होते तो शायद उनकी जान बच जाती। ये पीछे आप देख रहे हैं पेड़ों के पेड़ बर्बाद हो गए हैं। और अभी भी अगर आप उफान देख पाएंगे नदी का, और हेलीकॉप्टर आप देख रहे हैं ऊपर से, तो ये रेस्क्यू टीम्स जो है वो लगातार काम कर रही हैं। लगातार यहाँ से एयरलिफ्ट का ऑपरेशन जो है वो चलाया जा रहा है। यहाँ से कुछ ही दूरी पर है वहां पर बिदुर में जो है वो आर्मी का कैंप बनाया गया है, जहां से लगातार हेलीकॉप्टर्स जो है वो लोगों तक पहुंच रहे हैं, एयरलिफ्ट। क्योंकि इन घरों को अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये घरों की छतों पर भी लोग जो है वो हो सकते हैं जो आज भी उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि उनकी जिंदगी बचाई जा सके, कि सेना के ये देवदूत पहुंचेंगे मसीहा बनकर उनके पास तो उनकी जान बचाई जा सके।
Now, viewers, Republic also reached out to the locals in the affected area. Take a look at this exclusive report filed by Teek Bahadur Karki from Gendakot from Nawalpur in Nepal.
अभी नेपाल में जो त्रिशुली नदी है इसमें 9 नारेडी जमा होता है, 9 नदी जमा होती है। यहाँ से कम 200 किलोमीटर दूर रसुआ जो गढ़ी है 200-250 किलोमीटर दूर है लगभग अंदाज में। रसुआ जो है चाइना और नेपाल का जो बॉर्डर था, वहाँ पे जितने भी मतलब चेकिंग के गाड़ियाँ थी और ऑफिस था और हाइड्रो पावर था, वो सारे बहा के यही रास्ते से लेकर आई है नदी। और यहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे लाश पड़े हुए थे। सुबह हमने पुलिस को तहकीकात करके उनके पहचान के लिए दिया है, तो दिन में यहाँ से लाश उठाई गई। मैं नहीं था तब यहाँ पे इतने सारे मलबा आके बैठा है। ये लकड़ियाँ और ढेर सारे लाशें थे। यहाँ के 3-4 लाश थे। कल हमने कम से कम 5 लाश को पुलिस के सामने दर्शाया था कि यहाँ पे भी लाश आया है। ऐसे जगह जगह से, बहुत जगह से लाश आने की मतलब ये समाचार आया हुआ है। तो ये जगह है गैंडाकोट, इस एरिया गैंडाकोट नवलपुर बोलते हैं, नवलपरासी एरिया। उस पार जो है नारायणगढ़ है, उस पार नारायणगढ़ है। यहाँ से नारायणगढ़ शुरू होता है। तो यह नदी है, फैला हुआ है, नीचे से काफी फैला हुआ है।
All right, viewers, we've got Minister Bikram Timilsina, who's the minister at the Ministry of Information and Communications, and he's specifically the MP from Nuwakot from Nepal, who's joining us. Minister साहब, currently क्या latest update figures पे है जो missing और dead हैं? Specifically अगर आप bifurcate करके बता सकें, how many Nepalis, how many Indians and how many foreigners overall?
Difficult for you to estimate the numbers of losses and the numbers of missing right now. Our whole strength has been focused on, rescuing the people alive from the affected areas. So it'll take a bit of time for us to find out how many people are missing. But there are quite a lot of people who we have rescued. I can give you the data about how many people we rescued. Like yesterday, we rescued more than 1,000 people from the affected areas, out of which many people were foreigners, including Indians. So thousands of people are missing, basically from the Rasuwa and Nuwakot region. There's a huge impact of the devastating floods. The villages have been swept away, so right now it is very difficult for us to determine how many people have been affected, how many people are missing at dead right now.
So now China, we hear, has flagged a new upstream lake, upstream of the Lende River, that could again, there's a dam that could, and the lake could overflow. Which areas could potentially be impacted, and what efforts have we made currently to prevent and minimize the damage that could be caused by that overflow?
I actually did not hear your question.
Sir, I'm talking about the latest Chinese warning. The latest Chinese warning coming in of another overflow, lake overflow. So what measures have we taken now to minimize the damage there? And which are the areas that have bear potential to be damaged because of the latest lake overflow, which is what the Chinese are warning now?
So basically from the same area, there is warning that there might be like another floods, and which might be again like very devastating. So you know the floods that we experienced the day before, that was of unprecedented type, and it impacted the people and the lives and the villages so hugely. So, you know, if there is another round of floods there, basically the same areas will be affected. And in that area, we have advised the people, I mean, basically in the areas which has huge impact, people are not living there. The houses are not livable, and we are also warning people not to go to the closer places as well. So we are trying to prevent the potential risks if there is another, you know, a flood in the days to come.
So why was there no usable warning here between the Lende blockage and the Timuri and Rasuwa Gadi area? Why no early practical warning there?
You know, as you know, I mean, in the place where it originated from, this is not the place where the people live, and the scientific system, I think, we did not have that strong scientific system. We would get the warnings from the place where it originated from. So it made sense that the first, you know, the place where the people lived and the floods impacted, there was huge impact. But why? There were villages and there were residents where there was huge impact, even if those places were farther from the place first hit by the floods, because this flood was of unprecedented kind, and it was of a huge magnitude that the people did not believe that there would be that level of floods, because they had never seen that level of that strong floods in their lives in the place where they were born. Therefore, they could not take the necessary precaution. But now we know, the people there now know that to what extent we could be impacted. Therefore, for now, we are more aware about what kind of potential threats are there. But during the time when there was flood the day before, people could not make sense about how huge.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir. All right, Minister Saab, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you for more information on the latest updates on the missing and the search and rescue operations. Thank you for joining us on Republic, and we'll speak to you again soon on the floods, and wish you all the best in your search and rescue operations. And we really wish that we can get more and more people out through the search and rescue operations and back home safe. Now, viewers, time to pause for a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Lots of updates coming up on the other side. China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues 72-hour warning. Nepal has also issued a 72-hour warning. Barrier Lake near China-Nepal border overflowing.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
सुनो गौर से दुनिया वालों, बुरी नजर ना हम पे डाल, चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो सबसे आगे अब है हिंदुस्तानी। हिंदुस्तानी, कम ऑन हिंदुस्तानी, हिंदुस्तानी, कम ऑन एवरीबॉडी, हिंदुस्तानी, हिंदुस्तानी।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना। सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, Nepal continues to battle the consequences at the aftermath of a horrific flood, where the death toll is now near 500 and over 1,400 people remain missing. And on the top of that, China has now issued a 4-level alert, again threatening a risk of fresh flooding along Nepal-Tibet border. We'll get you all the details on that, but first up a quick check at the top headlines we're tracking at this hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Death toll figures breaches of 450 mark in Nepal and nearly 469 confirmed dead. More than 1,400 still remain missing. Tibetan government in exile blames a rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly about such disasters. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic 8 reporters covering the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues 72-hour warning, barrier lake near Chinese-Nepal border overflowing. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. The death toll has now climbed to near 500 in Nepal, leaving thousands missing after devastating floods have now hit the Himalayan nation. The Nepali army has now rescued over 800 people so far, including people who were trapped in tunnels of plants which were destroyed right after the deadly floods hit the country. Now, viewers, Australia has also sent in humanitarian help to the country. Nepal, in fact, has also deployed over 4,000 security personnel. 18 police personnel have been missing during the rescue operations at this point. So we're getting these latest number update regarding the people who have been missing and about how many, in fact, have perished away in this disaster that Nepal has not seen in its recent history. And we're also getting these live visuals that are trying to show you the scale of destruction and the intensity of the floods which hit the Himalayan nation a day before. So these are the live visuals, in fact, the exclusive visuals that are coming in are showing you how exactly the entire valley was wiped out with the sheer force of water that came gushing in from Tibetan border in Nepal. Now, these are the visuals showing you the aftermath of how it exactly happened in Nepal. In this visual, you can see an entire mud wall which is getting swept away by the sheer force of water that's coming in. Now, these are visuals coming in from some of the upper reaches. So this is the debris which essentially went downstream and then settled down in the areas, inundating and submerging entire villages. This is another visual coming to light showing you that how houses have also collapsed, been swept away by the flood waters that came in from the upper reaches. Right, in fact, again, more visuals coming to light showing you the devastating situation that Nepal continues to grapple with. We're also getting some fresh aerial and drone footage coming to light from Nepal, flash floods, viewers, showing you the aftermath and revealing a landscape of utter ruin across Rasuwa, Nuwakot and surrounding districts, with collapsed homes now being buried under thick layers of mud and debris. You can see in this video the moment the flood strikes. It's the moment of mayhem which has been captured on camera. You can see how quiet the river is, in fact, which is flowing downstream in Nepal's valley. But suddenly the flood water comes gushing in and the river swells up in an unprecedented manner. We'll show you how this exactly unfolds, showing you the moment that the disaster struck Nepal's valley. So right now you can see how quiet the river has been, and suddenly the flood water comes gushing in.
Oh my God, yaar!
Right here, so these visuals capture the scale of destruction that Nepal has now been reeling under. Again, is showing you the extent through which the flood waters swept away whatever came in its way, essentially.
Oi! Oh my God, yaar! Oi! Oi! Sabai tawai tawai! Oi! 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 Eta bhako oi! ओ माय गॉड यार ओ माय गॉड यार कत्रो आयो है ओए त्यो बुढो मान्छे यार खोला कत्रो आयो है त्यो बुढो मान्छे भ्याएन यार आमा मामा मामा ओए ओ माय गॉड यार वही वही कत्रो आयो वही भेट्यो यार वही 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 यार ओ माय गॉड यार घरको मान्छे गयो सबैजना एकजना गयो नि मान्छे उयो दुख्यो नि भएन ओ माय गॉड
All right, Via, so you can hear also how panic-stricken people were the moment a disaster struck in Nepal's valley. Now, to get you more updates about the numbers that we're fetching at this moment, nearly 300 Indian nationals still remain unaccounted for after the devastating August 26 flash floods in Nepal's Rasuwa district. With the Ministry of External Affairs now reporting that around 255 to 290 are still uncontactable amid ongoing searches. And among them are 103 residents from Tamil Nadu who had travelled for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, while groups from the other states, including Maharashtra, figure among the missing. Though the exact state-wise tallies continues to be updated, so far 84 Indian nationals have now been rescued, including 63 workers from Trishuli hydropower project and 21 pilgrims from Tamil Nadu. This as Indian officials continue to coordinate closely with Nepal and China, and they in fact also operating a 24/7 control room and trying to further the evacuation of those who are stranded. So right now, the numbers currently stand somewhere between 255 to 290. So it's around 300 Indians who still remain unaccounted for. In fact, most of them are from Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. These are pilgrims who have travelled there for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and currently MEA is operating a 24/7 control room to coordinate with Nepal and China as search operation continues on the ground. Now, viewers, the sheer scale of devastation left behind by the floods is chilling at the moment. Our colleague Amrita, who's present on the ground reporting extensively and continuously from Nepal, has filed this ground report from the flood zone where the areas along the river have now been severely impacted. Take a look.
मेरी मौजूदगी है, इसे अगर आप डेड पॉइंट कहें तो गलत नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इस वक्त यहाँ से उधर जाना या यहाँ से इस पॉइंट से इधर जाना बहुत मुश्किल है। हम यहाँ पर मौजूद जरूर हैं, लेकिन रेस्क्यू टीम्स हमें लगातार चेतावनी दे रही हैं कि आप यहाँ से हट जाइए। लेकिन इस वक्त का मंजर जो है वो मैं आपको दिखा देना चाहती हूँ। डेड पॉइंट में अगर आप देखेंगे तो आपको कुछ भी जीवित यहाँ नजर नहीं आएगा। ये दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, ये किसी आशियाने का दरवाजा रहा होगा। पीछे वो बैंक आप देख रहे हैं, उस बैंक को आप देखिए जहाँ यहाँ से कितने लोगों की उम्मीद बंधी होगी, कभी यहाँ से लोन्स लिए जाते होंगे, यहाँ पर किसान आते होंगे, कृषि विकास बैंक है, लेकिन अब पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। वो किसी घर की टंकी रही होगी जो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुकी है, इस मलबे में दब चुकी है। इस बैंक का नीचे वाला फ्लोर पूरी तरह से दब चुका है। ये घरों की इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं जो खंडहर हो चुकी हैं, जर्जर हो चुकी हैं। और ये ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली आप देख रहे हैं, ये ट्रक है जो पूरी तरह से इस कीचड़ में डूबा हुआ है। और उमेश आपको दिखाएंगे तस्वीरें मेरे पीछे चल रहे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की। हालांकि आप देखिए कि यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी है, लेकिन वहां जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है ये आपको अंदाजा होगा जब मैं आपको यहाँ से अगर चल के दिखाऊं कि मैं कहां तक पहुंच पा रही हूं, तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए, रेस्क्यू वर्कर्स के लिए यहां से आगे बढ़ना कितना मुश्किल है। तो यहां से आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश हम जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन कहां तक जा पाएंगे ये फिलहाल मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगी, क्योंकि देखिए यहाँ दलदल है, ये आप देख सकते हैं। अगर आप मेरे जूतों को देखेंगे तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए यहां से आगे बढ़ना, मैं कितनी भी कोशिश कर लूं, मेरे जूते जो ये आप देखिए, ये कीचड़ में सने हुए जूते आप जरूर देख पाएंगे और इसी से आप ये अंदाजा लगा पाएंगे कि यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना खतरे से खाली नहीं है। ये जो गाद है, ये जो स्मज है, ये कितना गहरा हो सकता है किसी को अंदाजा नहीं है। आप सोचिए कि अगर ये पूरी की पूरी इमारत इसमें विलीन हो चुकी है, खत्म हो चुकी है, दिखाई नहीं दे रही है। वहां पीछे आप देखिए लगातार जेसीबी की मदद से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी रेस्क्यू में भी रेस्क्यू टीम्स को ना तो यहाँ से कोई शव बरामद हुए हैं, ना ही जिंदा लोग यहाँ से रेस्क्यू किए गए हैं, क्योंकि रेस्क्यू टीम्स का कहना है कि 100 मीटर के आगे वो खुद नहीं जा पाए हैं। तो आप इससे अंदाजा लगाइए कि यहाँ पर त्रासदी का आलम क्या है और इसके आगे जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है। घरों के घर बर्बाद हो गए हैं, जर्जर हो गए हैं। मेरे पीछे ये इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं, ये कभी आशियाने हुआ करते होंगे, ये कभी गुलजार रहा, बाजार हुआ होगा, जो आज पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। पूरे नीचे जो गैराज बने हुए हैं वो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो गए हैं। यहाँ से आप देखिए लोगों को उतरने के लिए कैसी जगहों का रास्ता जो है वो लेना पड़ रहा है। ये रास्ते भी खतरे से खाली नहीं है, क्योंकि नीचे से तो आप नहीं आ सकते हैं। ग्राउंड पर पहुंचकर अगर आप सोचे कि आप इस जमीन से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे तो ये रास्ते पूरी तरह से यहाँ खत्म हो चुके हैं, आप नहीं आगे बढ़ सकते। और इस दलदल में समाई हुई जिंदगियां आप देखिए कि अगर मेरा जूता पूरा इसमें धंस रहा है तो इसमें अगर लोग होंगे, मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि मैं किस तरीके से बयान करूं कि जब ये जलजला आया होगा, जब ये सैलाब आया होगा, तो वो लोगों पर क्या बीती होगी जो यहाँ पर मौजूद रहे होंगे, जिन्हें लगा होगा कि शायद 1 मिनट पहले वो यहाँ से निकल गए होते तो शायद उनकी जान बच जाती। ये पीछे आप देख रहे हैं पेड़ों के पेड़ बर्बाद हो गए हैं। और अभी भी अगर आप उफान देख पाएंगे नदी का, और हेलीकॉप्टर आप देख रहे हैं ऊपर से, तो ये रेस्क्यू टीम्स जो है वो लगातार काम कर रही हैं। लगातार यहाँ से एयरलिफ्ट का ऑपरेशन जो है वो चलाया जा रहा है। यहाँ से कुछ ही दूरी पर है वहां पर बिदुर में जो है वो आर्मी का कैंप बनाया गया है, जहां से लगातार हेलीकॉप्टर्स जो है वो लोगों तक पहुंच रहे हैं, एयरलिफ्ट। क्योंकि इन घरों को अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये घरों की छतों पर भी लोग जो है वो हो सकते हैं जो आज भी उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि उनकी जिंदगी बचाई जा सके, कि सेना के ये देवदूत पहुंचेंगे मसीहा बनकर उनके पास तो उनकी जान बचाई जा सके।
All right, we are now shifting focus. Imran Khan's son Qasim and Suleiman have now raised serious concerns over their father's treatment in prison. They're claiming that the former Pakistani Prime Minister is being kept in isolation for more than 23 hours a day and in fact has now suffered significant loss of vision in one eye and is facing worsening health at the moment. Qasim has now accused officials of blatantly trying to kill Imran Khan, while both brothers have said that they have not seen their father since 2022. In fact, have not even spoken to him since March. Now, they also allege that despite a Supreme Court order to move Imran Khan to a private hospital, he was briefly taken to a government facility, that's PIMS, before he was returned to a Diyala jail. So they're continuously asking that the Supreme Court's order must be implemented now. In fact, my colleague Gursimran also joining us with more details on this. Gursimran, now as Imran Khan's health conditions continue to worsen inside Adiala jail, both the sons have come out saying that Pak government is now blatantly trying to kill Imran Khan.
Yes, the conduct of the Pakistani government hints towards this side only. Reason being that what we have seen, that even after the Supreme Court order, there was a contempt of order and Imran Khan was taken not only to Shifa hospital but to PIMS. PIMS is the same hospital wherein we saw that what kind of arrangements are there. 9 minors have lost their life in unfortunate incident that has taken place. So to that hospital, Imran Khan was taken, and that too for a couple of hours, and then he was brought back to the Adiala jail. That means the order that has been given by the Pakistani Supreme Court, that was not followed followed in true spirit, and that has been the reality of the Pakistani establishment, be it the army or the Pakistani federal government. Now, the statements that have come from both the sons of the Imran Khan, they have said that the attempts are being made to kill Imran Khan. Reason being that the sons have not seen their father for last 4 years, who has been behind the bars. Last time they spoke to Imran Khan, it was in the month of March. It means it has been more than 5 months that they have even spoken to him. The court also gave the directions that the sons will be allowed to speak to Imran Khan over the phone, and the sisters of the Imran Khan, they will be allowed to meet Imran Khan in person. One part has been completed, but while the other part that is still awaited, that the sons have not spoken to Imran Khan. We are seeing the witch hunt that is continuing since the Shehbaz Sharif government has taken over. This has been the fate of Imran Khan and the PTI, that those who stand by the PMLN or by the Pakistani army, they are being given a clean sheet, while those who stood firm with Imran Khan and the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, they continue to suffer in Pakistan. And the orders, be it from the Islamabad High Court, that have been thrown to the air, and now even the Supreme Court orders are not being followed in the true spirit. And that's why we have seen that even the Imran Khan's family, they have also said that they will be moving to the court for the violation of the court orders.
All right. Thanks, Kushal, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. Of course, we'll keep tracking what happens next in this case. Thanks so much. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up on the other side, as China has now warned of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues 72-hour warning as a barrier lake near China-Nepal border is now overflowing. We'll get you all the details on that. Stay tuned.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे, रंग 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 बना रहे। बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है। इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
अब इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। हर साल गंडक में आता है।
Hello and welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and now time for some updates coming from the world of business. Over to my colleague Rishita for the latest.
Thank you so much, Ishita. And now we have gotten a big and massive update on the Air India funding story that Republic Business had been tracking very closely. Now, Singapore Airlines says its board will now carefully consider any request for additional capital from Air India, weighing the group's other capital requirements alongside Air India's business strategy. Now, this comes as Singapore Airlines faces direct pressure from within its own parliament. Workers' Party MP Kenneth Tiong Boon Kiat has drawn a hard line, saying that he'll not support nor expect any future use of Temasek's funds to prop up Air India through Singapore Airlines. Now, what is his argument? Since SIA owns about 25% of Air India, and Temasek in turn owns most of SIA, this is not only a question for private shareholders, it's a question of public money. His message to the airline was blunt. If Singapore Airlines wants to back Air India, it needs to do so on its own feet. Now, the trigger behind all of this, reports that we had been covering that loss-making Air India is seeking another $1.5 billion over rupees 14,000 crore from co-owners Tata Sons and Singapore Airlines. Now, Tata Sons holds the majority 75% stake in Air India. Singapore Airlines, on the other hand, holds 25.1%, a stake it acquired when Tata Group took over the carrier in January 2022. Now, the funding ask has triggered real unease in Singapore. Tiong has filed for an oral answer in Parliament on September 8th, pulling Temasek, SIA's majority owner, directly into the debate over any decision that the airline makes. Singapore Airlines, for its part, maintains it continues working closely with Tata Sons to support Air India's ongoing transformation program. We'll be tracking this story very closely and shall bring in more updates as and when it comes. For now, back to you, Ishita.
Thanks, Rishita, for joining us and getting us the latest from the world of business. With that, viewers, we're stepping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, we get you all the latest as China has now warned of fresh flood threat in Nepal while issuing a 72-hour warning. Barrier Lake near China-Nepal border at the moment overflowing. We'll get you all the details on that. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent. They also allege that this data was used to train machine learning and generative AI models. That means the dispute isn't only about how much time children spend scrolling. It is also about
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Death toll figures breaches 450 in Nepal, nearly 469 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing. And Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. And the largest news team in Nepal from Republic. 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. And India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief materials today. China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues 72-hour warning. Barrier Lake near China-Nepal border overflowing. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development. And it's big breaking news development that we're getting, and this is about China. The Chinese government, the Chinese rescue teams pausing a rescue operation in Tibet. And they're citing the high risk of renewed flooding in Tibet, where hundreds remain missing. Now, this is 2 days after a deadly mudslide. Now, this is coming from the Chinese media, which says that China has paused rescue operation in Tibet amid renewed flood threats. You can understand the gravity of the situation. And these visuals from Nepal can very well explain the kind of devastation which was caused by this sudden surge of water, that flash flood which submerged many villages, swept away vehicles, swept away buildings, swept away villages. And now Chinese rescue ops have been paused after fresh flood threats. So that's the latest that we are getting right now. And this is the flood risk over which the Chinese authority, the Chinese government and the Chinese rescue teams have suspended their rescue operations. And China has paused their rescue operation on Friday, that is today, citing the high risk of renewed flooding in Tibet, where hundreds remain missing. Now, a lake was formed by immense piles of debris after a mudslide hit the Tibet-Nepal border, and they began overflowing towards the area. Now, rescue teams were headed as per the state broadcaster in China. And all rescue teams have been ordered now to stand by in place and wait for further instructions as per Chinese media. So this is very big, this is significant. You can understand that it is going beyond the control of the Chinese rescue teams, and they fear that there will be renewed flooding, and that's why they have paused the rescue efforts. The teams have been asked to stand by in place and wait for further orders or further instructions. And emergency teams which had earlier accessed the area have been ordered to withdraw 1 kilometer. They have been asked to withdraw 1 kilometer as per the state broadcaster in China. And this is because a lake has been formed after a wall of mud and debris had hit the border hub of Jierong in Tibet. And hundreds are reported missing right now. And this is as per the Chinese state media. And ladies and gentlemen, this is China warning Nepal now. Warning this time, China warns Nepal of fresh floods. China has warned that Nepal faces a flash flood threat over the next 3 days as a barrier lake has formed near the country's border with Tibet. Now, the lake has already begun overflowing, and a breach could trigger a deluge, that is another flood, similar to the one that swept through the Bhote Koshi and Trishuli river system. And China has issued a 72-hour warning to Nepal. So the threat is not over, ladies and gentlemen. And they have given a warning to Nepal. This is China's Ministry of Water Resources saying that a significant barrier lake has formed near the confluence of the Chochen Khola and Purepu Sangpo rivers in Nepal, with its water volume estimated at 2 million cubic meters, and the lake already overflowing. So that is the biggest threat now, ladies and gentlemen. Apart from the flash floods which were triggered earlier, now we have the accumulation of the water in a glacial lake. So a glacial lake formation has taken place in the high altitude region in Tibet, and that is exactly the visuals on your screen also show exactly that place right now, ladies and gentlemen, where you can see the glacial. This is the glacial lake on your television screen on the top right. You can understand the glacial lake which was formed, and this can break any time, and this can lead to a deluge. Once again, the rescue operations are on, and the threat is not over. And the Chinese government has warned, the Chinese authorities have warned that there might be another flash flood in a similar magnitude as the previous flash floods which hit Nepal. Now, this is very scary situation for the Nepali government, for the citizens who reside in that location nearby the river banks, because another flash floods might cause more destruction. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development, because we are showing you all the latest updates and all the latest videos that have surfaced right now. And we have another terrifying video which shows a street swallowed by flood water, and the flash floods submerged the street, and the flash floods, they can be seen chasing people and vehicles, and the vehicles being engulfed as floodwaters rush through the street. And the new visuals capture the moment floodwaters sweep everything. Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, exclusive. This clearly explains the threat. This explains the situation, what can happen and what is happening in Nepal. Just imagine a few seconds before these people are running from the flash flood. And nobody can run from a flash flood because the speed, the magnitude, the pace is unprecedented. And you can see in a short while, this is Republic exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while you'll be able to see that the flash floods will submerge everything, will engulf everything. Nobody will be spared by these flash floods. In a short while, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. We have these visuals coming in, and you can completely understand the kind of devastation, the level of devastation, the level of destruction. And in a short while, the water can be seen engulfing, submerging everything, and people are running to save their lives. They're running helter-skelter, running for their lives, and complete chaos, mayhem. And in a short while, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly the video that we want to show you, where the floodwaters swept away everything. The floodwaters engulfed everything, and you can completely understand that not even the streets which are far away from the river banks, they are also not exactly the time the water is coming. You can see the water coming and flowing on the street, ladies and gentlemen. This is not very close to the river, but it's inside. It's away from the river banks, but the magnitude, the volume, you can completely understand the magnitude. The volume was huge. It was huge, and you can see that the flood water engulfed everything. It engulfed everything, and this is happening because of the flash floods. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly the video. Behind that tree, you can see that the water is flowing towards the streets, and people are running for their lives. They're running helter-skelter. They're running to save themselves. But the river reaches, the flash flood reaches the streets, and nobody is spared by the debris. You can understand the accumulation of debris, water, pebble, and boulders that swept away everything. The buildings were destructed, and also villages were swept away, power projects were swept away. And this is exactly the video, exclusive video on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. The river and the water that was flowing in the river, the flash floods. Now this is the video. You can see the water reaches the streets, and slowly the volume will increase, and you can understand the kind of situation. The water reaching the main streets, the main roads, inside the border region, inside the Tibet and Nepal border region, and very close. See, the cameraman, the person who's recording the video, is running for his life. People are running for their life. They are running helter-skelter because they know they have to save themselves. They have to move away from the water, and you can clearly see the situation right now. The water very soon will outpace them and engulf everything. This is the situation, ladies and gentlemen. All right, viewers, we are getting another breaking news development. We are getting to know that over 100 are trapped inside a hydropower project. So around 15 power projects were affected. There was an impact on 15 power projects, many under construction also. Many of them got swept away. Now we are getting to know that over 100 inside a hydropower project are stuck and working. The Nepalese the government, that is the Nepali army, and also the rescue teams are working to rescue around 100 people who are trapped inside a tunnel at a hydropower project swamped by a devastating flood. 2 days earlier, around 100 people trapped inside the hydropower project. We hope that they are safe, but it's a very sorry situation right now, and it's a very sorry situation right now because we can understand the kind of situation where hundreds and hundreds of people are missing, and some are stuck in a tunnel. Many were rescued from a tunnel, and we are getting to know that over 100 are trapped in a hydropower tunnel, and the rescue operations are on to save them, to save them from these devastating situations. Now over 100 trapped in hydropower tunnel. As Nepal fights a catastrophic flood crisis, its neighbor, China, is all set to pin the entire blame on Nepal. The Chinese state media claimed that the mudslide originated on the Nepalese side, while videos from Tibet confirmed that the glacier collapse that triggered the devastating floods in Nepal, which have already claimed more than 400 lives and thousands are still missing, originated in Gyarong port, now which is on the Tibet side. Now we have our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami explaining 5 reasons why China is behind Nepal's devastation. Take a listen in.
I'd like to start with a commentary on what has happened in Nepal. And as we all know, the rivers came down from Tibet and buried Nepal. We're told about 172 dead, hundreds missing. We're really concerned that the numbers could be much higher, much higher. Now, I believe, without a shred of doubt, and I've studied this subject, I believe that China is responsible. China is trying to blame Nepal, but I think China had every inkling of what was likely to happen. And China could have done everything to stop this disaster from happening. This disaster points to China. China must own up. 5 reasons. Reason number 1, the obvious fact. The rivers originated in Tibet. The Lendekola, the Bhote Koshi and the Trishuli all rise in the Girong County in Tibet and cross into Nepal only at Rasuwa. Girong port on the Chinese side was struck before the water reached Nepal. Logically speaking, water does not run uphill, so its origin sits above the border in China. China cannot look the other way. The root cause of what has happened is in China. China must stop blaming a downstream country. Second, the infrastructure that is being built on that border area. Nepali journalists are saying that the Girong town and port were cut into the hills and built on the river's own course and own confluence, driving the flood harder into Nepal. This is typical Chinese infrastructure behavior with the least amount of care for other countries who will be impacted. There was an understanding that China would share glacial flood data across this border. But when the wall of water came, no warning reached the people downstream, including the policemen. The hundreds of people just swept away while warning others to move back. So the second reason was also very important. China was building infrastructure that it knew will compromise Nepal, but did not think once of how terrible a thing this is. Now I'd like to go to the third reason. China lied about this 4.4 magnitude earthquake. This whole story of a 4.4 quake, ladies and gentlemen, this was not a quake. This was not normal seismic activity. A 4.4 magnitude earthquake was reported first, and then the US Geological Survey said there was no earthquake at all. The signal was the glacier itself breaking loose and the debris flow that followed. So point is, viewers, the trigger that was first put out does not exist, and no agency has closed the case on what broke the ice loose. Have no doubt about it, this is high-level construction activity that has led to a breaking of the glacier, which has led to what is seen to be a seismic activity, which has led to the debris collecting, breaking through, and then leading to this flood. 100% China is responsible for what has happened. The fourth reason is that this is one of the most seismically active zones on Earth, and China is building right into it. The Eastern Himalaya, and we should be very concerned in India because we should be concerned about Assam, we should be concerned, we are also a downstream country. The Eastern Himalaya, where the Indian and Eurasian plates collide, carries the strongest and most frequent earthquakes in the region. China is now driving roads, a railway and border settlements right into that live seismic belt at a glacial altitude. So China knows what it is doing, but doesn't care about the impact. And that is why what has happened in Nepal is the result of Chinese efforts. There is a clear Chinese hand. We all know what China did during COVID. We know where COVID originated. You see, the Chinese, they never own up. They never own up. The fifth reason is this massive Chinese ring road and rail plan. And this is an article in the South China Morning Post I have with me, ladies and gentlemen. It says that China is building a 10,000 kilometer national border coast loop whose G219 highway runs through Tibet hard across the Nepal border alongside a planned railway pushed within 25 kilometers of Rasuwa. This is exactly the area which has been impacted. Exactly the area. This is heavy construction, permanent construction being forced through one of the most fragile high mountain regions in the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, China even ignored its own scientists. This is not India's warning alone. China's own state-supervised geologists in a study under the China Geological Survey had officially warned that the terrain of its Tibet mega projects has a loose structure and weak cohesion. Chinese official seismologists, geologists have said that earthquakes and fault activity make the slope collapse extremely easily triggered. So Beijing was told by its own government scientists, do not do this. This ground cannot safely take what it is building. Still, despite that, China built it anyway. And that is why I showed this South China Morning Post article on July 12, 2026. This put out clear warnings against what China is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not making political points. I'm quoting the Chinese official scientists telling their own government, do not do this. You will be compromising lives of people. You will be compromising. This is a geologically unsafe region. Stop doing it. But now they have done it and they're refusing to own up. Unfortunately, to make it worse, they are blaming the people of Nepal for it. But I want to tell the people of Nepal, we all know what the Chinese are like. The Dalai Lama has also spoken up, and the Dalai Lama himself has said that I have been warning for a very long time against these environmentally destructive activities under the pretext of development. But you see, the Chinese will not listen. Did the Chinese own up for creating the COVID-19 pandemic? Never. Will the Chinese own up for this? They won't. But we will have to stand with the people of Nepal, because at this moment of crisis, while we are supporting them, we're supporting them with every possible effort. Our entire armed forces are supporting them. The Chinese are finger pointing at them. The people of Nepal must never forget this. They will never forget that the country that has caused devastation to the people of Nepal is now adding insult to injury, adding salt to an open wound by pointing a finger at Nepal and saying they did this to themselves. No, they did not. Beijing did this. We know. We stand with the people across Nepal today. We request the government of China to own up.
All right, it's time for a short commercial break. Coming up next, Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind the flash floods, says the Dalai Lama warned repeatedly.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है। इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करें।
अब इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी
And viewers, we're getting another breaking news. After MEA said that there are around 300 Indians still unaccounted for in Nepal. Now CM Devendra Fadnavis assures support to Maharashtra's citizens stranded in Nepal. CM Devendra Fadnavis interacted with tourists from Maharashtra stranded due to the flood situation in Nepal through a video call. He directed the administration to take all necessary steps to ensure their safe return to Maharashtra, and also took up the matter with the Ministry of External Affairs, urging that their safe evacuation and return be given a priority. So this is the situation because people from across the country, tourists from across the country are stuck in Nepal. Now, years after the MEA has said that there are around 300 Indians still unaccounted for in Nepal. This is Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who has assured support to Maharashtra's citizens stranded in Nepal. CM Devendra Fadnavis interacted with tourists from Maharashtra stranded due to the flood situation in Nepal on a video call. Through a video call, he directed the administration to take all necessary steps to ensure their safe return to Maharashtra, and also took up the matter with the Ministry of External Affairs, urging that their safe evacuation and return be given a priority. So this is Maharashtra Chief Minister speaking to those who are stranded in Nepal after the sudden floods, after the flash floods in Nepal, and he has assured them that they will be working for their timely return, and he even spoke to the MEA so that the citizens of Maharashtra can be rescued on a priority basis, and there will be a safe evacuation and return that should be given a priority too in case of the citizens of Maharashtra. Now 300 Indians are missing, and this is Maharashtra Chief Minister talking to tourists and assuring them that yes, we are with you. All right, let's go across to Meenakshi, who's joining us with all the latest updates when it comes to the story of the Maharashtra citizens who are stuck in Nepal. Now, Meenakshi, what is the latest that you are getting right now? Maharashtra Chief Minister has assured that they will work everything, they will do everything so that the citizens of Maharashtra return home.
Yes, as you have rightly mentioned, Shivam, CM Devendra Fadnavis assures support to Maharashtra citizens stranded in Nepal, and already we know one list from government we have got, and from that list, CM Devendra Fadnavis and DCM Eknath Shinde, they are trying to contact with those persons who stranded in Nepal, and CM Devendra Fadnavis interacted with tourists from Maharashtra stranded due to the flood situation in Nepal through a video call, and you can see in video how he is interacting with those who are stranded in Nepal. And after inquiring about their well-being, he assured them that don't worry, the government stands with you. So it's a big message from Maharashtra government. Not only Devendra Fadnavis, we know Eknath Shinde also assured that don't worry, government is with you. So this is big message from Maharashtra government also, we can say, and he directed to the administration. Devendra Fadnavis directed to the administration to take all necessary steps to ensure their safe return to Maharashtra, and also took up the matter with the Ministry of External Affairs, arguing that their safe evacuation and return be given priority. And the Chief Minister also spoke to with the Nepal MP Sandeep Rana, and he also tried to understand what is the situation there in Nepal, and how that government is working on this situation. So this is latest development. We know 37 pilgrims for Maharashtra returning after completing their Kailash Mansarovar Yatra had become stranded in Saga, Tibet, and following prompt intervention by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, all the pilgrims departed safely from the saga for Kathmandu via Nelam check post at 6 a.m. today. So this is the latest development from Maharashtra. Shiva.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. So that is Maharashtra Chief Minister assuring the citizens who are stranded in Nepal that we are working for your safely evacuation. All right, we have time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues a 72-hour warning, and China says that Barrier Lake near Tibet-Nepal border is overflowing.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent. They also
the Trishuli army base where there was massive rescue operation going on. You can see the visuals, the helicopters are still flying by. People are being rescued. The flash flood has completely destroyed this area. The buildings have been completely destroyed. Trucks stuck under the mud.
चितवन में अगर आप देखें तो ये नदी का वो हिस्सा है जहां से बहाव तेज होकर आगे जाता है और चितवन में ही करीब 64 लोगों की डेड बॉडी जो है अभी तक रिकवर की गई है। आंकड़े और भी ज्यादा बढ़ सकते हैं।
रसुआ चाइना और नेपाल का जो बॉर्डर था वहाँ पे जितने भी चेकिंग के गाड़ियाँ थी और ऑफिस था और हाइड्रो पावर था वो सारे बहा के यही रास्ते से लेकर आई है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Death toll figures breach 450 in Nepal, nearly 469 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind the flash floods, said Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic. 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. China warns of fresh flash flood threat in Nepal, issues 72-hour warning. Barrier Lake near China-Nepal border overflowing. Now, viewers, we've got a breaking news coming in again from the Nepal-Tibetan border area. China has paused a rescue operation.
हो सकता है, इसीलिए हम यहाँ हमारा जितना भी हमारा प्रशासनिक निकाय है, सुरक्षा है, वह सब लोगों ने ये
लोगों से बातचीत भी की ग्राउंड पर। उनका कहना है कि टीम्स जो है वो दस्ते पहुंचे 100 की तादाद में, क्योंकि हमने देखा 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल्स भी नहीं जा पा रहे। 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल उसके आगे नहीं जा पा रहे।
वो भी है क्योंकि यहाँ का जो भौगोलिक बनोट है ना, ये सब के लिए भी ऊपर जाने के लिए भी ये मौसम भी अच्छा नहीं है। फिर भी हमारा सब ये हेलीकॉप्टर, हमारा सेना और सब हम सब लगे रहे हैं यहाँ पर है। इसीलिए हम भी चाहते हैं कि आप लोग सब ये सब आपका शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं और आपका सब लोगों के सब सहयोग भी आप चाहते हैं। और आप जितना भी आप लोग कर सकते हैं अपने अपनी प्लेस से, ठम से, वो सब कीजिए। हम लगे रहे हैं।
भारत की तरफ से लगातार मदद
सब भारत भी और सब हमारे छिमेकी देश के लिए सब
रेस्क्यू कर रही है। लेकिन इस बीच अनाउंसमेंट हो रहा है कि रिवर
में फ्लो बढ़ गया।
वो हाँ अभी अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है। हाँ, क्योंकि हमारा जो ऊपर का अवस्था है, इसीलिए तुरंत जो भी हो सकता है, इसीलिए हम सब कर रहे हैं। नेपाल सरकार कुछ भी लोकल गवर्नमेंट, प्रोविंस, हम तीनों स्थानीय निकाय, संघ, प्रदेश और स्थानीय निकाय।
कितने हेलीकॉप्टर्स?
दो सेना का हेलीकॉप्टर है, 9 और निजी क्षेत्र प्राइवेट, ये सब चने हेलीकॉप्टर लग रहे हैं। हम लग रहे हैं और जितने भी हम प्राप्त कर सकते हैं वो सब कर रहे हैं हम। प्लीज, थैंक यू।
अगर बढ़ता है तो और चैलेंजेस होगा रेस्क्यू करना।
हाँ।
लेकिन उधर क्या जानकारी आप लोगों को
है ना, जानकारी भी हो रहा है और ये सब इसीलिए हमारा सब सुरक्षा निकाय जितने भी हैं, ये सब हम ये सब अनाउंस कर रहे हैं सुरक्षित रहने के लिए। प्लीज, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। तो ये थे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन नेपाल। और हमने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि किस तरीके से तमाम जो संगठन हैं और जो राजनीतिक पार्टियां हैं, उन्होंने बैठक भी की है। और आपको ये भी बताते चलें कि इन तमाम नेताओं की तरफ से मिलजुल कर आप जो है वो यहाँ पर विजिट भी किया जा रहा है। और तमाम तस्वीरें भी लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। पैनिक सिचुएशन हुई है, जिसके बाद भगदड़ यहाँ पर मची है। और देखिए, आप बैरिकेड हो चुका है, लोग अब उधर से सिर्फ आ रहे हैं, वहां पर जा नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो ये भगदड़ की सिचुएशन है। अभी लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन नेपाल से हमने बातचीत की। उनका कहना है कि लगातार वो कामकाज कर रहे हैं, लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जारी है, हेलीकॉप्टर्स वहां पर लगातार गश्त कर रहे हैं और लोगों को तक मदद पहुंचाई जा रही है। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट उमेश के साथ अमृता गर्ग, रिपब्लिक भारत।
All right, there you see the Nepal leader of opposition there on the Republic reporter speaking exclusively to the leader of opposition, asking him about the situation, how many helicopters deployed, to which he mentioned there are 2 helicopters deployed, while people in the background you see were frantically moving and running from the flooded area. All right, news, we've got another breaking news coming in from, again, the Nepal-China border. China has warned that China has actually paused the rescue operation, citing the high risk of renewed flooding in Tibet, where hundreds still remain missing 2 days after a deadly mudslide. Now, this is coming from the Chinese media, viewers, not from the Nepalese media, not from the Indian media. It's coming from the Chinese media, which says China has paused rescue operations in Tibet amid renewed flood. Now, remember, China has issued a fresh warning stating that there's a 72-hour period, and within the next 72 hours, they have warned that there could be a renewed flooding because there's a lake overflow that they warn. That's again on the China-Tibet border, that there's a lake which could again overflow and cause severe flooding in the area, because of which Chinese have actually paused rescue operations, citing increased risk to the search and rescue operations there, people there, stating that the flood situation could now in fact get worse. Now, this all follows the already catastrophic flash floods and debris that's been flowing since the last 2 days, since August 26th. And it's now that the Chinese that have warned that a newly formed barrier lake, it's a landslide dam lake near the China-Nepal-Tibet border, is at high risk of breaching within the next 72 hours, is what they say. So within the next 3 days, unfortunately here, if we go by the warnings that the Chinese have been giving, is that we could see severe, again, further flooding caused by a barrier lake overflow, which is formed near the China-Nepal border. Now, what we get from the Chinese is that there's a lake that's formed near the confluence of the Chochenkola and Perapu-Tangso rivers. Now, remember, viewers, these are upper tributaries that feed Nepal's Bhote Koshi and Trishuli systems. And Sarthak is joining us live now from ground zero, from Nepal, from the flooded areas. Sarthak, what is the latest update there? What is the situation of search and rescue operations? What are you seeing around yourself? Sarthak, can you hear us?
Well, absolutely, Karan. Yesterday we were near the Trishuli. Yesterday we were in the Trishula. Yes, I can hear you, Karan. Yesterday we were near the Trishula River in the Nuwakot district. We had covered everything, how devastating the entire flash flood was. The place was completely evacuated. The place was completely destroyed. And now we are en route to Dhading, which happens to be another place which was affected by these flash floods. As I mentioned before, there are a couple of places which have been heavily affected, majorly affected by these flash floods. One includes Rasuwa. The another one is Dhading. The third one was Nuwakot. Rasuwa happens to be the epicenter of the flash flood, which was majorly affected. However, the information that we have received, the military, the army who is conducting the search and rescue operation is not allowing anyone to that place. The route has completely blocked either by the military because of the safety concerns or due to some natural reasons because of the landslides and the rainwater being collected in that area. Nobody is being allowed to that region. However, at this point we are en route to Dhading, which is also a majorly affected region in Nepal. There was a Dhading bridge which had completely collapsed because of the flash flood. Whether we will be able to get closer to that or not, the information that we have received that nearly 10 kilometers away from that place the military has stopped vehicles and they're not really allowing anyone to get any closer, as the latest warning that has also been given by China, a level 4 warning has also been given by China, that in the next 3 days things could get worse. There is a possibility of things going back to the way it was 2 days ago, and the flash flood could persist. There is a risk of danger still persisting. However, Republic is reporting from ground zero. We are taking the risk. We were supposed to be in that place early morning. We were traveling overnight. However, we were advised by some military personnel and some locals over there that the entire area has been blocked because of landslide and military operations over there. So it's not really advised to travel overnight. So we made a move in the early morning. However, the shorter route to Dhading was completely blocked. Nobody was being allowed to that. So now we are taking a longer route through Kathmandu, which is taking us slightly longer to reach that place. But it is an important region because it has also been heavily affected, and we are reporting from ground zero. As you can see, not even a single soul is present on this road. We are the only one. Republic is the only one which is traveling to Dhading for our viewers to give a ground zero report on what is the situation in that particular region. Karan.
Sarthak, I want to understand. I want our viewers to understand more on the new Chinese warning here now. What is the timeline that we have? How much time do we have before the next wave of a potential flood hits these areas, and which are the areas are we looking at that will be impacted?
Well, Karan, the information that we have received, I have the report in hand with me, where the China's Ministry of Water Resources has has activated a level 4 emergency, and there is this particular lake that they are talking about, the lake that is formed by debris from the disaster near the China-Nepal border. The Chinese authorities expect nearly 3 million cubic meters of water to flow into it over the next 3 days. So the next 3 days timeline is something that we have to mention and we have to keep in mind. So the next 72 hours happens to be very crucial, because this is something that has been mentioned by the Chinese media. The Indian media has not mentioned anything about it. The Nepalese media has also not really mentioned anything about it. However, China has issued a warning that next 3 days can be very crucial. Things could get worse, and we cannot really sit here and feel that everything has been sorted out, everything has calmed down, everything has relaxed. So the next 3 days happens to be very risky. There is high risk of natural debris dam that could breach and send a downstream flash over the Trishuli river. So that happens to be a risky timeline for the next 3 days, and that is something that we have to keep in mind. So we cannot really calm down at this point. We are covering everything from ground zero. We will be reaching Dading in a few hours, and we will be giving a ground zero report on what's the situation over there, Karan.
Sarthak, also tell us what's the current situation of the search and rescue operations. With this new Chinese threat, are people downstream further being evacuated, and upstream? And what is in these areas currently? Is there enough food? Is there enough shelter? Is there enough water for people?
Well, absolutely, Karan. The Trishuli army base has been set up where people are being rescued. The information that we have received, nearly over 300 people have been rescued so far. 800 people were missing. 800 people were missing, and nearly 300 people have been rescued so far. This research and rescue operation is ongoing. Yesterday itself, we got that on our camera, where multiple helicopters were flying and airlifting people from these flood-struck areas, flood-affected areas, where it was practically impossible for helicopters to reach. They were carrying food and water and other supplies and medical facilities for these people who were stuck in these areas, who could not have been airlifted at that point. So the search and rescue operation is ongoing. Not only the Nepalese military is working on this. There are some private enterprises who have also volunteered and also supporting the Nepalese army on this. Indian government is constantly assisting and supporting the Nepalese government. So far, over 10 tons of medical supplies and other resources have been provided by the Indian government to the Nepalese government. It is also important to mention that nearly 200 Indians are also missing, and that is also one of the concerns that the Indian government has, and hence the search and rescue operation is going at a very massive pace. It is still persists. You can see the chopper noises in the background. You might be hearing the chopper noises in the background. The search and rescue operation and the airlifting is still ongoing, Karan.
Thanks, Sarthak. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates there, and we really appreciate your bravery there, reporting live from the dangerous ground zero in Nepal. Now, viewers, Amrita from the Republic team, who's in Nepal right now, spoke exclusively to the Nepali leader of opposition, Bhishma Rajang Deme. Listen in to what he had to say.
Sir, क्या हालात है सर ऊपर?
अभी तक तो सब कुछ अंदाज़ी चल रहा है. ये सब रेस्क्यू हो रहा है. सब हमारा नेपाल सरकार का, सब हमारा शक्ति, जितना भी है नेपाली सेना और सरकारी, हम सब.
सर, कौन-कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री अभी यहाँ पर आए? मिनिस्टर साहब, हमने होम मिनिस्टर्स को भी देखा, फाइनेंस.
इन टोटल वी आर ऑल हियर.
आप कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट देख रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं अपोजिशन लीडर हूँ नेपाल का, और हम राज्य और अपोजिशन, हम वो पक्ष प्रतिपक्ष नहीं है यहाँ. हम सब लग रहा है. यहाँ का हमारा दाजु भाई, दिदी बहनी लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थान पर लाने के लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं और आप सब लोग को शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं। हम ये भी
सर, अभी अलर्ट जारी हुआ है कि ऊपर से बहाव
हाँ फिर बढ़ रहा है, बहाव बढ़ रहा है ऊपर के, क्योंकि यहाँ का पहाड़ में
Viewers, we've just got breaking news coming in. The Nepal media reports that the Nepal police in Dunche has just informed that the Nepal army is sending alerts towards Rasuwa, stating that the lake towards Tibet has actually burst. It's reported that the army has urged all personnel deployed for rescue operations to exercise high vigilance. So this is unfortunate news coming in, viewers. It's regarding the Nepal police, which has now just informed that the Nepali army is sending alerts towards Rasuwa, stating that the lake towards Tibet has burst. Now, what we need confirmation on is this the same lake that the Chinese media had been actually warning us about, or is this a different lake that we're talking about? But what we hear definitely is that a lake has burst. Now, this is the lake that is towards Tibet, and the Nepal's army is sending alerts now towards Rasuwa, which is obviously the worst hit area across Nepal, across the Nepal-Tibet border, stating that the lake has now burst, and the army is urging all police personnel and personnel deployed for rescue operations to exercise high vigilance. Unfortunately, again, we see further lake burst. There's another major alarm which is coming in from Nepal-Tibet border. This is the Nepal police in the Dunche area, which has informed authorities that a lake towards the Tibetan side has breached. Now, it's an extremely serious development, viewers, because we're talking about an already devastated region where an enormous volume of water has already swept through Rasuwa. Now, the concern now is what happens downstream if another massive volume of water is suddenly released. Now, the Nepal army has reportedly alerted personnel involved in rescue operations. They've asked them to exercise maximum vigilance. Now, that warning is crucial because rescuers themselves could now be exposed to a fresh surge of water, mud, rocks, debris we're talking about. Now, while rescue teams are still searching through the devastation left behind by the first flash flood, authorities are now having to prepare for the possibility of another dangerous surge, viewers. This is a rapidly evolving situation in the Himalayas. The concern is not just what's already happened, but whether the mountains could unleash another wave of flooding downstream. Now, fresh flood threat is what we are seeing. Lake burst on the Tibet side. The Nepali army is on high alert now, viewers. We're talking about a fresh development that's just broken in, and we've got news that there's another major alarm coming in from the Nepal-Tibet border. The Nepali police in Dunche is the area they're talking about, has reportedly informed authorities that a lake towards the Tibetan side has breached. Now, it's an extremely serious development because we're talking about an already devastated area. Enormous volume of water has already swept through Rasuwa. The concern now is what happens downstream with this new massive volume of water that's suddenly been released. Now, the army has reportedly alerted personnel involved to exercise caution, and this is where the Nepal crisis takes another dangerous turn, viewers. Just when the rescue teams are battling through devastation, there's now a fresh warning of another potential massive surge of water. It's the Nepal authorities which are on high alert. We're hearing that there are warnings concerning a newly formed barrier lake near the Nepal-Tibet border. The fear is simple. If that natural barrier gives away, a huge volume of water could suddenly be released downstream. And remember what we've already seen from this region, viewers. We've seen flood waters rip through roads. We've seen bridges disappear. We've seen buildings swallowed by torrents. We've got Sharda live joining us from Nepal. Sharda, we heard there's another warning that's given in. We've got Sarthak again, who's back with us live from Nepal. Sarthak, we now hear reports that the Nepal police in Dunche, which is the area, has just informed that the Nepal army is sending alerts towards Rasuwa, stating that another lake towards Tibet has burst. Tell us more about this, what's happening there, and what do you hear from the ground?
Well, absolutely, Karan. This is the latest breaking that we are getting for our viewers, that this development comes from the new lake, which confirms that a new lake has formed upstream in the Bhote Koshi system, which sees that there is a natural blockage that has been formed on this lake, and which covers nearly 80 kilometers, roughly 18 kilometers of the Rasuwa Ghadi border crossing. which means that if this natural dam that has been been created because of the debris, if it fails, then there could be a downstream surge into the Trishuli river, into the Rasuwa district, which happens to be the epicenter. We have repeatedly mentioned this. Rasuwa district has been the one district which has been most affected. That is the epicenter of this flash flood. It could get worse, and the Nepal army and other security forces have already heavily deployed in that region, and nearly over 13,000 personnel have been deployed in that region. There are 15 helicopters for the search and rescue operation have already been deployed in that region. That particular region happens to be the epicenter, and now the fresh warning that has come from China, which has mentioned that the next 3 days are going to be very crucial. The next 72 hours are going to be very crucial, and now this latest report of formation of a lake, of a natural dam, is also very risky. This is the latest that we are getting for our viewers, that the next 3 days are going to be very crucial. This is particularly dangerous because the rescue personnel are present over there. Nobody is being allowed in that region. We have constantly mentioned that Rasuwa region happens to be the epicenter, due to which nobody is being allowed to travel in that region. That still persists and remains to be a high risk area. And after these fresh reports from the Nepal from the Nepal police, and the risk and the warning that has been issued by China for the next 3 days, makes it extremely crucial that we keep an eye on these reports, and keep an eye for any possible risk that could still persist for the next 3 days. However, it is also important to mention that the search and rescue operation is ongoing. The Nepal police, the Nepal military, that is being assisted by some private entities, and the Indian government are constantly carrying out these search and rescue operations. And you can see, and these trucks are supposed to travel in that area. This is also an information that we have received from the local police and the locals over here. These trucks are supposed to travel to that region. However, they are coming back. Nobody is being allowed in the Danding region, where exactly we are traveling. This is closer to the China border, where a Danding bridge was also there, which has collapsed because of this flash flood. Republic is on ground reporting every single detail about this flash flood. Not too many people are being allowed to travel.
All right, thanks, Sarthak. Viewers, that's Sarthak from the Republic team, reporting live from Rasuwa. Remember, we're talking about Dunche area, which is actually the capital of the district of Rasuwa. Now, viewers, we'll take a very short break while we keep reporting live news from Nepal to you. Coming up on the other side, more updates coming in from Nepal. Death toll figure breaches 450 in Nepal. Nearly 469 confirmed dead. More than 1,400 still missing, unfortunately. Keep watching Republic.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है, इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है। और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी, अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। हर साल गंडक में आता है और हम लोगों ने पूरे वहां के लोगों को, आम जनता को भी बता दिया है कि सतर्क रहना है, घबराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है अभी तक जो दिख रहा है। वैसे पानी और मौसम का कोई नहीं जानता है कल क्या होगा, लेकिन अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। हम लोगों ने अलग से टीम बना के मुख्यालय से भी वहां भेज दिया है वाल्मीकि नगर। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे।
हमने प्रेस रिलीज भी जो है दिया है, सोशल मीडिया पे भी हमने अपनी बात को रखा।
This week on Get Me Right, finally, are we seeing a decisive push for finding a time-bound solution to the India-China boundary question? Also, with India proving to be a first responder to a Nepal in distress yet again, how have we turned into the best neighbor a nation could have? And while on neighborhood, how the United States is proving to be a difficult one to deal with the latest round of escalation between America and Canada. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Okay. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, Nepal is already reeling under the consequences of one of the most heart-hitting disasters it has faced in its recent history, and now we are facing at a second fresh alert coming in as far as Nepal-Tibet border is concerned. We'll get you all the details on how alerts have now been issued over a second flood. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Death toll figures now reaches over 469 as 1,400 are still missing in Nepal flash floods. Tibetan government in exile blames a rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly about such disasters. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic 8 reporters covering the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues 72-hour warning. Barrier Lake near China-Nepal border now overflowing. Hello viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV as we continuously cover what's unfolding right now in Nepal. Some media reports are now claiming that Nepal police in Dunche has informed officials that fresh alerts are now being issued regarding the breaching of lake which is present at Nepal-Tibet border. In fact, Nepal Army is reportedly now issuing alerts towards Rasuwa, which remember was the hard-hitting district, stating that a lake on Tibetan side has now in fact could be at the risk of getting breached. Now several personnel has also been deployed for the ongoing rescue operations to exercise high vigilance amid fears of a fresh surge of water and debris. This development comes against the backdrop of an already confirmed barrier lake upstream that the Chinese officials had warned could breach, heightening now risks for the team still searching for flood-hit Bhote Koshi and Trishuli corridors. So viewers, as Nepal is still reeling under the aftermath and the consequences of the first glacial outburst, now we understand where reports are claiming that another lake, another barrier lake which has been formed at the Nepal-Tibet border is also at risk of bursting. In fact, according to Nepalese media, fresh alerts have now been issued and people have been asked to evacuate from Rasuwa as well. So this is coming in the light of what already has unfolded in Nepal in the last 48 hours. All right, here's another breaking news coming to light. According to Rasuwa Chief District Officer Narendra Pariyar, information has now been received from the Chinese side that the lake has burst again. So big breaking news coming in from the Chinese side that the lake which was formed at the confluence of Nepal-Tibet border has now burst again. A large lake formed near the confluence of Chochin Khola and Purepu Sangpo River in China has burst. Rasuwa Chief District Officer Narendra Pariyar has now stated information regarding the lake outburst was received from the Chinese side. So we are looking at this lake which is on your screen, formed at the confluence of Chochin Khola and Purrepu Sangpo River. These are two rivers essentially flowing along Nepal-Tibet border. And this lake, which was formed at the confluence of those rivers, we understand has now busted. In fact, my colleague who's been covering extensively what is unfolding in Nepal from on ground, Sarthak, now joins us. Sarthak, major updates coming in from the Chinese side saying that the lake which was formed at the Tibet-Nepal border has already burst. What are you fetching on this from the ground?
Well, absolutely, Ishita. As a matter of fact, China has issued a level 4 warning, which, although it is the lowest of the 4 warnings, it's the level 4 warning that has been issued by China, stating that the next 3 days are going to be very crucial. It was mentioned that a lake has been formed because of the downstream, the debris collection in a particular river that flows from China to Tibet and then into Nepal. It has been mentioned that a natural lake has been formed, a natural dam has been formed, and nearly 2 metric tons of water has been collected. In the next 3 days, extra 3 metric tons of water could be collected, and it was being anticipated that if that dam breaks, if that dam gets breached by the water, there could be a surge of downstream into the Rasuwa region of Nepal. On that note, and a warning has been issued. This information was also received by the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Nepal, and that's why over 3,000 personnel have been deployed in that region for the search and rescue operations. 15 helicopters have been deployed. Personnel from the Nepali military, the Nepali police have been deployed in that region. And the latest that we are getting, it has been declared by China that breach has happened, that dam has got burst, and the next 3 days are going to be extremely crucial. As we have mentioned before, Rasuwa region happens to be the epicenter of this flash flood, which was most affected 2 days ago when this flash flood was at its peak. And now the next 3 days happens to be very crucial. This is the latest that we are getting for our viewers. There is a high possibility that more people and more personnel would be deployed in that region. It has also been confirmed by the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Nepal. And now this latest development by China, that the bridge that was at high risk of getting bursted has actually burst, and this happens to be a very risky space. Rasuwa region happens to be the epicenter. This zone happens to be the epicenter of the flash flood, and things could get worse in the next 3 days. So the people in that region, the Nepali forces, have to be at high alert. It has already been declared as a high alert region. That entire area is being evacuated, and people are being informed to evacuate and leave that place as early as possible, and more personnel are being deployed over there. Ishita.
Right, so right now, 72 hours are very crucial for Nepal as it stares at a second flood. And this one could, in fact, be much more severe than the first flood. In fact, Sarthak, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news updates as well. Right now, we understand that China has halted rescue operations in Tibet. And this comes in as Nepal has also been working to rescue around 100 people who are trapped inside a tunnel at a hydropower project swamped by devastating flood 2 days earlier. Around 100 people, we understand, are trapped inside the hydropower project, and rescue operations are continuing on the ground on a war footing. So viewers, we're getting continuous updates from Nepal as well as from China as to how the situation is unfolding on the ground right now. And in the latest, rescue operations are continuing rapidly on a war footing. 100 people about trapped inside a hydropower project, and Nepalese army, of course, involved in that rescue operation on the ground. We'll try and show you the visuals as well. Rescue operation visuals have been coming to light from across the flood-hit areas in Nepal today, and we'll show you how the entire operation is being carried out inside the hydropower project as well. This is where we've seen about 100 people are trapped inside a tunnel. So on a war footing, rescue operations are on. It's a race against time for these rescuers as well, and they continue to be involved in that, in that rescue operation 24/7 right now. All right, my colleague Sarthak, in fact, continues to stay with us. Sarthak, we're also getting some reports saying that because of this lake outburst, which has now happened on the Chinese side, the rescue operations in Tibet have also been halted. Now, there's some numbers also coming in from the Chinese side regarding how many are missing and how many people have lost their lives. If you could help us understand, have the rescue operations now been halted in Tibet, given the risk coming in from the lake outburst?
Well, absolutely, Isha. This is the latest that we are getting for our viewers. The rescue operation, as much as it is ongoing in the Nepal side, in the Tibet side, it has put on hold for some reason because the China has declared a fresh warning that in the next 3 days things could get worse as this dam, this unnatural dam that was formed because of the debris being collected in that river, a natural lake was formed. It has got bursted, and there could be a surge of downstream into the Trishuli river, and eventually things could get worse in Nepal as well. It has been mentioned that over 13,000 personnel have already been deployed. 1,900 people over 1,900 people specifically in Nepal have been rescued. The search and rescue operation is ongoing in Nepal. However, on the other side, in Tibet, because things could get worse, even the rescuers could be at risk, due to which the rescue operation has been put on hold. Inadvertently, when will they be resuming the rescue operation in Tibet? We do not have any confirmation on that, but this official warning that has been issued by China, which has been taken into consideration by the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Nepal as well, says a lot. The next 3 days could be very risky. Earlier, there were 2 metric tons of water that had got collected because of the debris formation in that river. It was being anticipated that nearly 3 metric tons of water extra could be collected, and if that dam gets bursted, it might get even worse. And now, exactly what was being anticipated has happened. This is something that has been confirmed by the Chinese media. We are still fetching more details on what is the authenticity of this report. However, we cannot really neglect the fact that there is a high possibility of things getting worse in the next 3 days. Ishita.
All right, so Republic's biggest crew present on the ground in Nepal, getting us all the updates. Thanks, Sarthak, for joining us and helping us with what's unfolding right now on the ground in Nepal. Thanks so much. And now here's my colleague who's present in Nepal, also spoke to the leader of opposition, Bhishma Raja, over the kind of situation that's now unfolding and also the threats coming in from the Chinese side. Take a listen.
Sir, क्या हालात है सर ऊपर?
अभी तक तो सब कुछ अंदाज़ी चल रहा है. ये सब रेस्क्यू हो रहा है. सब हमारा नेपाल सरकार का सब हमारा शक्ति जितना भी है, नेपाली सेना और सरकारी, हम सब.
सर, कौन-कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री अभी यहाँ पर आए? मिनिस्टर साहब, हमने होम मिनिस्टर्स को भी देखा, फाइनेंस.
इन टोटल वी आर ऑल हियर.
आप कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट देखते हैं?
नहीं, मैं अपोजिशन लीडर हूँ नेपाल का, और हम राज्य और अपोजिशन, हम वो पक्ष प्रतिपक्ष नहीं है यहाँ. हम सब लग रहा है यहाँ का हमारा दाजू भाई दीदी बहनी लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थान पर लाने के लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं. और आप सब लोग को शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं. हम ये बेला में
सर, अभी अलर्ट जारी हुआ है कि ऊपर से बहाव.
हाँ, फिर बढ़ रहा है, बहाव बढ़ रहा है ऊपर के, क्योंकि यहाँ का पहाड़ में तत्काल जो कुछ भी हो सकता है. इसीलिए हम यहाँ हमारा जितना भी हमारा प्रशासनिक निकाय है, सुरक्षा है, वह सब लोगों ने
ये लोगों से बातचीत भी की ग्राउंड पर. उनका कहना है कि टीम्स जो है वो दस्ते पहुंचे 100 की तादाद में, क्योंकि हमने देखा 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल भी नहीं जा पा रहे. 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल उसके आगे नहीं जा पा रहे.
वो भी है, क्योंकि यहाँ का जो भौगोलिक बनोट है ना, ये सब के लिए भी ऊपर जाने के लिए भी मौसम भी अच्छा नहीं है. फिर भी हमारा सब ये हेलीकॉप्टर, हमारा सेना और हम सब लगे रहे हैं यहाँ पर है. इसीलिए हम भी चाहते हैं कि आप लोग सब ये सब आपका शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं, और आपका सब लोगों के सब सहयोग भी आप चाहते हैं और आप जितना भी आप लोग कर सकते हैं अपने अपनी प्लेस से, ठम से, वो सब कीजिए। हम लगे रहे हैं
भारत की तरफ से लगातार मदद
सब भारत भी और सब हमारे छिमेकी देश के लिए
सब कर रही है, लेकिन इस बीच अनाउंसमेंट हो रहा है कि रिवर में
फ्लो बढ़ गया।
वो हाँ अभी अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है। हाँ, क्योंकि हमारा जो ऊपर का अवस्था है, इसीलिए तुरंत जो भी हो सकता है, इसीलिए हम सब कर रहे हैं। नेपाल सरकार कुछ भी लोकल गवर्नमेंट, प्रोविंस, हम तीनों स्थानीय निकाय, संघ, प्रदेश और स्थानीय निकाय।
सर कितने हेलीकॉप्टर?
दो सेना का हेलीकॉप्टर है, 9 और निजी क्षेत्र प्राइवेट, ये सब चने हेलीकॉप्टर लग रहे हैं। हम लग रहे हैं और जितने भी हम प्राप्त कर सकते हैं वो सब कर रहे हैं हम। प्लीज, थैंक यू।
अगर बढ़ता है तो और चैलेंजेस होगा रेस्क्यू करना।
हाँ।
लेकिन उधर क्या जानकारी आप लोगों को
है ना, जानकारी भी हो रहा है और ये सब इसीलिए हमारा सब सुरक्षा निकाय जितने भी हैं, ये सब हम ये सब अनाउंस कर रहे हैं सुरक्षित रहने के लिए। प्लीज, थैंक यू
सर, थैंक यू।
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in from Nepal side, where the army has now issued an alert saying that information has now been received that water dam on Tibetan side, which is the Chinese side, has burst again. Therefore, all security personnel, rescue workers involved in rescue and relief operations and the general public are also requested to remain immediately alert and move to safer locations or notify others. Nepal police has now issued alert over the lake burst which has taken place on the Chinese side, basically on Tibetan side. So big breaking news coming in as Nepal's police has now issued an alert saying that the dam on the Tibetan side has burst again. So we are staring at a fresh flood alert for Nepal at the moment, and Rasuwa district, which was the most hard hit even in the first wave of flood, remains again in focus. That's the big warning coming in, the alert coming in from Nepal police at the moment. They have now issued an alert over the dam burst, saying that water dam on the Tibetan side has burst again. So that's the statement coming in from Nepal police, saying that the water dam which is on the Chinese side, on the Tibetan side, has burst again, and therefore all security personnel, rescue workers which are involved in the operations and the general public as well, they are requested to remain alert and even notify others to move to safer locations. So as Nepal is still reeling under the impact of the first wave of flood, the second alert coming in as the Nepal police says that the water dam on the Tibetan side has burst again. So this could have far-reaching consequences for the Himalayan nation, which has already suffered so much, the devastating consequences of the first wave of flood. And we're also getting you the visual from the Nepal-China border. You can see that this is essentially the lake on Tibetan side. It has been formed there along the border, and we understand that according to Nepal police, according to the alert issued by Nepal police, the dam on the Tibetan side, on the Chinese side, has burst again. So this could mean that the water could reach, in fact, Nepal in about 20 to 25 minutes and could have far-reaching consequences for the Himalayan nation, which is already reeling under the consequences from what the first wave of floods did to the country. We've seen that over 1,500 people are still missing, over 369 people have died, and this again alert coming in from Nepal police. In fact, my colleague Shivam also joining us with more details on this. Shivam, we were talking about this. China had issued an alert that there was a risk that the lake could be burst. But right now, we understand at the moment that according to Nepal police, according to the alert which has come in from the Nepalese side, the lake, the dam on the Tibetan side has already busted. And in fact, that's the alert on your screen, viewers, coming in from Nepal police, clearly stating that that information has now been received, that water dam on the Tibetan side has burst again. That's the big takeaway right now that we're getting from this alert coming in from Nepal police itself. In fact, they go on to make a call that all security personnel, rescue workers which are involved in the operation, they are requested to remain immediately alert and move to safer locations and even notify others who could be trapped in this region. So it's a big alert coming in for the Himalayan nation who's already reeling under the impact of the first wave of flood. That's the notice of viewers coming in, which we are showing you on screen from Nepal police. All right, in fact, my colleague Shivam joining us for more updates on this. Shivam, we were talking about this. There was a risk that the dam on the Tibetan side could burst, and now already alert coming in from Nepal police that the burst has taken place and the water, in fact, could reach Himalayan nation.
Yes, definitely. So that was the biggest threat, and everybody was worried that this shouldn't happen. This exactly is the image of that lake, the accumulation, the glacial lake, the barrier lake, which was formed, and now China has also warned, and Nepal police has confirmed, and as per our multiple sources, it gets confirmed that yes, indeed, the lake has burst, and it's very risky. It's a very risky situation right now in Rasuwa area in Nepal, because the rescue operations have been stopped by the Chinese authorities, and also the Nepal police has confirmed the lake burst, and they have also suspended rescue operations in China. Ishita, all the rescue ops teams have been asked to move away 1 kilometer from the flash flood site. So you can understand, even in Tibet, the rescue operations have been suspended. That is, the rescue ops were suspended in Tibet first, and after that there was a clear warning, a 72-hour warning that was given by the Chinese authorities to the Nepalese government that yes, there might be the lake burst, and there is the possibility of a flash flood that might happen in the Rasuwa area. Now China had warned a very high risk, I repeat, a high risk that the lake, which was formed after the recent landslide near Nepal-Tibet border, may burst, causing a second flood downstream. And the warning comes after the deadly flash flood, and the lake formed because of the flash floods. And now, as per our multiple sources, we are getting to know that the lake has burst. The lake has burst, and it's a serious threat to the people. And just imagine, our reporter was showing live visuals of the rescue operations, and everybody has now been moved. Everybody has been asked to move from that location because there is a very serious threat, and there is a threat to life for each and everybody, and that needs to be highlighted. Situation is pretty tense, and it's pretty volatile, and you never know. It's unprecedented like before, only because you can't imagine. It's unpredictable. You don't know what will happen next. And flood warning has been given. As per some sources, we are getting to know in the next 20 minutes, the water might reach Rasuwa area in Nepal. The alert which we showed you a while ago is from Nepal police. So that confirms the development, and that confirms the Republic news break that yes, indeed, the lake has burst. That means the barrier lake, the glacial lake, indeed has burst, and because of that, the rescue operations have been suspended both in Tibet and in Nepal. So this is huge, and this is a confirmation on the Republic news break.
Right, Shivam, we're getting these big updates coming to light as per Nepal's army. Right now, an alert has been issued that the Tibetan side, the dam on the Tibet side, has now been busted. That's the big update we're getting in at this moment, and we've confirmed this from multiple sources as well, and the water could now in fact reach the Himalayan nation as well. Shivam, if you could also tell us, we've seen what the first wave of floods did to Nepal. Over 1,400 missing, over 460 have been killed. What is the kind of scale that we're staring at in terms of this bust happening on the Tibetan side?
Yeah, the scale is many times more. Ishita, so that's the threat, and that's the fear, and we hope that it doesn't lead to more casualties, more fatalities, because previously also, and the figures that have emerged earlier, I believe they are the tip of the iceberg. The people missing, people dying, the casualty, the numbers might rise. We hope, we pray it doesn't, but sadly, unfortunately, it is one of the major, biggest catastrophes that Nepal has ever seen, and you can understand the magnitude and gravity the gravity of the situation when this flash floods happened in the Nepal-Tibet border, and more than 1,400 are missing. Many Indians are also missing, more than 290. Many who are on the Mansarovar area, they also are missing, and you can completely understand the kind of situation right now. And this is the map also. This is the glacial collapse which happened, and this is the Jeorong town, and this is exactly the place where this barrier lake formed, and you can understand how the lake formation has accumulated so much of water that if it breaks, it is as big as a dam, Ishita. So you need to understand that if it breaks, which indeed it has as per the official confirmation by the Chinese authorities, by the Chinese media, and also by the Nepali police, which confirms that it has burst. So you can understand the situation that there's a severe threat.
Right.
All right, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you more updates on the Nepal flash floods and this lake burst.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है। इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
अब इसमें कौन सी नई खबर?
The Trishuli army base where there was massive rescue operation going on. You can see the visuals, the helicopters are still flying by. People are being rescued. The flash flood has completely destroyed this area. The buildings have been completely destroyed. Trucks stuck under the mud.
चितवन में अगर आप देखें तो ये नदी का वह हिस्सा है जहां से बहाव तेज होकर आगे जाता है और चितवन में ही करीब 64 लोगों की डेड बॉडी जो है अभी तक रिकवर की गई है। आंकड़े और भी ज्यादा बढ़ सकते हैं।
रसुआ चाइना और नेपाल का जो बॉर्डर था, वहाँ पे जितने भी चेकिंग के गाड़ियाँ थी और ऑफिस था और हाइड्रो पावर था, वो सारे बहा के यही रास्ते से लेकर आई है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching a live report on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, we have been tracking what is unfolding in Nepal for the past 48 hours as the first wave of flood hit the Himalayan nation, and now there is a big possibility that Nepal is staring at a second flood wave as reports are claiming that the dam on the Tibetan side has already been busted. We'll get you all the updates as Republic is present on the ground tracking everything from rescue operations to the lake outburst. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Death toll figures breaches 450 in Nepal, nears 469 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing across Nepal. Tibetan government in exile blames a rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly about such disasters. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic 8, reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot and Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. China warns of fresh flood threat in Nepal, issues a 72-hour warning. And Nepal police now issue an alert saying that the lake on the Tibetan side has already burst. All right, viewers, as Republic continues to get you minute-by-minute update on what is unfolding right now in Nepal, a big news coming to light as Nepal police have now issued an alert saying that information has now been received that the water dam on the Tibetan side has burst again. That's the big takeaway coming in from Nepal police alert. And therefore, they've now requested that all security personnel, rescue workers which are involved in the rescue and relief operations, as well as the general public, they are requested to remain immediately alert and move to safer locations or even notify others who could be trapped in similar areas. So this, as the Nepal police has now issued another alert over the lake burst. They're claiming that the dam on the Tibetan side has already burst right now. In fact, let's listen in to what police officials are saying in Nepal at the moment.
पानी बढ़ने वाला है
इसलिए रोक रहे हैं सबको।
तो अब आगे कोई गाड़ी नहीं जाएगी?
नहीं जाएगी।
तो जो गाड़ियाँ रेस्क्यू के काम में लगी थी सब वापस आ रही है?
वापस आ रही है, सब आ रही है।
वहाँ से सारे आदमी को खाली करवाया जा रहा है?
खाली करवाया जा रहा है, सबको सेफ जगह ले जाया जा रहा है।
काम बंद?
काम बंद।
क्या जानकारी मिली है, क्या आगे खतरा है फिर?
आगे से भी ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा बाढ़ आने वाली है, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट कर दिया जा रहा है।
फिर पानी बढ़ने वाला है?
पानी बढ़ने वाला है, इसलिए रोक रहे हैं सबको।
तो अब आगे कोई गाड़ी नहीं जाएगी?
नहीं जाएगी।
तो जो गाड़ियाँ रेस्क्यू के काम में लगी थी सब वापस आ रही है?
वापस आ रही है, सब आ रही है।
वहाँ से सारे आदमी को खाली करवाया जा रहा है?
खाली करवाया जा रहा है, सबको सेफ जगह ले जाया जा रहा है।
काम बंद?
काम बंद।
क्या जानकारी मिली है, क्या आगे खतरा है फिर?
आगे से भी ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा बाढ़ आने वाली है, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट कर दिया जा रहा है।
फिर पानी बढ़ने वाला है?
पानी बढ़ने वाला है, इसलिए रोक रहे हैं सबको।
तो अब आगे कोई गाड़ी नहीं जाएगी?
नहीं जाएगी।
तो जो गाड़ियाँ रेस्क्यू के काम में लगी थी सब वापस आ रही है?
वापस आ रही है, सब आ रही है।
वहाँ से सारे आदमी को खाली करवाया जा रहा है?
खाली करवाया जा रहा है, सबको सेफ जगह ले जाया जा रहा है।
काम बंद?
काम बंद।
क्या जानकारी मिली है, क्या आगे खतरा है फिर?
आगे से भी ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा बाढ़ आने वाली है, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट कर दिया जा रहा है।
फिर पानी बढ़ने वाला है?
पानी बढ़ने वाला है, इसलिए रोक रहे हैं सबको।
तो अब आगे कोई गाड़ी नहीं जाएगी?
नहीं जाएगी।
तो जो गाड़ियाँ रेस्क्यू के काम में लगी थी सब वापस आ रही है?
वापस आ रही है, सब आ रही है।
वहाँ से सारे आदमी को खाली करवाया जा रहा है?
खाली करवाया जा रहा है, सबको सेफ जगह ले जाया जा रहा है।
काम बंद?
काम बंद।
क्या जानकारी मिली है, क्या आगे खतरा है फिर?
आगे से भी ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा बाढ़ आने वाली है, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट कर दिया जा रहा है।
फिर पानी बढ़ने वाला है?
पानी बढ़ने वाला है, इसलिए रोक रहे हैं सबको।
तो अब आगे कोई गाड़ी नहीं जाएगी?
नहीं जाएगी।
तो जो गाड़ियाँ रेस्क्यू के काम में लगी थी सब वापस आ रही है?
वापस आ रही है, सब आ रही है।
वहाँ से सारे आदमी को खाली करवाया जा रहा है?
खाली करवाया जा रहा है, सबको सेफ जगह ले जाया जा रहा है।
काम बंद?
काम बंद।
क्या जानकारी मिली है, क्या आगे खतरा है फिर?
आगे से भी ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा बाढ़ आने वाली है, इसलिए सबको।
All right, viewers, and now you just heard that Nepal police also saying that there is a warning of a much more severe flooding that could come Nepal's way. Right now, Nepal on high alert as the dam on Tibetan side has burst again. Police have been asked to safely evacuate people, and operations, the rescue operations on both the sides, whether it's Tibet, whether it's Nepal, have now been halted. So Nepal at the moment now bracing for a much more severe wave of flooding that could come its way as the dam on Tibetan side has burst again. Right, viewers, in fact, getting you more updates on what is unfolding in Nepal as the country has now suspended its rescue operations after issuing a warning over the dam burst. Remember, first there came a warning from Nepal's army saying that the dam burst has taken place on Tibetan side, and in the light of that, the rescue operations have now been halted in Nepal as well. Before that, the rescue operations on the Chinese side were halted as well. So we are looking at Nepal now being on high alert as Tibetan dam burst has been reported. Right now, all the police personnel, all the rescue personnel, they are on high alert right now, and the public has been urged to move to safer locations. That's the big update that we're tracking for you as Nepal is now bracing for another and unfortunately a much more severe wave of flooding as the Tibetan side has witnessed a dam burst again. And now, viewers, in fact, it is not just Nepal where the rescue operations have been halted. China itself has also paused the rescue operations, citing the high risk of renewed flooding in Tibet. This is where hundreds still remain missing, over 1,500 people 2 days after a deadly mudslide. And this is coming in from the Chinese media, which says that China has now paused rescue operations in Tibet amid the renewed flood threat. So as the dam burst has now been confirmed from Nepal's army, something that Republic in fact flashed to you. Now we understand that rescue operations on both the sides remain halted at the moment. The situation very delicate right now on Tibet-Nepal border. This is where the dam burst has been reported, and we understand from our sources that the water could now be coming in in the Nepal territory as well. All right, viewers, in fact, we'll try and explain to you what exactly has unfolded. Now, the glacial collapse that's mentioned in this is the first place where the first outburst was recorded, and then you see that this is the Gairong town, this is the entire valley which was swiped, and then you come to this point which has become the epicenter. You saw those visuals which had become the defining visuals of Nepal's floods. So this is where the Nepal floods, the most defining visual had come in when you saw the Chinese outpost also getting wiped away. So many trekkers, so many pilgrims had in fact stationed here. And this is where the most casualties have also been reported. So this is where from the Tibetan side when the first wave of floods came in. And then if you go down Trishuli river, it is in the downstream part of Nepal's valley where Nepal, several villages, several areas were impacted. So it started from here, then it went down, and right now we understand that it is somewhere in this area where another lake burst has now been reported from Tibetan side. So again, the Trishul valley, which essentially goes down to Nepal, is going to be impacted. We are now hearing of warnings that of much more severe flooding could come in right now. So this is the latest update that we're getting in as far as the Nepal floods are concerned. And now, viewers, let's also show you what has been the impact so far across Nepal. Now, if you look at this, this was the pre-flooding situation. You can see how the settlements have been there around the river. But if you look at the post-flooding situation, the entire area has now been inundated. It's submerged as the river banks, as the water essentially breached the river banks, and the entire area now remains submerged. So this is the situation. The visuals is showing you what exactly has been the aftermath, the consequences of Nepal floods. If you look at this situation. Now, these are satellite images that we've accessed on Republic TV, showing you again that this is the path of the river. These are the settlements around it. The river banks are clearly defined in this visual. But if you look at the same visual coming in, the river banks have been breached, and the entire settlement, which you could see in the first visual, has now been wiped out. It remains entirely submerged due to the water that has come in. Again, another visual shows you that this is where the settlement is based. This is the river coming in. Clear visuals showing you, but the another visual which comes to light. All right, viewers, let's also now move to what the situation right now stands inside Nepal. Now, Republic has the biggest crew present on the ground. My colleagues are bringing you ground reports and the updates which are coming to light as the situation is now unfolding in the Himalayan nation. Take a look.
After the devastating flash flood in Nepal, some of the regions were heavily affected. Some of them include places like Rasuwa, which happens to be the epicenter of the flash flood, which has been heavily affected, due to which nobody is being allowed. The army is not allowing anyone, not even media, to enter that place. And there was another place called Nuwakot. We were yesterday in that area. We covered the entire destruction that was caused by a flash flood. The entire place was evacuated. And now we are en route to this another place called Dhading, which was also heavily affected because of the flash flood. We tried traveling directly to Dhading last night. However, we were told that major routes have been blocked completely, either because of the landslides and the rain that is happening, or because of the persisting danger. Army has completely blocked those areas, so we had to take a detour from Kathmandu, and now we are en route to Dhading. In fact, this entire road, you can see not even a single soul, not even a single car is traveling to that region. However, Republic is taking this risk. The danger still persists. The information that we have received is that the danger continues to persist, and as per the latest report that has come out from China, it is highly likely that the things could get worse. However, We are covering every single detail about this flash flood, about how much infrastructure has been destroyed, how many people have suffered damage, how many people have been rescued. Every single detail from ground zero we are covering for our viewers on our camera exclusively on Republic TV.
और यहाँ पर शायद कोई पैनिक सिचुएशन है उमेश, हमें भागना होगा, तस्वीरें दिखानी होंगी। यहाँ से भागने के लिए हमें कहा जा रहा है, विसल्स शुरू हो गए हैं, अलर्ट मोड शुरू हो गया है और यहाँ से सब भाग रहे हैं। अलर्ट सिचुएशन है क्या? फ्लड की सिचुएशन, पैनिक सिचुएशन। उमेश तस्वीरें, गाड़ी कहाँ है? गाड़ी वो रही। उमेश ये तस्वीरें, अलर्ट मोड यहाँ पर जारी हो गया है, भगदड़ मच गई है। ये तस्वीरें रिपब्लिक भारत आप तक पहुंचा रहा है, इन तस्वीरों को आप देख सकते हैं।
All right, viewers. In fact, my colleagues which are present on the ground, they also spoke to Nepal's leader of opposition, that is Bhishma Raj. He talked about what is the threat coming in from the Chinese side, from the Tibetan side, and what exactly that could mean for the flash flooding situation in Nepal. Take a listen.
सर, क्या हालात है सर ऊपर?
अभी तक तो सब कुछ अंदाज़ी चल रहा है, ये सब रेस्क्यू हो रहा है। सब हमारा नेपाल सरकार का, सब हमारा शक्ति, जितना भी है नेपाली सेना और सरकारी, हम सब।
सर कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री अभी यहाँ पर आए? मिनिस्टर साहब, हमने होम मिनिस्टर्स को भी देखा, फाइनेंस।
इन टोटल वी आर ऑल हियर।
आप कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट देख रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं अपोजिशन लीडर हूँ नेपाल का, और हम राज्य और अपोजिशन, हम वो पक्ष प्रतिपक्ष नहीं है यहाँ। हम सब लग रहा है यहाँ का, हमारा दाजू भाई दीदी बहनी लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थान पर लाने के लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं। और आप सब लोग को शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं। हम ये बेला में
सर अभी अलर्ट जारी हुआ है कि ऊपर से बहाव,
हाँ, फिर बढ़ रहा है, बहाव बढ़ रहा है ऊपर के, क्योंकि यहाँ का पहाड़ में तत्काल जो कुछ भी हो सकता है। इसीलिए हम यहाँ, हमारा जितना भी हमारा प्रशासनिक निकाय है, सुरक्षा है, वह सब लोगों ने ये
लोगों से बातचीत भी की ग्राउंड पर। उनका कहना है कि टीम्स जो है वो दस्ते पहुंचे 100 की तादाद में, क्योंकि हमने देखा 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल भी नहीं जा पा रहे।
हाँ,
100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल उसके आगे नहीं जा पा रहे।
हाँ, वो भी है, क्योंकि यहाँ का जो भौगोलिक बनोट है ना, ये सब के लिए भी ऊपर जाने के लिए भी ये मौसम भी अच्छा नहीं है। फिर भी हमारा सब ये हेलीकॉप्टर, हमारा सेना और सब, हम सब लगे रहे हैं यहाँ पर है। इसीलिए हम भी चाहते हैं कि आप लोग सब, ये सब आपका शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं, और आपका सब लोगों के सब सहयोग भी आप चाहते हैं। और आप जितना भी आप लोग कर सकते हैं अपने अपनी प्लेस से, ठम से, वो सब कीजिए। हम लगे रहे हैं, भारत की तरफ से लगातार मदद, सब भारत भी और सब हमारे छिमेकी देश के लिए सब रेस्क्यू कर रही है। लेकिन इस बीच अनाउंसमेंट हो रहा है कि रिवर में फ्लो बढ़ गया। वो हाँ, अभी अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है। हाँ, क्योंकि हमारा जो ऊपर का अवस्था है, इसीलिए तुरंत जो भी हो सकता है, इसीलिए हम सब कर रहे हैं। नेपाल सरकार कुछ भी लोकल गवर्नमेंट, प्रोविंस, हम तीनों स्थानीय निकाय, संघ, प्रदेश और स्थानीय निकाय।
कितने हेलीकॉप्टर्स?
दो सेना का हेलीकॉप्टर है, 9 और निजी क्षेत्र प्राइवेट, ये सब चने हेलीकॉप्टर लग रहे हैं। हम लग रहे हैं, और जितने भी हम प्राप्त कर सकते हैं वो सब कर रहे हैं हम। प्लीज, थैंक यू। अगर बढ़ता है तो और चैलेंजेस होगा रेस्क्यू करना। हाँ, लेकिन उधर क्या जानकारी आप लोगों को है ना? जानकारी भी हो रहा है, और ये सब इसीलिए हमारा सब सुरक्षा निकाय जितने भी हैं, ये सब हम ये सब अनाउंस कर रहे हैं सुरक्षित रहने के लिए। प्लीज, थैंक यू
सर, थैंक यू।
And now viewers, the sheer scale of a devastation left behind by the floods is chilling. My colleague Amrita has now filed a ground report from the flood zone area. This is where the areas along the river have been severely impacted. Have a look at the deadly aftermath that Nepal is now currently reeling under.
मेरी मौजूदगी है, इसे अगर आप डेड पॉइंट कहें तो गलत नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इस वक्त यहाँ से उधर जाना या यहाँ से इस पॉइंट से इधर जाना बहुत मुश्किल है। हम यहाँ पर मौजूद जरूर हैं, लेकिन रेस्क्यू टीम्स हमें लगातार चेतावनी दे रही हैं कि आप यहाँ से हट जाइए। लेकिन इस वक्त का मंजर जो है वो मैं आपको दिखा देना चाहती हूँ। डेड पॉइंट में अगर आप देखेंगे तो आपको कुछ भी जीवित यहाँ नजर नहीं आएगा। ये दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, ये किसी आशियाने का दरवाजा रहा होगा। पीछे वो बैंक आप देख रहे हैं, उस बैंक को आप देखिए जहां से कितने लोगों की उम्मीद बंधी होगी। कभी यहाँ से लोन्स लिए जाते होंगे, यहाँ पर किसान आते होंगे, कृषि विकास बैंक है, लेकिन अब पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। वो किसी घर की टंकी रही होगी जो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुकी है, इस मलबे में दब चुकी है। इस बैंक का नीचे वाला फ्लोर पूरी तरह से दब चुका है। ये घरों की इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं जो खंडहर हो चुकी हैं, जर्जर हो चुकी हैं। और ये ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली आप देख रहे हैं, ये ट्रक है जो पूरी तरह से इस कीचड़ में डूबा हुआ है। और उमेश आपको दिखाएंगे तस्वीरें मेरे पीछे चल रहे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की। हालांकि आप देखिए कि यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी है, लेकिन वहां जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है ये आपको अंदाजा होगा जब मैं आपको यहाँ से अगर चल के दिखाऊं कि मैं कहां तक पहुंच पा रही हूं, तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए, रेस्क्यू वर्कर्स के लिए यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना कितना मुश्किल है। तो यहाँ से आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश हम जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन कहां तक जा पाएंगे ये फिलहाल मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगी, क्योंकि देखिए यहाँ दलदल है, ये आप देख सकते हैं। अगर आप मेरे जूतों को देखेंगे तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना, मैं कितनी भी कोशिश कर लूं, मेरे जूते जो ये आप देखिए, ये कीचड़ में सने हुए जूते आप जरूर देख पाएंगे और इसी से आप ये अंदाजा लगा पाएंगे कि यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना खतरे से खाली नहीं है। ये जो गाद है, ये जो स्मज है, ये कितना गहरा हो सकता है किसी को अंदाजा नहीं है। आप सोचिए कि अगर ये पूरी की पूरी इमारत इसमें विलीन हो चुकी है, खत्म हो चुकी है, दिखाई नहीं दे रही है। वहां पीछे आप देखिए लगातार जेसीबी की मदद से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी रेस्क्यू में भी रेस्क्यू टीम्स को ना तो यहाँ से कोई शव बरामद हुए हैं, ना ही जिंदा लोग यहाँ से रेस्क्यू किए गए हैं, क्योंकि रेस्क्यू टीम्स का कहना है कि 100 मीटर के आगे वो खुद नहीं जा पाए हैं। तो आप इससे अंदाजा लगाइए कि यहाँ पर त्रासदी का आलम क्या है और इसके आगे जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है। घरों के घर बर्बाद हो गए हैं, जर्जर हो गए हैं। मेरे पीछे ये इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं, ये कभी आशियाने हुआ करते होंगे, ये कभी गुलजार रहा, बाजार हुआ होगा, जो आज पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। पूरे नीचे जो गैराज बने हुए हैं वो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो गए हैं। यहाँ से आप देखिए लोगों को उतरने के लिए कैसी जगहों का रास्ता जो है वो लेना पड़ रहा है। ये रास्ते भी खतरे से खाली नहीं है, क्योंकि नीचे से तो आप नहीं आ सकते हैं। ग्राउंड पर पहुंचकर अगर आप सोचे कि आप इस जमीन से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे तो ये रास्ते पूरी तरह से यहाँ खत्म हो चुके हैं, आप नहीं आगे बढ़ सकते। और इस दलदल में समाई हुई जिंदगियां आप देखिए कि अगर मेरा जूता पूरा इसमें धंस रहा है तो इसमें अगर लोग होंगे, मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि मैं किस तरीके से बयान करूं कि जब ये जलजला आया होगा, जब ये सैलाब आया होगा, तो वो लोगों पर क्या बीती होगी जो यहाँ पर मौजूद रहे होंगे, जिन्हें लगा होगा कि शायद 1 मिनट पहले वो यहाँ से निकल गए होते तो शायद उनकी जान बच जाती। ये पीछे आप देख रहे हैं पेड़ों के पेड़ बर्बाद हो गए हैं और अभी भी अगर आप उफान देख पाएंगे नदी का और हेलीकॉप्टर आप देख रहे हैं ऊपर से, तो ये रेस्क्यू टीम्स जो है वो लगातार काम कर रही हैं। लगातार यहाँ से एयरलिफ्ट का ऑपरेशन जो है वो चलाया जा रहा है। यहाँ से कुछ ही दूरी पर है वहां पर बिदुर में जो है वो आर्मी का कैंप बनाया गया है, जहां से लगातार हेलीकॉप्टर्स जो है वो लोगों तक पहुंच रहे हैं, एयरलिफ्ट। क्योंकि इन घरों को अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये घरों की छतों पर भी लोग जो है वो हो सकते हैं जो आज भी उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि उनकी जिंदगी बचाई जा सके, कि सेना के ये देवदूत पहुंचेंगे मसीहा बनकर उनके पास तो उनकी जान बचाई जा सके।
All right, viewers, as the lake burst has now been reported on the Tibetan side, the impact is now being felt on Nepal side as well. We're getting these fresh visuals, the first visuals on Republic TV, showing you how the Bhote Koshi river is now in fact experiencing the rise in its water levels. Right now you can see how steadily the water level is now rising in Bhote Koshi river. Now remember, this was also one of the most impacted point in the first wave of floods, and now again, when the lake burst has now been reported on the Tibetan side, steadily the water level is also rising in Bhote Koshi river. These are visuals coming in, fresh visuals showing you the impact that's now steadily being felt in Nepal. All right, viewers, that's a wrap on a live report with me, Ishita Mitra. Thanks so much for watching, and stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll continuously tell you what is now unfolding in Nepal as it stares at the second threat of flood. Thanks so much.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे, देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे, बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे। रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो तुम रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो तुम रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझे पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस
Coming up on the other side, largest news team in Nepal from Republic 8 reporters covering everything from lake burst to rescue operations. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers, about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and we are bringing you minute-to-minute updates of the Nepal flash floods, because also the temporary lake, that is the glacial lake, has also burst, and there is a severe warning, a precautionary measure that has been taken by the Nepali authorities and also the Chinese government in this regard, and also the rescue operation teams have also been asked to move away 1 kilometer from the flash flood site. We'll get you all the updates from the Nepal flash floods and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan site bursts. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. China and Nepal halt rescue operations after dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer zones. Death toll figures breaches 450 in Nepal, nearly 469 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic, 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send 1 more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief materials today. All right, viewers, let's start this bulletin with a big breaking news development. And this was the threat, this was the warning. Now we're getting pictures, visuals of the Bhote Koshi River after the lake burst. That is, the glacial lake burst has caused flooding again. And the water is slowly rising, the water is slowly swelling. We hope it's not as bad as it was previously. However, the Nepal police says that it might be even more severe this time. It can lead to more severe flooding because it held a very large amount of water, large quantity of water in that glacial lake. Now, the Bhote Koshi River is swelling amid a fresh flood threat after a barrier lake formed by glacial debris on the Tibetan side began overflowing, with Chinese authorities confirming rising water volumes and a high risk of further breach. Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. This is exclusive video, first on Republic, only channel that has the video. We are getting you all the latest updates. You can see clearly the water in the Bhote Koshi is rising. The water in the Bhote Koshi is rising after the lake bursts. After the lake has burst, the rising water level can clearly be seen in the muddy water on the left side of the video. You can see this is fresh water. This is fresh water that gets added after the glacial lake burst, ladies and gentlemen, and this water level will slowly rise. We hope it's not as bad as it was previously. However, experts warn that it might be more severe Now, this has led to a surge downstream into Nepal. And our first visuals and monitoring reports show increasing water levels along the river as rescue teams in Rasuwa and beyond remain on high alert. Now, with the Nepali army and the police urging extreme vigilance for personnel still operating in the flood-hit areas. This is the Bhote Koshi river system, and it's swelling because the water level is swelling, rising, as you can see right now. All right, we have an expert joining us, an esteemed guest who is joining us from Nepal, who is a rescue team president in an MGA, Nepal National Mountain Guide Association. He's president of that, and he's joining us for a comment. Thanks a lot for joining. But my question to you, what is the present situation right now, sir?
Okay, right now I'm at Tulsing Guru, so president of NNMG. So right now the problem is that there is a couple, maybe like a 3, 4 to 5, the hydropower tunnel. People are maybe like every tunnel has like a 50, 40 people are spent. So then most of the tunnel, the hole is blocked also, and then there is no any communication. How many people inside there? There is no any communication from the inside the tunnel as well. So that's why our concern is as an export the mountain rescue. So we are sending people today to the couple the hydro power area where they're gonna. Most of the people are like they're going to be descending through the heli rescue or long line rescue, and then they're gonna drop there. Then they're going to make some rock anchors, and it's gonna sending down to the tunnel hole. Okay, so we are planning like that. Then so that rescue is not very easy, and then it's not a very common file. So where there is a common, like where there is a ground source, all the operation by the army, Nepal armed force, and then some local people also doing like that. But still, people are a lot of people talk trained there in the tunnel of hydropower. So we are focused there. So if we can rescue today, then it can be chance of alive. But if go like a further couple days later, then it can be more chance of die. So that's the system. So we NNMG Mountain Rescue Export are focused for the technical sharing area. So that's the system right now, yeah.
All right, sir, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for joining and for your comment on what's unfolding right now. We hope that the numbers, especially the casualties, don't rise. All right, the situation is pretty much tense, and because China is indirectly involved and indirectly responsible for all this catastrophe because of the rampant development activities and the construction activities. This is Xi Jinping, who chairs a meet amid the Tibet dam burst, the glacial lake burst. And this is Xi Jinping chairing a meet, a strategic meet, a key huddle, as we are getting to know, after a disaster. Now, China holds this top-level meeting as Tibet flood crisis deepens, and this is Xi Jinping chairing a meet amid the Tibet dam burst. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a high-level meeting because China is, you can say, responsible. On one side is responsible because of the construction, the rampant construction activities, the development activities on a very ecologically sensitive zone. And so China is indeed responsible for the catastrophe in Nepal, where the flash floods all of a sudden struck the Nepali region, and because of that many people have died. And now, because there was a glacial lake formation, which happens when there is a massive construction work being done in the ecologically sensitive zones. And after that, this is the Chinese president taking a stock of the situation, and this is Xi Jinping chairing a meet amid the Tibet dam burst. So Tibet is the region where, which is the emergence point of this lake outburst and also the flash flood origin point. And so China very well understands the kind of situation it has thrown Nepal into. So this is the meeting which is taking place in China, in Beijing. This is Xi Jinping chairing a meeting amid the Tibet dam burst, ladies and gentlemen. This is a high meet that is happening right now, a very strategic meet as we are being told. At a very critical time that is happening right now when Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, is chairing a high-level meeting after the disaster. This is China holding a top-level meeting as Tibet flood crisis deepens, ladies and gentlemen. After the Tibet dam burst or the glacial lake burst, that's what we are being told. Now, Nepal police have also issued a warning. The situation is pretty much critical in the border regions, especially the Nepal-Tibet border region. And now we are getting to know that a high-level meeting is happening in China. Because of that. And it is a very, very stressful situation, especially when you look at the rescue operations, because both China and also Nepal had to suspend their rescue operations, keeping in mind the sudden lake burst, and that can be very severe, and that can lead to more destruction, more devastation. And that is why, as a precautionary measure, this was also confirmed by the post of Nepal police, which confirmed that yes, indeed, there has been a lake burst. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that. And this is that Nepal is working to rescue around 100 people trapped inside a tunnel at a hydropower project, and that was swamped by devastating flood. And the flood has caused many people, that has led to many people getting stuck in tunnels and hydropower projects being swept away. And especially those who were working in the hydropower projects are stuck right now as we speak. And around 100 people are trapped inside a hydropower project. So that is the information that what we are getting right now. Because previously, because of the flash floods, it was unprecedented. It happened all of a sudden, and people had no time to move to a safe location and to move to safety. And now we're getting to know that 100 people are trapped inside a hydropower project. There were 15 hydropower projects. Most of them, almost all of them, have been swept away. 15 have been impacted because of the flash floods in Nepal, in Rasuwa. And now we're getting to know that a rescue operation which is happening right now is to save 100 people who are trapped in hydropower tunnel. But presently the rescue ops are suspended. The rescue ops have been suspended, keeping in view the fresh warning given by the Chinese authorities, the Chinese government, as per the Chinese state media. And also the Nepal police has also confirmed receiving this information from China that yes, there is another lake burst which has happened. So China understands the kind of situation it has thrown Nepal into. All right, viewers, we're getting you minute-to-minute updates of what's unfolding in Nepal, and we'll get you all the latest visuals coming in from Nepal. Let's go across with the fresh set of visuals that we have for you. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is yet another. This is the moment of disaster, moment the disaster struck Nepal's Rasuwa, and you can see the moment of mayhem on your screen. Another video, aerial view of destruction, as you can see on your television screen. The kind of the volume of river is huge, and it's unprecedented. Let's go to another video that we have for you. Another video, ladies and gentlemen. Army rescue child. Army has rescued a child, and this is the emotional side of the rescue. How children are severely affected, because it's a kind of tragedy that people take a long time to recover from. And you can see the brave Nepali army soldiers rescuing children, elderly, women, and those who are stranded, and they're trying to feed and to give medicines to this little boy, this little child who is badly injured. We have another video, ladies and gentlemen, where you can see villages being swept away. A village has been swept away. This is exactly a moment one village was swept away. So we have this video for you where Video shows the village being swept away and people flee in panic. This is another video which shows people fleeing in panic. Now, the sheer scale of devastation left behind the floods is chilling. Now, our reporter Amrita has filed a report from the flood zone where the areas along the river have been severely impacted. Have a look at this deadly aftermath.
मेरी मौजूदगी है, इसे अगर आप डेड पॉइंट कहें तो गलत नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इस वक्त यहाँ से उधर जाना या यहाँ से इस पॉइंट से इधर जाना बहुत मुश्किल है। हम यहाँ पर मौजूद जरूर हैं, लेकिन रेस्क्यू टीम्स हमें लगातार चेतावनी दे रही हैं कि आप यहाँ से हट जाइए। लेकिन इस वक्त का मंजर जो है वो मैं आपको दिखा देना चाहती हूँ। डेड पॉइंट में अगर आप देखेंगे तो आपको कुछ भी जीवित यहाँ नजर नहीं आएगा। ये दरवाजा आप देख रहे हैं, ये किसी आशियाने का दरवाजा रहा होगा। पीछे वो बैंक आप देख रहे हैं, उस बैंक को आप देखिए जहां से कितने लोगों की उम्मीद बंधी होगी। कभी यहाँ से लोन्स लिए जाते होंगे, यहाँ पर किसान आते होंगे, कृषि विकास बैंक है, लेकिन अब पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। वो किसी घर की टंकी रही होगी जो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुकी है, इस मलबे में दब चुकी है। इस बैंक का नीचे वाला फ्लोर पूरी तरह से दब चुका है। ये घरों की इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं जो खंडहर हो चुकी हैं, जर्जर हो चुकी हैं। और ये ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली आप देख रहे हैं, ये ट्रक है जो पूरी तरह से इस कीचड़ में डूबा हुआ है। और उमेश आपको दिखाएंगे तस्वीरें मेरे पीछे चल रहे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की। हालांकि आप देखिए कि यहाँ से 100 मीटर की दूरी है, लेकिन वहां जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है ये आपको अंदाजा होगा जब मैं आपको यहाँ से अगर चल के दिखाऊं कि मैं कहां तक पहुंच पा रही हूं, तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए, रेस्क्यू वर्कर्स के लिए यहां से आगे बढ़ना कितना मुश्किल है। तो यहां से आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश हम जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन कहां तक जा पाएंगे ये फिलहाल मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगी, क्योंकि देखिए यहाँ दलदल है, ये आप देख सकते हैं। अगर आप मेरे जूतों को देखेंगे तो आप ये समझ पाएंगे कि रेस्क्यू टीम्स के लिए यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना, मैं कितनी भी कोशिश कर लूं, मेरे जूते जो ये आप देखिए, ये कीचड़ में सने हुए जूते आप जरूर देख पाएंगे और इसी से आप ये अंदाजा लगा पाएंगे कि यहाँ से आगे बढ़ना खतरे से खाली नहीं है। ये जो गाद है, ये जो स्मज है, ये कितना गहरा हो सकता है किसी को अंदाजा नहीं है। आप सोचिए कि अगर ये पूरी की पूरी इमारत इसमें विलीन हो चुकी है, खत्म हो चुकी है, दिखाई नहीं दे रही है। वहां पीछे आप देखिए लगातार जेसीबी की मदद से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी रेस्क्यू में भी रेस्क्यू टीम्स को ना तो यहाँ से कोई शव बरामद हुए हैं, ना ही जिंदा लोग यहाँ से रेस्क्यू किए गए हैं, क्योंकि रेस्क्यू टीम्स का कहना है कि 100 मीटर के आगे वो खुद नहीं जा पाए हैं। तो आप इससे अंदाजा लगाइए कि यहाँ पर त्रासदी का आलम क्या है और इसके आगे जा पाना कितना मुश्किल है। घरों के घर बर्बाद हो गए हैं, जर्जर हो गए हैं। मेरे पीछे ये इमारतें आप देख रहे हैं, ये कभी आशियाने हुआ करते होंगे, ये कभी गुलजार रहा, बाजार हुआ होगा, जो आज पूरी तरह से तहस नहस हो गया है। पूरे नीचे जो गैराज बने हुए हैं वो पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो गए हैं। यहाँ से आप देखिए लोगों को उतरने के लिए कैसी जगहों का रास्ता जो है वो लेना पड़ रहा है। ये रास्ते भी खतरे से खाली नहीं है, क्योंकि नीचे से तो आप नहीं आ सकते हैं। ग्राउंड पर पहुंचकर अगर आप सोचे कि आप इस जमीन से आगे बढ़ जाएंगे तो ये रास्ते पूरी तरह से यहाँ खत्म हो चुके हैं, आप नहीं आगे बढ़ सकते। और इस दलदल में समाई हुई जिंदगियां आप देखिए कि अगर मेरा जूता पूरा इसमें धंस रहा है तो इसमें अगर लोग होंगे, मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि मैं किस तरीके से बयान करूं कि जब ये जलजला आया होगा, जब ये सैलाब आया होगा, तो वो लोगों पर क्या बीती होगी जो यहाँ पर मौजूद रहे होंगे, जिन्हें लगा होगा कि शायद 1 मिनट पहले वो यहाँ से निकल गए होते तो शायद उनकी जान बच जाती। ये पीछे आप देख रहे हैं पेड़ों के पेड़ बर्बाद हो गए हैं। और अभी भी अगर आप उफान देख पाएंगे नदी का, और हेलीकॉप्टर आप देख रहे हैं ऊपर से, तो ये रेस्क्यू टीम्स जो है वो लगातार काम कर रही हैं। लगातार यहाँ से एयरलिफ्ट का ऑपरेशन जो है वो चलाया जा रहा है। यहाँ से कुछ ही दूरी पर है वहां पर बिदुर में जो है वो आर्मी का कैंप बनाया गया है, जहां से लगातार हेलीकॉप्टर्स जो है वो लोगों तक पहुंच रहे हैं, एयरलिफ्ट। क्योंकि इन घरों को अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये घरों की छतों पर भी लोग जो है वो हो सकते हैं जो आज भी उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि उनकी जिंदगी बचाई जा सके, कि सेना के ये देवदूत पहुंचेंगे मसीहा बनकर उनके पास तो उनकी जान बचाई जा सके।
Well, it was time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan site bursts. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, कि ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है। इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
अब इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा, उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है। और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी, अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। हर साल गंडक में आता है और हम लोगों ने
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. And now we have a big breaking news development from the world of business. And I have Rishita with me with the latest updates. Rishita, what's the big breaking news development that we are talking about here?
Thanks, Shivam. Now, there's a big update coming in, a massive update coming in from the world of business. 2 of India's biggest lenders are gearing up for a legal battle. HDFC Bank and LIC Housing Finance are set to challenge the NCLT's approval of a repayment plan that has been tied to Subhash Chandra's personal guarantees. Now, at the heart of the row is a massive haircut. The NCLT has approved a repayment plan of just rupees 6.5 crores against admitted claims of over 22,000 crore rupees. Now, that's the total exposure linked to Chandra's personal guarantees for loans, which was taken by SL and Z Group companies. Now, HDFC Bank says it's been shortchanged. Its claim stood at rupees 680 crore, but only 3.2% of that has been admitted under the NCLT order. The bank says it's now exploring an appeal at the NCLT. LIC Housing Finance as well is also asking such tough questions. Its admitted claim was over 1,322 crore rupees. The payout under the plan? A mere 28.09 lakh rupees. The lender's defense hinges on one distinction. This rupees 22,000 figure isn't money that Chandra personally borrowed. It's the total claims admitted against him as a guarantor. Now, the dispute is over how much can actually be recovered from him in that capacity. The fallout is already spreading with backlash building on social media, and now the opposition is also weighing in. We are tracking this story very closely and will bring you every single update as and when it breaks. In the meantime, back to you, Shivam.
All right, definitely. Thanks a lot, Rishita. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now, and let's move ahead with all the other top breaking news developments and that we are getting you, and especially from the Nepal floods. And we have more visuals, latest set of visuals, which will show you the scale of devastation left behind by the floods. And our reporter, Adarsh, has filed a report from Chitwan, where the areas along the river have been severely impacted. Let's have a look from the ground situation.
नेपाल में आई बाढ़ के बीच में भीषण तबाही का मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है। इस वक्त हम नेपाल के चितवन में मौजूद हैं और चितवन में अगर आप देखें तो ये नदी का वह हिस्सा है जहां से बहाव तेज होकर आगे जाता है और चितवन में ही करीब 64 लोगों की डेड बॉडी जो है अभी तक रिकवर की गई है। आंकड़े और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ सकते हैं और नदी का प्रवाह जो है वो किस तरीके का रहा है अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो देख सकते हैं कि ये जो पुल के पास का जो हिस्सा है पानी का बहाव कितने तेज है वहां पर अगर आप देखें तो देखिए कि कैसे नदी का जो पानी है वो पुल के पिलर्स पर लग रहा है और इससे आप इस बात का अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि कैसे जब ये तबाही आई होगी तो क्या कुछ मंजर यहाँ पर रहा होगा। यहाँ पर भी उसके कुछ निशान जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं अगर आप देखें तो बड़े बड़े पेड़ यहाँ पर और उसी के साथ साथ दूसरे मलबे अभी तक यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसी के साथ अगर आप देखें तो ये वो पूरा हिस्सा है जो तिब्बत की तरफ से आता है और इसी हिस्से से ये पानी आगे बढ़ता हुआ काठमांडू और उसके बाद फिर दूसरे नेपाल के जिलों में जाता है। और अगर यहाँ पर देखें तो अभी भी यहाँ पर तबाही का वो मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है जहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में जो इस तबाही के दौरान पेड़ या फिर दूसरे चीज़ें आई थी वो यहाँ पर किनारे में देखने को मिल रही हैं। और ऐसे ही कई हिस्से हैं अगर हम चितवन की बात करें या फिर उसके आसपास के ज़िलों की बात करें या फिर ये नदी जो है आगे जहाँ तक बढ़ती है वहाँ की बात करें, ऐसे या इससे ज़्यादा तबाही के मंजर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और इसी वजह से नेपाल में कई लोगों ने अपनी जान गंवाई है। इसी के साथ साथ कई लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो लापता हैं, उसमें कई भारतीय भी शामिल हैं।
Commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, China and Nepal halt rescue operations after dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer zones.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
जरा सोच के देखिए, आपके पास कुछ ऐसा है जो आपकी दुनिया बदल सकता है। जानते हैं क्या? आपका अपना सोना। सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता? सोना आपको अपने सपनों का घर दिला सकता है, आपके बच्चों का भविष्य बना सकता है। सोना आपकी हर इच्छा पूरी कर सकता है। तो भारत की सबसे बड़ी गोल्ड लोन NBFC मुथूट फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और फिर देखिए सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता। मुथूट फाइनेंस, जहां विश्वास ही परंपरा है। कॉल कीजिए 1-800-313-1212।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent. They also allege that this data was used to train machine learning and generative AI models. That means the dispute isn't only about how much time children spend scrolling. It is also about what happens to the information they generate while they are on the platforms. The settlement also resolves separate privacy lawsuits brought by California, Illinois, New Mexico, and Washington, D.C. Those claims were connected to the Cambridge Analytica scandal, in which millions of Facebook users had their personal data collected by the consulting firm. Those states will receive $459.3 million to resolve those lawsuits. Meta has long argued that it could not have misled consumers by calling its services addictive because social media addiction is not recognized as a psychiatric condition. But the legal fight has now ended in a settlement rather than a final trial verdict.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan side bursts. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. China and Nepal halt rescue operations after dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer zones. Death toll figures breaches 450 in Nepal, nearly 469 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says the Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. And largest news team in Nepal from Republic, 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief materials today.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and right now we're getting you all the breaking updates which are coming to life from Nepal. At the moment, the Bhote Koshi river is swelling amid a fresh flood threat coming in after a barrier lake formed by glacial debris on Tibetan side began overflowing, with Chinese officials now confirming rising water volumes and a high risk of further breach that could send another surge downstream into Nepal. Now, first visuals coming in and monitoring reports show that increasing water levels along the river as rescue teams in Rasuwa and beyond remain on high alert. In fact, rescue operations on both the sides, whether it's the Tibetan side or the Nepalese side, both have been halted at the moment, and now we're looking at the impact of the lake burst being also felt in Nepal as the river, the Bhote Koshi river, is now swelling up steadily. So these are the first visuals coming in from Nepal, showing you what exactly could be the impact of the Tibetan dam burst, which has now taken place on the Chinese side. Right now, these are the first visuals coming in, steadily showing you how the water level is now surging in Bhote Koshi River at the moment. These are the latest visuals that we're getting you on Republic TV. The impact now being felt in Nepal as the dam has busted on the Tibetan side. So right now, these are the visuals on your screen showing you how the water level is surging steadily in Bhote Koshi River right after a dam bust has now been reported on the Tibetan side. In fact, not just this, rescue teams on both the sides remain on high alert. Nepalese army has also issued a safety alert asking for people to move to safer locations and to evacuate the areas along the Bhote Koshi River. So these are the visuals showing you the first wave that came in and hit the Himalayan nation. About 1,400 people still remain missing. And amid that, the second threat of a flash flood also coming in, with a dam bust now being reported on the Tibetan side. And these are the visuals showing you how the impact of that is now steadily being felt as the water level is now surging in Bhote Koshi River on the Nepalese side. So first visuals on Republic TV is showing you right after the dam bust on the Tibetan side how the water level is now rising in the Bhote Koshi River. So those are the visuals that we're getting in, viewers. Now, the latest update that we're fetching at the moment is that Chinese President Xi Jinping has shared an emergency meeting right after the dam bust was reported on the Tibetan side. Now, on the Nepalese side, Nepal's army has also issued a warning asking for people to evacuate and move to safer locations while urging that they must remain on high alert. So at the moment, situation tense along the Nepal-Tibet border. This is where another dam bust has been reported as per Nepalese army, and there is a fresh threat that is now looming over Nepal. The second wave could in fact hit the Himalayan nation. And we're also getting other visuals showing you first wave and the impact, the aftermath of it. Remember, this is the moment of mayhem, the moment the disaster struck Nepal's valley. You can see how the water comes in, gushing and sweeping away essentially the entire valley in Nepal. Another visual which has come to light on your screen showing you what has now remained of the valley, the aftermath, the scale of destruction which has been caused by the first wave of floods in Nepal. So you can see the entire area has been flattened out with villages, with the entire valley now being submerged in this stream of mud and slush on your screen. It's an aerial shot that's been taken of the valley showing you the extent of destruction that has been caused in the first wave of flood. And another visual which viewers we're trying to show you is how exactly the river swelled up, breached its banks and essentially swept away the entire area. Right, in fact, so this is another video which has come to light showing you that the water, the sheer force of water was such that you can see big rocks also being swept away by the flood waters. So it's a wrath of floods that Nepal witnessed in the last 48 hours. And you can see how panic-stricken the moment was for these citizens when the disaster struck. They can be seen fleeing all across, and this comes in as Nepal is still reeling under the impact of that disaster. In fact, Republic's biggest crew is present on the ground, getting you all the updates of what is unfolding from the rescue operations to the lake bust. And one of my colleagues also spoke to Nepal's leader of opposition, Bhishma Raja. He's explained to us how the rescue operations are unfolding on the ground and also what is Nepal doing with the Chinese threat coming in. Take a listen to this conversation.
Sir, क्या हालात है सर ऊपर?
अभी तक तो सब कुछ अंदाज़ी चल रहा है, ये सब रेस्क्यू हो रहा है। सब हमारा नेपाल सरकार का सब हमारा शक्ति जितना भी है, नेपाली सेना और सरकारी हम सब।
सर कौन-कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री अभी यहाँ पर आए? मिनिस्टर साहब, हमने होम मिनिस्टर्स को भी देखा, फाइनेंस
इन टोटल वी आर ऑल हियर।
आप कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट देख रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं अपोजिशन लीडर हूँ नेपाल का, और हम राज्य और अपोजिशन, हम वो पक्ष प्रतिपक्ष नहीं है यहाँ। हम सब लग रहा है यहाँ का हमारा दाजू भाई दीदी बहनी लोगों को सुरक्षित स्थान पर लाने के लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं। और आप सब लोग को सुबह शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं। हम ये भी
सर अभी अलर्ट जारी हुआ है कि ऊपर से बहाव
हाँ फिर बढ़ रहा है, बहाव बढ़ रहा है ऊपर के, क्योंकि यहाँ का पहाड़ में तत्काल जो कुछ भी हो सकता है, इसीलिए हम यहाँ हमारा जितना भी हमारा प्रशासनिक निकाय है, सुरक्षा है, वह सब लोगों ने ये
लोगों से बातचीत भी की ग्राउंड पर। उनका कहना है कि टीम्स जो है वो 10 पे पहुंचे 100 की तादाद में, क्योंकि हमने देखा 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल भी नहीं जा पा रहे। 100 मीटर तक पुलिस पर्सोनल उसके आगे नहीं जा पा रहे।
वो भी है, क्योंकि यहाँ का जो भौगोलिक बनोट है ना, ये सब के लिए भी ऊपर जाने के लिए भी ये मौसम भी अच्छा नहीं है। फिर भी हमारा सब ये हेलीकॉप्टर, हमारा सेना और सब हम सब लगे रहे हैं यहाँ पर है। इसीलिए हम भी चाहते हैं कि आप लोग सब ये सब आपका शुभेच्छा हम चाहते हैं, और आपका सब लोगों के सब सहयोग भी आप चाहते हैं, और आप जितना भी आप लोग कर सकते हैं अपने अपनी प्लेस से, ठम से, वो सब कीजिए। हम लगे रहे हैं।
भारत की तरफ से लगातार मदद
सब भारत भी और सब हमारे छिमेकी देश के लिए सब
कर रही है। लेकिन इस बीच अनाउंसमेंट हो रहा है कि रिवर
में फ्लो बढ़ गया।
वो हाँ अभी अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है। हाँ, क्योंकि हमारा जो ऊपर का अवस्था है, इसीलिए तुरंत जो भी हो सकता है, इसीलिए हम सब कर रहे हैं। नेपाल सरकार कुछ भी लोकल गवर्नमेंट, प्रोविंस, हम तीनों स्थानीय निकाय, संघ, प्रदेश और स्थानीय निकाय।
कितने हेलीकॉप्टर?
दो सेना का हेलीकॉप्टर है, 9 और निजी क्षेत्र प्राइवेट, ये सब चैनल हेलीकॉप्टर लग रहे हैं। हम लग रहे हैं, और जितने भी हम प्राप्त कर सकते हैं वो सब कर रहे हैं हम। प्लीज, थैंक यू।
अगर बढ़ता है तो और चैलेंजेस होगा रेस्क्यू करना।
हाँ।
लेकिन उधर क्या जानकारी आप लोगों को
है ना? जानकारी भी हो रहा है, और ये सब इसीलिए हमारा सब सुरक्षा निकाय जितने भी हैं, ये सब हम ये सब अनाउंस कर रहे हैं सुरक्षित रहने के लिए। प्लीज, थैंक यू
सर, थैंक यू।
All right, viewers, now joining us is Suesha from Ministry of Home Affairs and National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority. Thank you, Suesha, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, I want to ask you that the latest we know is that the dam on Tibetan side has burst again, and Nepal's army has now issued evacuation orders, with the public also being asked to move to safer locations. What is the latest that you can tell about the dam burst on the Tibetan side?
Hi, I'm joining you from the office. The NDRM CEO is very occupied with resolving this issue. That's why I'm representing here from the Prime Minister office.
Right.
We have been receiving information directly from the local people, and then there's been an evacuation plan, and there's been an early warning system sent to everyone nearby and around to maintain the risks. At the same time, there's a bigger team on the rescue operations going on as well. There are a lot of armies and then police personnel in the field there as well, as you can see in the video as well.
Right, Suesha, but we got some reports saying that the rescue operations have been halted on both the sides, on the Tibetan side as well as the Nepalese side, given the lake burst that has happened. So if you could tell us more about that, what is the situation right now on Nepal-Tibetan border?
We're also trying to connect to them and get as much as accurate information from them. So far, we have sent the early warning and then asked the rescue team nearby to stay safe, but also continue the rescue operation as well. But we're still on a constant conversation and to get accurate information as well. And there's a separate team working on a satellite space and other network trying to reach out and find more information right now.
Right. Also, you talked about preparation on a Nepalese side. Now that the lake burst has happened, what is the impact that Nepal is staring at the moment?
Can you repeat the question once again?
Right. I'm asking you now that the lake burst has happened on the Tibetan side. It's been confirmed by Nepalese army. So what is the impact that Nepal is staring at the moment?
We still need to get the information from the personnel to see the impact. But as much as we heard, there's a small flow of water, not that heavy. But there are people staying at the riverside to whom we still need to rescue. So we're trying to reach out and save those persons. But so far, we haven't got any report of damage or anything. But continue working on those people who are living nearby the riverside that need immediate support and evacuation.
Right. Also, now we understand that Chinese President Xi Jinping also just chaired an emergency meeting amid the reports of lake burst coming in. So is the Nepalese side also in coordination with the Chinese side at the moment, and any information that has been received from the Chinese side about this dam burst?
I can only share as much as I have. There's been a constant conversation from the Foreign Affairs and from the Prime Minister office to the official in the Chinese side as well. And then I think once there's some decision, we might get out in the public. For currently, we're working at the disaster response team and working on the rescue side and the relief side. That's the only information I can share to you for now.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Suesha, for joining us on Republic TV and giving us live updates on how is Nepal now preparing for the threat that's coming in from this latest lake burst. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
And our viewers, on the morning of 26 August, an ice rock avalanche in Tibet collapsed into Lende River, temporarily damming it before releasing a catastrophic 10-meter surge of mud, water and debris that rode down the Bhote Koshi into Nepal's Rasuwa district without any warning. The torrent obliterated settlements like Timur, ripping away bridges, roads, homes, even vehicles and hydropower plants before racing downstream through Nuwakot, Dhading and even beyond. Circulating footage captured the terror in stark detail. CCTV of multi-story waves engulfing buildings, bridges vanishing in valleys, getting reduced to sludge-choked wastelands. Today, Nepal's death toll has now risen over 460, and with over 1,400 still missing, including foreign nationals, rescuers are now navigating the devastated landscape on the ground. Here's a quick report on how exactly the entire disaster unfolded in the Himalayan nation. Take a look.
दर्शकवृन्द, तपाईहरुलाई हामीले यो त्रिशुली नदी आसपास रहेका ड्रोनको फुटेज देखाइरहेका छौं र हामीले दिवस बस्नेतको फेसबुक वालबाट यो फुटेज प्राप्त गरेका हौं र तपाईहरुलाई देखाइरहेका छौं त्रिशुली ढुङ्गे आसपासका यो ड्रोन फुटेज। यहाँ चाहिँ सयौं घरहरू यसरी डुबानमा परिएको छ र यतिखेर यो चाहिँ बगरमा परिणत भएको छ। यो चाहिँ चाइनाबाट आएको हिम पहिरोको बाढी भन्ने हामीले जानकारी प्राप्त गरेका छौं र विशेष गरी यो पहिरोले ठूलो विनाश निम्ति आएको छ। देशको धेरै ठाउँहरू ध्वस्त बनाएको छ। अधिकांश रसुवाको टिमुरेदेखि चाहिँ अत्यन्तै धेरै क्षति भएको भन्ने हामीले जानकारी प्राप्त गरेका छौं र टिमुरेमा चाहिँ अलि धेरै जनधनको पनि क्षति भएको भन्ने हामीले जानकारी प्राप्त गरेका छौं र यति बेला तपाईहरुलाई हामीले त्रिशुली आसपासका ड्रोन फुटेज देखाइरहेका छौं। यो बाढी कसरी
निकाल वो आओ ना
All right, viewers, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side now, confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan side bursts again. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग रंग बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन वो तो अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है, इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है। और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी, अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। हर साल गंडक में आता है। और हम लोगों ने पूरे वहां के लोगों को, आम जनता को भी बता दिया है कि सतर्क रहना है, घबराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। स्थिति ऐसी नहीं है अभी तक जो दिख रहा है। वैसे पानी और मौसम का कोई नहीं जानता है कल क्या होगा, लेकिन अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। हम लोगों ने अलग से टीम बना के मुख्यालय से भी वहां भेज दिया है वाल्मीकि नगर। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे।
हमने प्रेस रिलीज भी जो है दिया है, सोशल मीडिया पे भी हमने अपनी बात को रखा है। और बिहार में भी जो है कई जगह जल स्तर जो है, चाहे गंगा नदी हो या गंडक हो, इसका जल स्तर जो है बढ़ता जा रहा है। हम लोग सरकार से यही आग्रह करते हैं कि सारी तैयारी जो है पूरी कर ली जाए, ताकि जब बाढ़ फ्लड की जो सिचुएशन हो तो आम लोगों को, ग्रामीणों को कोई दिक्कत ना हो। और उसको लेकर के हम सब लोग जो है डेली जो है हम लोग फीडबैक भी ले रहे हैं कि कहाँ कहाँ कौन कौन नदियों का जो है जलस्तर जो है बढ़ता जा रहा है। लेकिन नेपाल में जो तबाही आई है, जिस तरह का दृश्य हम लोगों ने देखा है, उसको देखते हुए हम लोगों को अलर्ट रहने की जरूरत है।
बाढ़ से हम किस स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जो भी है, हम बाढ़ से बचाव के लिए हम काफ़ी कुछ कर रहे हैं। 60 तरह का मेडिसिन की व्यवस्था हमने की है। जो भी गर्भवती महिलाएं हैं, उनकी बाढ़ हो जाए, या फिर शिशु हैं, या फिर आपके
All right, welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And now my colleague Rishita getting us the latest from the world of business. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Rishita. Now there's a big update coming in from the world of business, bringing us the latest developments linked to a crucial share swap deal between SP Group and Tata Group. Nitin joins us live from the newsroom. Over to you, Nitin.
Right, thanks for that, Rishita. So the latest that we have when it comes to the Shapoorji Pallonji Group and Tata Sons is that they're really considering and mulling over a unique share swap agreement. Now this is very crucial for the Shapoorji Pallonji Group. The main reason why it's extremely important for them for the share swap agreement to be conclusive is so that they can liquidate their 18.4% stake in the Tata Sons company to make a repayment of nearly rupees 3,500 crore by the end of September, which would increase the possibilities of a positive outlook in terms of how the lenders view the group. Now, they've been under a financial crutch multiple times since the past year. So this is extremely crucial for both the Tata Sons because this would decrease the pressure which the largest minority shareholder of the Tata Sons group was imposing on it for a public listing. And the public listing of Tata Sons meanwhile still hangs in the balance. But however, a repayment for the Shapoorji Pallonji Group would be a good news for both Tata Sons, decreasing the pressure for an IPO listing very soon, which still hangs in the balance, and it would definitely be a positive development for the Shapoorji Pallonji Group. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Nitin, for bringing us these updates. We'll be tracking this story very carefully, but until now, back to you, Ishita.
All right, thanks so much, Rishita and Nitin, for joining us and getting us the latest from the world of business. Thanks so much. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, China and Nepal now halt rescue operations after dam burst. Again, rescue teams also being moved to safer zones. We'll get you all the updates on that. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook and Instagram. The company will also restrict nighttime use and strengthen measures intended to prevent children from accessing age-restricted content. The case also involves a much bigger question about children's privacy. The states allege that Meta collected personal data from users it knew were children without properly notifying parents or obtaining the required consent. They also allege that this data was used to train machine learning and generative AI models. That means the dispute isn't only about how much time children spend scrolling. It is also about what happens to the information they generate while they are on the platforms.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan side busts again. A fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. China and Nepal halt rescue operations after dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer locations. Death toll figures breaches 450 mark in Nepal. Now nearly 469 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly about such disasters. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief materials today. Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And our top focus at this hour, India is now planning to buy the battle-tested Javelin anti-tank system. And this is according to US Ambassador Sergio Gore, who's now made the announcement. Sergio Gore says, and I quote him here, "Big news, India plans to buy the battle-tested Javelin anti-tank system, just as Secretary of War, that's Pete Hegseth, has highlighted at the May 2026 Shangri-La dialogue as well. This is a great step forward in the US-India defense partnership and opens the door to co-production possibilities. The engagement between the two nations is now at record level." So that's the statement coming in from Sergio Gore, who says that right now the engagement between India and the United States currently stands at record high levels. He's also hinted at co-production possibility between the two nations and strengthening of defense partnership between India and the United States. This comes in as India is now planning to buy the battle-tested Javelin anti-tank system from the United States. So a big step and a big boost for the defense ties between Washington and New Delhi. And this is the announcement coming in from US Ambassador Sergio Gore, who has now said it's a great news, a big news in fact, coming in as the US-India defense partnership is also set to get strengthened and open doors to co-production possibilities as well. He further says the engagement between the two nations, between India and the United States, currently stands at record high levels. So a big boost for the defense ties between New Delhi and Washington, with the US Ambassador Sergio Gore himself making the announcement about India planning to buy the battle-tested Javelin anti-tank system. So a big news, in fact, coming in as the Ambassador Sergio Gore has now announced the possibility of a co-production between India and the United States. And if that happens, it's a big boost for India's defense manufacturing as well. And this is regarding the anti-tank battle-tested Javelin system. In fact, the Ambassador also goes on to highlight that the engagement between the two nations currently is at record high levels. So a big step forward in the US-India defense partnership, something that could open up the door to co-production possibilities as well. All right, we are now shifting focus to what is unfolding in Nepal. The death toll has now risen to over 477 in the Himalayan nation, and over 1,400 still remain missing across the country. Now, the rescue operations are continuing on the ground on a war footing, but the death toll continues to rise as the missing figure still remains at 1,400. Now, from the earlier 460, the death toll has now risen to 477. So unfortunate news coming to light as the numbers, they keep on growing. Some alarming numbers coming to light from Nepal as the death toll has now risen to over 477 in Nepal flash floods, while those who are missing, the number still stands at over 1,400. This comes in as Nepal is now staring at a fresh threat of flooding as well. On the Tibetan side, a dam has now been busted. The dam bust has been reported right now. And as Nepal stares at fresh flooding risk, the death toll continues to rise in the country, with the figure now topping 477 at the moment. So latest figures, viewers, coming to light, unfortunate, alarming figure coming to light, in fact, as the death toll has now risen to over 477 in Nepal flash floods. And for those who are missing, the number currently stands at over 1,400. So 477 people have unfortunately been killed in Nepal flash floods. This coming in as the rescue operations are still underway across the flood-hit areas in Nepal at the moment. All right, in fact, Republic's team is present on the ground. We'll get you more updates as my colleagues have been covering the rescue operation which is unfolding on the ground, to also covering the lake bust, the dam bust, which has happened on the Tibetan side. We'll try and get you more updates on what is now unfolding from inside Nepal. But right now, the figures that you're fetching is 477. That's the death toll that it currently stands at in the Himalayan nation, which has been reeling under the impact of catastrophic flash floods. And right now as well, staring at possible another wave of flooding that could come in, given the lake bust that has happened on the Tibetan side. So situation on the ground remains very alert. Security teams have now been deployed, while people have been asked to move to safer locations, and rescue operations on both the side along the border have now been halted. So big updates coming to light from Nepal right now as the death toll unfortunately continues to rise even as rescue operations continue on the ground. All right, here's more updates coming in as the lake, the dam has now been busted on the Tibetan side. The flood in the Bhote Koshi river is now increasing in Rasuwa. Remember, Rasuwa remains the epicenter of the flash floods that hit Nepal. And the flood forecasting section has now stated that the flood has reached Saya-proof base. It's one of the areas of the upper reaches, we understand. And the disaster authority has now urged to adopt high vigilance as the flow with debris in Bhote Koshi and Trishuli is increasing. Remember, these are the most impacted areas on the Nepal side, the Bhote Koshi corridor as well as the Trishuli corridor. And right now we're getting some big updates that the water level is also surging in these areas right after the dam burst was reported on the Tibetan side. So Nepal already bearing the brunt of what has taken place on the Tibetan side, the dam burst, as the water levels are now surging in Bhote Koshi and Trishuli corridor again. They, in fact, were the epicenters of the first wave of flood as well. And now we understand at the moment, live updates coming to you that the water levels are now surging in Bhote Koshi as well as Trishuli corridor. All right, so those are the updates, viewers, we're getting in at that the water levels is currently surging in Bhote Koshi as well as the Trishuli river, coming right after the dam burst, which was reported on the Tibetan side. Rescue operations have now been halted on both the sides of the border in China as well as in Nepal, and rescue teams are on alert. People have been asked to move to safer locations, and the latest update we're getting is that water levels have already started surging steadily in the Bhote Koshi as well as Trishuli corridor. So it is an alarming situation on the ground in Nepal. It's already reeling from the impact of the first wave of floods and now possibly staring at another threat as the water levels are now surging in Bhote Koshi and Trishuli corridor. We're getting you visuals. These are coming in as Nepal is now staring at another threat of flash floods at the moment. So those are the latest visuals that we're fetching for you, viewers, showing you how the situation is unfolding on the ground in Nepal. In fact, viewers, Republic is continuously present on the ground, trying to cover everything from the relief and rescue operations to what is unfolding about the lake burst. Spoke to one of the leader of opposition in Nepal, Bhishma Raj, who gave us details about how the rescue operations are unfolding on the ground. Take a listen.
इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी देवी घाट में है और आप पीछे देख रहे हैं, आपको सिर्फ तबाही के निशान नजर आएंगे। मैं आगे जाने की भी कोशिश करूंगी, लेकिन आगे जाएं हम उससे पहले हमें एक चश्मदीद मिल गए हैं। आप इनकी हालत देखिए, पहले आप इनकी हालत देखिए, पाँव से लेकर सर तक जो है वो मलबे में दबे हुए हैं, पूरा एकदम मलबा ही मलबा है। आप अंदर थे?
जी, मैं ऊपर था। जब मेरे को खबर मिला परसों कि आदमी यहाँ पे मरे हुए हैं, लेकिन बालिन शाह ने भी कोई अच्छा काम नहीं किया देश में। हमने उनको जिताया था, बालिन शाह जी को, लेकिन वो देश के लिए अच्छे काम करने के लिए हमने उनको वोट दिया।
अभी आप मुझे बताइए कि अभी अंदर हालात क्या थे?
हालात बहुत बुरा हाल है। अब कई आदमी की बॉडी मिला नहीं, कई आदमी को मिला, जो मिला पर किसी का शरीर है, किसी का शरीर नहीं है, कोई आधा बॉडी में है, कहीं गर्दन में है, और ऐसे डूबे हुए हैं। अभी तक जो है नेपाल सरकार ने किसी के उद्धार नहीं किया है। नेपाल आज की डेट में
आपने अपने हाथ से भी क्या वहां से मलबे से लाश निकाला?
लाश निकाला मैंने, 4 आदमी की बॉडी निकाल के मैंने जला के आया हूँ
अभी।
हाँ जी,
4 आदमी को आपने खुद
मेरे अपने गांव के बंदे थे, वहाँ से भगा के ले गया रसुआ से, और यहाँ पे ले आके फेंक दिया, क्योंकि वहाँ पे जगह नहीं है फेंकने का। ये नदी जो है शक्तिशाली नदी है, और अभी तक इस नदी का पानी कोई निर्माण नेपाल गवर्नमेंट ने नहीं किया। नेपाल में जितने भी सरकार आए अपना काम करते गए, नेपाल का कोई उद्धार नहीं हुआ है।
आप अपने हाथों से 4 लोगों की लाश को यहाँ जलाकर आए हैं, क्या बीत रही है इस वक्त नेपाल पर?
नेपाल में बहुत बड़ा घटना हो रहा है। यहाँ तो ये तो 4 आदमी कुछ भी नहीं है। रसोई में आप देखो करोड़ों बंदे मरे हुए हैं। नेपाल गवर्नमेंट कुछ करता है? कुछ भी नहीं करता है। बालिन शाह जी हैं, ठीक है, वो पढ़े लिखे इंसान है, हमने पण उनको दिया, कि अच्छा काम करेंगे। इस
हालात आप देखिए, हाथ में चप्पल है, पाँव कीचड़ से सने हैं, ऊपर तक कीचड़ है और खाना नहीं,
कल से खाना नहीं खाया,
क्योंकि अपनों को बचाने की कवायद जारी है। मैं तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाना चाहूंगी। ये वो शख्स थे जिनसे हमने बातचीत की है, जिन्होंने अपने हाथ से 4 लाशों को जलाया है। आप देखिए हालात, आप देखिए वहां पर हमने आपको दिखाया किस तरीके से नुआकोट में तो फिर भी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जारी है, लेकिन यहाँ सब बर्बाद हो चुका है, सब तहस नहस हो चुका। आपका गांव है भैया अंदर? आपने अंदर देख कर आए तस्वीरें?
हाँ, तस्वीरें देख करके आए हैं हम भी। हाँ, हम इधर यहीं पे रहते हैं, 15 साल से यहीं पे रहते हैं। ये सब तस्वीरें देख करके आए हैं हम भी।
ये स्कूल था ये?
हाँ, स्कूल अनाथ आश्रम था।
हाँ।
ये लाल वाला बिल्डिंग वाला। हाँ। और इधर ये सब गांव था। उधर 100 वर्ष पुराना एक मंदिर था, वहाँ पे वो भी खत्म हो चुका है।
तो विरासत जो है वो तहस नहस हो चुकी है। देखिए यहाँ पर पुलिस प्रहरी की चौकी भी है, पुलिस ऑफिशियल्स भी हैं। हम जितना अंदर तक जा पाएंगे हम जाने की कोशिश करेंगे उमेश, ताकि तस्वीरें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम पहुंचा पाए और दिखा पाएँ कि कैसे बंजर है, सब खत्म हो चुका है, सब शमशान है, सब सुनसान है, सब बर्बाद है। ये मंदिर है जो कभी गुलजार रहा होगा। मंदिर की घंटी पूरी कीचड़ में सन चुकी है। आप देखिए मन्नतों के धागे बंधे हैं, लेकिन अब ना तो उन मन्नतों की सुनवाई हुई नज़र आ रही है। और यहाँ हमने आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की तो मेरे पाँव पूरी तरह से धंस गए। ये तस्वीर आपको दिखा पाना मेरे लिए मुमकिन नहीं होगा। फ़िलहाल मैं अपना पाँव निकाल लूँ तो ये देखिए, हमने आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की तो यहाँ से नहीं, हम यहाँ से तो आगे इधर नहीं जा पाएंगे, लेकिन वो जो लोग कुछ आ रहे हैं वहाँ तक पहुँचने की कोशिश करेंगे। आप देखिए ये ट्रैक्टर कहाँ से घिसट कर यहाँ पर आया होगा और यहाँ पर इस मलबे में विलीन हो गया है। ये पूरी बस्ती रही होगी जो अब इस मलबे में तब्दील हो चुकी है। ये पूरा गांव जो अब इस मलबे में बह चुका है, ख़त्म हो चुका है, जहाँ से आपको कुछ भी नज़र नहीं आएगा। ये झोपड़ी आप देखिए, जिसका सिर्फ ऊपरी हिस्सा अभी आप देख पा रहे हैं। देखिए आप, ये सिर्फ ऊपरी हिस्सा है जो आपको नज़र आएगा। इसके आगे क्या आप कुछ देख पा रहे हैं? मैं तो नहीं देख पा रही हूँ। उमेश का कैमरा अगर कुछ देख पाए तो वो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, क्योंकि इस वक्त बतौर इंसान मेरी इतनी कुव्वत नहीं है। बतौर इंसान कुदरत के आगे मैं इस वक्त अपने आप को बहुत बौना महसूस कर रही हूँ। इसके आगे नहीं जा पाऊँगी। आप देख रहे हैं, इसके आगे अगर मैं जाने की कोशिश करूँगी तो ये पाँव देखिए पूरी तरह से धंस रहा है। इसके आगे हम नहीं जा पाएंगे। उमेश ये तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जलजले की हर निशानी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। भाई साहब, आप कहाँ तक आगे जाके आए?
यहीं से 200 मीटर आगे।
200 मीटर?
200 मीटर।
उसके आगे पॉसिबल है?
नहीं।
कितना मलबा है?
बालुआ तो लगभग 200 फीट आगे अप है।
आप यहाँ के लोकल हैं?
नहीं, मैं भी काठमांडू से आए।
आप भी काठमांडू से आए हैं। तो देखिए नेपाल को देखने के लिए, नेपाल की इस हालत को देखने के लिए आप देखिए इस घर को देखिए। घर का पीला रंग आपको नजर आ रहा है, जो सिर्फ ऊपरी हिस्सा बचा है। घर के इस पीली दीवार का सिर्फ ऊपरी हिस्सा है, बाकी पूरा घर कीचड़ से पट चुका है।
All right, yes, that's the aftermath that's coming to life from Nepal. The trail of destruction the floods have now left behind, and it is a dire situation on the ground as Nepal is still battling with the consequences. My colleague who's on the ground covering everything, Satak, now joining us with more details. Satak, at the moment we understand that on the Tibetan side the lake has now been busted and the water levels are now surging in Bhote Koshi and Trishuli corridor. So give us more updates on what is unfolding right now on the Nepalese side.
Well, absolutely, Ishita. Right now, I am in the Dhading district of Nepal, which is one of those districts which were heavily affected after the flash flood struck this place. You can see the destruction behind me, the devastation that the flash flood has caused. Just look at the condition of that building. That's probably a residential building which was where people were living 2 days ago. That building is completely drowned under the mud. That looks like a commercial building that's completely drowned under the mud. This entire patch was operational 2 days ago. The information that we have received from the locals, this was completely blocked. This was completely drowned under the mud. However, the authorities have cleared this place just a few hours ago, and now it seems like it is. However, the information that we have received, people are not being allowed to go any further from this place. This is the Dhadi district we are talking about. That's a school which has been evacuated. This entire area has been evacuated. That's a commercial building which is completely drowned under the mud. And also, the locals are telling us that they have been informed by the authorities that the risk isn't over yet. The warning that has been issued by China for the next 3 days, it has been informed to the locals as well. Within an hour or two, we could witness another flash flood in the area, which could be bigger than the last one, which is something that has to be mentioned. Another flash flood could be bigger than the last one. We are in the Dhadi district. This area, this zone is still at high risk. However, Republic is getting exclusively every detail from ground zero, from Dhadi district on our camera. I would also request my video journalist to pan the camera behind me, where still the cleaning up work and these rescue and search operations are being carried out. People are being rescued. People are being rescued in this area. There are still some people who are stuck. However, the information that we have received, not too many people have lost their lives in this particular area, but this still continues to remain at high risk. The risk hasn't gotten over, and for the next 3 days, the Nepalese government has to be a little more vigilant about the anticipated flood that has been warned by the Chinese government. Ishita.
Right, in fact, Sarthak, that's the more concerning news coming to light, that the risk is not over yet. And of course, the fresh flood threat is still looming over Nepal. Now I want to ask you, we understand that Chinese President Xi Jinping has also chaired an emergency meeting regarding the lake bust. So what kind of preparations are going on the Nepalese side regarding that?
Well, Ishita, as a matter of fact, the last report that came in, nearly 13,000 personals were deployed in multiple areas, specifically the Rasuwa region, which happens to be the epicenter of the flash flood. Even now, if it's likely that a second massive flood could hit that place, and Rasuwa will be again the epicenter. It will be the most affected place. Therefore, more than 13,000 personals have been deployed, including army personnel, police personnel in that region where they are carrying out search and rescue operations. And it has been alerted to the locals over there as well, and the nearby areas, the adjacent areas like the Dandi district itself, to evacuate the place. Hence, this place is completely evacuated, and all the nearby areas are also being evacuated by the authorities. Ishita.
All right, so currently evacuation is underway as forces on both the sides remain alert. Thanks so much, Sarthak, for getting us all that is unfolding right now on the ground from inside Nepal. Thanks so much. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, China and Nepal now halt rescue operations after a dam burst reported on the Tibetan side. Rescue teams also being moved to safer locations. We'll get you all the updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तक की जो स्थिति है, घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ सतर्क रहना है। रात भर हमारे अधिकारी चौकस रहेंगे और उम्मीद है कि स्थिति नियंत्रण से बाहर नहीं जाएगी।
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग बह गए हैं, अभी उनका कुछ पता नहीं है कि जिंदा हैं या मर चुके हैं। और बिहार उस जो कि नेपाल उस एरिया से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बिहार पर खतरा है और बिहार सरकार को अलर्ट हो जाना चाहिए उसका, ऐसा नहीं कि उसका असर हमारे यहाँ पड़े। लेकिन बहुत अफसोस की बात है, दुख की बात है, इस वक्त इतनी बड़ी जो हानि हुई है, हम लोग को चाहिए, भारत को चाहिए कि उनकी पूरी इस क्राइसिस में उनकी मदद करे।
इसमें कौन सी नई खबर? हर साल बिहार में बाढ़ की संकट मंडराती है, बिहार में बाढ़ आता है, सरकार बाढ़ के नाम पर लिपापोती करती है, फिर अगले साल बाढ़ आएगा।
का फटा, उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है। और अभी तक की जो उम्मीद है कि वो पानी, अभी हम लोगों को उम्मीद है कि अभी 7 बजे हम बात कर रहे हैं, 8:30-9 बजे तक हमारे वाल्मीकि नगर बराज पर तक पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। हर साल गंडक में आता है और हम लोगों ने पूरे वहां के लोगों को, आम जनता को भी बता दिया है कि सतर्क रहना है, घबराने की कोई जरूरत।
This week on Get Me Right, finally, are we seeing a decisive push for finding a time-bound solution to the India-China boundary question? Also, with India proving to be a first responder to a Nepal in distress yet again, how have we turned into the best neighbor a nation could have? And while on neighborhood, how the United States is proving to be a difficult one to deal with the latest round of escalation between America and Canada. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
And now yours coming up after a short break. Confirmed by Nepal police, water dam burst on a Tibetan side. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. We'll get you all the updates on that. On the other side, stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
Meta has agreed to pay as much as $16.68 billion to settle claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to be addictive to children. The settlement involves 29 US states and could bring an end to one of the biggest legal tests yet of whether social media companies deliberately put young users at risk. The states accused Meta of designing Facebook and Instagram in ways that encourage children to spend more time on the platforms. They also alleged that Meta misled consumers about the safety of its services and improperly collected personal information from children. Meta has denied wrongdoing and agreed to settle the claims. As part of the settlement, Meta will introduce daily usage limits for children using Facebook.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. India's startup ecosystem is not just changing the way we live and work. It is building the future. From bold founders and disruptive ideas to technologies transforming entire industries, India is emerging as a true startup nation. Now, Business brings together the people shaping this journey at its flagship event, the Republic Business Startup Conclave 2026. Bharat, the startup nation. This 31st August witnessed India's entrepreneurial spirit in action. Now, let's get you all the top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan side bursts. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. China and Nepal halt rescue operations after dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer zones. Death toll figures breaches 450 in Nepal. Nearly 469 confirmed dead. More than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic. 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief materials today. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting from Nepal. Now, the Nepal government has approved the purchase of 25,000 metric tons of fertilizer as an emergency measure following the devastating floods. Now, the decision was taken during an emergency meeting of the Nepal Council of Ministers, with the government approving the procurement of fertilizer from India. The move comes as Nepal responds to the situation in the aftermath of the floods and looks to secure an urgent supply of fertilizers. So this is the big breaking news development that we are getting. Key decisions were taken by Nepal government in their cabinet meeting that happened. And one of the decisions, it was decided that the Nepal government is going to buy fertilizer from India. And this is Nepal banking on India for emergency fertilizer. Also, 3 key decisions were taken by the Council of Ministers during their meeting. The government of Nepal announced 3 key decisions during the meeting. Number 1, relief and rehabilitation package for flood victims. The Ministry of Finance has been directed to prepare a special relief and rehabilitation business recovery package. So that's one. And second is the approval of purchase of 25,000 metric tons of DAP fertilizer from India. That is, the Nepal government has granted in principle approval to the Agriculture Inputs Company Limited to purchase 25,000 metric tons of DAP fertilizer from Government of India through the G2G, that is government to government mechanism. And also 1 month's salary of the Prime Minister and Ministers of the Nepal government to the relief fund. A decision has been made to deposit 1 month's salary and remuneration of the Prime Minister and all the members of the Council of Ministers into the Prime Minister's Disaster Relief Fund. So 3 key decisions were taken by the Nepal government, by their cabinet ministers. All right, viewers, let's go across to another big breaking news development that we are getting. Let's move on from this breaking news to another breaking news that we are getting you. Now, this is that China claims 558 still missing post-flash floods. So these are the numbers, these are the figures given by the Chinese government, by Chinese authorities from the Chinese side. That is that 558 are still missing post-flash floods. So these are the numbers being given by the Chinese government, by the Chinese side of many people missing. That is 558 still missing post-flash floods. And in the Nepal side, there are 1,400 people that are missing right now after the flash floods. And now this is Xi Jinping also, who had called for an emergency meeting amid the floods. And now we are getting to know that there are many missing on the Tibet side. All right, viewers, now my colleague Sarthak is getting us updates from ground zero in Nepal. Listen in to this report filed by him from the flood zone.
Right now, I am in the Dhading district of Nepal, which is one of those districts which were heavily affected after the flash flood struck this place. You can see the destruction behind me, the devastation that the flash flood has caused. Just look at the condition of that building. That's probably a residential building, which was where people were living 2 days ago. That building is completely drowned under the mud. That looks like a commercial building that's completely down under the mud. This entire patch was operational 2 days ago. The information that we have received from the locals, this was completely blocked. This was completely drowned under the mud. However, the authorities have cleared this place just a few hours ago, and now it seems like it is. However, the information that we have received, people are not being allowed to go any further from this place. This is the Dhadi district we are talking about. That's a school which has been evacuated. This entire area has been evacuated. That's a commercial building which is completely drowned under the mud. And also, the locals are telling us that they have been informed by the authorities that the risk isn't over yet. The warning that has been issued by China for the next 3 days, it has been informed to the locals as well. Within an hour or two, we could witness another flash flood in the area, which could be bigger than the last one, which is something that has to be mentioned. Another flash flood could be bigger than the last one. We are in the Dhadi district. This area, this zone is still at high risk. However, Republic is getting exclusively every detail from ground zero, from Dhadi district on our camera. I would also request my video journalist to pan the camera behind me, where still the cleaning up work and these rescue and search operations are being carried out. People are being rescued. People are being rescued in this area. There are still some people who are stuck. However, the information that we have received, not too many people have lost their lives in this particular area, but this still continues to remain at high risk. The risk hasn't gotten over, and for the next 3 days, the Nepalese government has to be a little more vigilant about the anticipated flood that has been warned by the Chinese government.
All right, now my colleague Chandrakala also spoke to representative of the Central Tibetan Administration on Nepal floods in New Delhi. Let's listen in.
As per our assessment, we got the first information from the China side that this devastation happened from the Nepal-China border. Actually, it's the Tibet border. But after a few hours, then all the expert has said that it's a what we call the glacial burst from the lake, because it was collapsed and it fell into lake, and then this whole flood came from there, from the Tibet, which is the Kirong site. And then we have two rivers there, which is the Tsojin and the Lalatipu. The two rivers from there, it flow to the Tibet Koshi river system. So because of that, this flood has came from Tibet only. And then, as you said, what we analyzed that the China has not set up a proper monitoring system for the environment, or to monitor the whatever happening around this area or any border between Tibet, so that they can inform to the downstream countries. So then, because of that, these things, I think we have a major what we call the life has gone. So I think many people has lost their own dears. So we felt very sorry for them also.
Also, the fact that now what we understand this, as you have already mentioned, this flash flood surged from Tibet down to the Bhote Koshi river, and of course to the Rasuwa district, and of course in different districts, of course. Now the fact that that the central Tibetan administration is saying this, that China has been building some of the development projects in the Tibetan plateau. Of course, going further, what risk does it possess given such disaster, and what instances or which project might specifically cause such disaster going further?
As His Holiness was promoting or the in the globally, he was saying last 5 decades about this environmental destruction in Tibet, and we are requested all the counterpart to take part to protect the Tibet natural environment. And then also the Central Tibetan administration was giving awareness to all the expert on the Tibet environment. That the Tibet is the third pole of the world and water resource of the world. Yes. Especially 1/3 of the population of the world, the water come from Tibet. So we felt that China's are doing a lot of development. In the name of development, they're doing the destructive activities like building a reservoir, dam, highway, railway linking, and also they are making a lot of tunnel also. So these are the things like solar power station they are building. Because of this, the environmental was disturbed, and then these things are happening now frequently in China. They have a lot of flood because of this.
All right, viewers, now my colleague Adarsh is in the flood zone. Listening to the report filed by him from Nuwakot in Nepal.
इस वक्त हम नेपाल के काठमांडू से नोवाकोट के रास्ते में हैं और नोवाकोट डिस्ट्रिक्ट की शुरू हो चुका है। और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो ये लीखू खोला नदी है और इसका भी जलस्तर धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है। हालांकि अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ही चाइना की तरफ से चेतावनी जारी की गई है और कहा गया है कि एक बार फिर से नेपाल में जिस तरीके की त्रासदी आई थी वैसी त्रासदी दोबारा आ सकती है, यानी उसको लेकर अलर्ट जारी किया गया है। यहाँ पर हमारे साथ जो हमारे स्थानीय सहयोगी हैं दीपक जी, वो मौजूद है। दीपक जी, क्या अलर्ट जारी किया गया है, क्या कहा गया है चाइना की?
तिब्बत के झीलों में फटने की सूचना देकर अलर्ट किया गया है। वो 2 करोड़ घनमीटर जल होने के वो जो ताल है ना, वो फिर फटने के सूचना किया है अभी तक। अच्छा। आदमी लोग को अलर्ट रहने के लिए वो सूचना जारी किया है अभी।
ये बताइए कि नोवाकोट में हम खड़े हैं, नोवाकोट में ही सबसे ज्यादा तबाही आई थी, तो क्या नोवाकोट फिर से प्रभावित हो सकता है अगर ऐसी वो पानी का बाढ़ बहाव इधर आया तो?
हाँ, बिल्कुल हो सकता है। अभी तक वो प्रभावित क्षेत्र ही नोवाकोट है ना, इसलिए तो नोवाकोट अन्य जिला से ज्यादा हाई अलर्ट में रहने को पड़ता है।
Now my colleague on the ground in the flood hit zone, my colleague Amrita on the ground in the flood hit zone. And now let's listen into this report filed from Devi Ghat Bazaar in Nepal. Take a listen.
जो तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाते हुए यहाँ तक पहुंची हूँ वो 2 किलोमीटर पीछे तक रह गई हैं। हम उतना चलकर यहाँ तक आए हैं ताकि आपको वो दिखा सकें जो शायद अब तक आपने नहीं देखा होगा। देवी घाट का ये वो इलाका है जो इस वक्त सुपर सेंसिटिव जोन है। और उमेश, जरा आप मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाएं, मेरे पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाएं। ये जो पुल जो मैं आपको इस वक्त दिखा रही हूँ, ये पुल जो क्षतिग्रस्त हुआ है, ये देखिए आप, इस पुल का एक कोना, एक सिरा वहाँ है और दूसरा सिरा ये देखिए, ये यहाँ है। ये यहाँ से टूटा है पुल। यहाँ से ये लोग एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाते होंगे, उधर कोई गांव रहा होगा या फिर वो रास्ता रहा होगा आने के लिए जहाँ से लोग आया करते थे। लेकिन ये पुल आप देखिए, लोहे का कितना भारी भरकम पुल है, कितनी जिंदगियां बर्बाद हुई हैं, कितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तबाह हुआ है, इसकी कोई सीमा नहीं है। ये पुल यहाँ से बह गया है, यहाँ से टूटा और बहकर कहाँ चला गया आप देख रहे हैं। तादी नदी का ये रौद्र रूप आप देख रहे हैं। अभी भी ये नदी उफान पर है। पुल के बीच में से निकलती हुई उफान मारती लहरें आप देख रहे हैं। ये बताती हैं कि इस वक्त जो तूफान आप देख रहे हैं, जब अपने चरम पर रहा होगा ये मंजर, तब क्या हुआ होगा, क्या बीती होगी उन लोगों पर जो देवी घाट में मौजूद थे, क्या हुआ होगा। मैं 360 डिग्री अगर आप तस्वीर देख पाएं, ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये 90 डिग्री आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं। हर तरफ आपको तबाही का ये मंजर नज़र आएगा, हर तरफ आपको बिखरी हुई चीज़ें नज़र आएंगी, आपको बिखरे हुए सामान नज़र आएंगे। और ये देख रहे हैं आप, ये बिस्किट का पैकेट है, कहाँ से आया होगा, किस दुकान से आया होगा, किस दुकानदार ने इसे अपनी दुकान में लगाया होगा ताकि वो इसे बेचेगा, अपनी जीविका कमाएगा। कौन इसे खाएगा, अपनी भूख मिटाएगा, कौन सा बच्चा इसे खरीद कर लेके जाएगा। अब वो नहीं बचा, वो खत्म हो चुका है। कौन खाएगा अब इन बिस्किट्स को, कौन खाएगा, कौन खरीदेगा। बहुत मुश्किल है ऐसी त्रासदी को कवर करना, अपने जज्बात पर काबू रखना और आपको बताना कि हुआ है क्या। आप ये चारपाई का पाया है, एक पाया बचा है। आप सोचिए अगर ये पाया यहाँ किनारे पर है, अगर कोई उस वक्त सो रहा होगा या इस पर कोई लेटा होगा, बच्चा होगा, बुजुर्ग होगा, कौन होगा। यहाँ से बह गया होगा या मैं जहाँ हूँ वहाँ दबा होगा। कोई सुराग नहीं है, कोई निशान नहीं है, जिंदगी की कोई उम्मीद नहीं है। इस वक्त पहले कुछ भी आपको कह पाना, बता पाना। ये टंकी देखिए, ये टंकी का टुकड़ा आप देख रहे हैं, पूरी टंकी तहस नहस हो गई। इसमें रोज़मर्रा की ज़रूरत की ये चीज़ें हैं, इसमें पानी भरा रहता होगा, किसी घर का गुजारा चलता होगा, सब बर्बाद हो गया है। जिस चारपाई का पाया मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ, शायद उस पर बिछा हुआ ये गद्दा होगा जो अब लटक रहा है यहाँ, इस पर कोई नहीं है। बहुत मुश्किल है आज ये बताना, लेकिन सोच।
All right, we are being joined by a guest right now. We are being joined by the Under Secretary NDRRMA Shanti Mahat on a phone line for a comment on what's exactly happening, because there's a fresh alert, fresh warning that was also issued. Thanks a lot for joining with us, Shanti Mahat. But what exactly is happening, because a fresh alert has been sounded by the Chinese authorities and also by the Nepal police. What's the situation on ground right now? All right, we'll try to reconnect because we lost him right now. We'll just try to go back to our guest, because he's the Under Secretary NDRRMA Shanti Mahat. We'll get back to him because there are many people who died, and now we're getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news right now. Death toll nears 500 mark in Nepal flash floods. Now, of the 489 bodies recovered so far, now 393 remain unidentified. and the death toll is rising. Sadly, the death toll nears 500 mark in Nepal. Flash floods. Now, of the 489 bodies recovered so far, 393 remain unidentified. Recovered bodies have been kept at designated locations in Kathmandu, Pokhara, Palpa, Rupandehi and Kapilavastu, as well as in the respective districts where they were recorded. And the visuals are also on your screen, and you can understand the kind of destruction the flash floods have caused, and the casualties, the fatalities also, the numbers are rising. Death toll is near the 500 mark right now in Nepal. Out of 489 bodies recovered so far, 393 remain unidentified. All right, let's go back to our guest who has joined us on a phone line, Shanti Mahat, who is the Under Secretary, NDRRMA. Thanks for joining. But the situation is pretty bad in Nepal. The death toll is rising, and also there is a fresh alert because of the lake burst. Over to you for what exactly is happening right now, the ground situation in Nepal, especially the Bhote Koshi River.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Shanti.
Currently, the short rescue and relief update on the Bhote Koshi flood in Rasuwa 2023. I would like to so far, as of 20th August 2026, till 2 p.m. I have the different data here, but total of 477 bodies have been recovered so far. Similarly, 977 people have. Total of 73 injured persons have been reported, including 43 from Rasuwa, 3 from Dhari, and 33 from Nuwakot. We have contacted the different officials and all of these our government mechanisms, including NDRRMA, and trying to be a bit before to start and rescue and distribute the relief to the affected people and areas. 3,250 rescued, and more than 50,000 security forces have been deployed.
Okay.
We have field and difficult situations now. Different officials are helping us. So I would like to thank them.
Yeah, Shanti, but also the rescue operations have been suspended because of the flash floods warning, because of the flood warning. When do you expect the rescue operations to continue again, both in Tibet and in Nepal?
Before 2 hours ago, we published notice for the awareness and for the information to the affected people, because there are little minor expansion of the water level in Bhote Koshi River, but it was not so bad, and there is no any blast of glacier. But there is a continuity of distributing relief and stop and rescue operations. There is no hurdles now.
Yeah, also because the threat and the flash floods were unprecedented previously also, was there any information shared with the Nepal government by the Chinese side before the flash floods, even the accumulation? And because we know the kind of rampant construction work which is happening on the Tibetan side, Shanti, and that is disturbing the ecological balance there.
No. We don't have any information and any idea about the construction of that area from the Chinese side. We are unknown about that, and our technical team, experts, didn't say that type of recommendations and findings. Maybe there is an ice rock evidence, and suddenly it fell down, and created a huge amount of flood.
All right. All right. If you can explain the scale of the rescue operations which are ongoing right now, because it's a mountainous region, it's already very difficult.
Yeah, very good question. Mainly in the Timur area of Rasuwa district, even today it is very difficult to rescue for a helicopter. We are rescuing them by heli, but just few area it's very difficult to land helicopters, and only small capacity helicopter can be gone here. Huge number of our capacity, more than 150% can be brought. That type of helicopter can be gone here because of the climate and the wind flow of that area.
All right. Thanks a lot, Shanti, for joining and sharing the details and giving us the updates of this catastrophe, the devastation which was caused by the flash floods in Nepal. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break now. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, China and Nepal halt rescue operations after dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer zones. Coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मामा लाइभ यो चाहिँ है गाइस यस्तो लाइभ छ ओहो पुरा ड्याम फुटेर
all of a sudden this incident happened and we lost 2 buses and luckily we got escaped. We broke the driver's door and escaped from there. We reached some safer place and now we are here.
My 14-year-old daughter, Rashi Shashidhan, were one of the many pilgrims who went on the Mount Kailash trip. We are desperately waiting for any good news about them, their whereabouts. We last spoke to them on August 26th, around 8 a.m. Local time. I hope that they, along with all the other pilgrims, are safe and sound.
नेपाल में है
All right, viewers, coming up after the break, rescue operations halted on the Tibetan side and also by the Nepali authorities.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अनीस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मामा लाइभ यो चाहिँ है गाइस यस्तो लाइभ छ। ओहो पुरा ड्याम फुटेर
all of a sudden this incident happened and we lost 2 buses and luckily we got escaped. We broke the driver's door and escaped from there. We reached some safer place and now we are here.
My 14-year-old daughter, Rasuwa, were one of the many pilgrims who went on the Mount Kailash trip. We are desperately waiting for any good news about them, their whereabouts. We last spoke to them on August 26th, around 8 a.m. Local time. I hope that they, along with all the other pilgrims, are safe and sound.
नेपाल में है तो मेरी जो सासू माँ और साला बाबू है वो इस बॉर्डर में, उनसे मेरा जगह मतलब वार्तालाप हुआ है, बात हुआ है, कम्युनिकेशन हुआ है। परंतु मेरे मामा ससुर, काका ससुर और मेरी साली का घर जिनका ऊपर काठमांडू विराटनगर उस तरफ पहाड़ में है, उनको थोड़ी दिक्कत हो रही है उनसे मिलने में। तो इसीलिए सुबह सुबह मेरी वाइफ गई है और देखिए बहुत पानी आया है, कंटेनर पानी में चले गए हैं, नुकसान हुआ है, 3 तल्ला 4 तल्ला बिल्डिंग भी गिर गई है और वहाँ कम्युनिकेशन की व्यवस्था थोड़ी ख़राब हो गई है। देखिए क्या होता है, प्रकृति है, प्रकृति का प्रकोप है, हम प्रकृति के साथ खेलते हैं और प्रकृति का जब खेल
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic. Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. This weekend, we celebrate the legend, the voice, and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV this weekend. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Confirmed by Nepal police, water dam on Tibetan site bursts. Fresh flood alert now issued in Nepal. China and Nepal halt rescue operations after lake dam burst. Rescue teams also being moved to safer zones. Death toll figures breaches 480 in Nepal, nearly 484 confirmed dead, more than 1,400 still missing. Tibetan government in exile blames rampant Chinese construction in key river confluence in Tibet behind flash floods, says Dalai Lama warned repeatedly. Largest news team in Nepal from Republic, 8 reporters covering from the worst hit flood areas of Trishuli, Nuwakot, Chitwan. India steps up assistance to Nepal. India to send one more Indian Air Force C-130J transport aircraft with relief material today. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we're getting. This is Dr. Subhash Chandra, founder of the SL Group, who has issued a video message and detailed statement disputing the media narrative surrounding his recent NCLT case. Now, Chandra said that the matter relates to his personal guarantees and maintained that he has distanced himself from fugitives while reiterating his commitment to repaying lenders. Now, he said that the group had owed around rupees 45,000 crores to lenders and that rupees 43,000 crore has already been repaid, adding that he had sold his and his family's assets as part of those efforts. Now, Chandra also questioned the figures presented by banks and said he remains committed to repaying every penny. Let's now listen in to the entire statement issued by Dr. Subhash Chandra.
नमस्कार। पिछले 2 दिनों से मुझे यानी सुभाष चंद्रा को भी कुछ लोग इस देश के ऐसे लोगों से जोड़ के देख रहे हैं या दिखा रहे हैं जिन्होंने अपने देश के फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम को किसी न किसी प्रकार से निचोड़ा है, किसी न किसी प्रकार से उनके पैसे लेकर के स्वयं के लिए महल, जहाज़ सब कुछ खरीदे हैं। लेकिन मुझे पता है और मुझे विश्वास है जो प्यार, जो शुभेच्छा आप सब लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं, उसके कारण से हमारे ग्रुप ने जो मुसीबत हम पर 24 जनवरी 2019 को आई, एसेट और लायबिलिटी मिसमैच होने के कारण, और उस दिन मैंने अपने मन से मेरे लोगों के कहने के बावजूद भी मैंने एक ओपन लेटर सब आप लोगों को लिखा, देश के सिस्टम को लिखा, बैंकिंग सिस्टम को भी लिखा और उसमें कहा मैंने कि मैंने कुछ गलतियां की हैं। शायद मैं पहला ही व्यक्ति था जिसने अपनी गलतियां मानी, मुझे नहीं लगता, और शायद आखिरी अब तक के इतिहास में मैं ही अकेला व्यक्ति हूं जिसने अपनी गलतियां मानी हैं। दूसरा कोई कॉरपोरेट वाला व्यक्ति ने, मैंने तो नहीं देखा कि किसी ने गलती मानी हो। और मैंने कहा कि भाई मैं सिस्टम का पूरा पैसा चुकाऊंगा, अब मेरे ग्रुप के जितनी बोरोइंग एंटिटीज़ हैं वो भी चुकाएंगे, और वो किया हम लोगों ने। वो मैंने सभी बोरोइंग एंटिटीज़ को फोर्स करके करवाया। फैमिली के भी एसेट्स बेचे, अपने एसेट्स बेचे, कंपनी जी बेच दी थी लगभग, कुछ हमने रखा नहीं, अपने घर तक को गिरवी किया, लेकिन सबका पैसा चुकाया। बहुत से लोगों को ये अच्छा नहीं लग रहा, क्योंकि एक उदाहरण बन जाएगा कि एसएल ग्रुप ने, सुभाष चंद्रा और उसकी फैमिली ने सब कुछ सबका चुकाया, अपना बेच के भी चुकाया। उन लोगों को अच्छा नहीं लग रहा जिन्होंने नहीं चुकाया। तो तब से ही ये बातें चली आ रही हैं, और ये केवल अभी जो एनसीएलटी में हुआ उसके बारे में मैं अभी बताऊंगा आपको 1 मिनट में। वो सच्चाई सही से नहीं बता रहे हैं आप लोगों को। हमने कल एक प्रेस रिलीज इशू किया, उसमें कुछ तथ्य सामने रखे हैं, लेकिन मैं सोचता था कि आपसे सीधी बात भी मैं करूं।